Hello. Hello, hello, hello. Just testing the mic. Hello, hello, hello.
wonderful inaugural session, and we are deeply grateful to Honorable Deputy Chief Minister Shri Chaunamien, who had honored the occasion by being the chief guest. And we are also very happy that we had such a huge representation and participation from the people of Arunachal Pradesh, from the mayor of Itanagar, from the MLAs, from the Zilla Parishad chairman, Zilla Parishad members. It was a great honor for all of us to interact with them. Today morning, as we start the technical sessions, we are having a brief special session. We know that Honorable Chief Minister could not join us today because he has gone to Guwahati for the swearing in of the Chief Minister there. And but we are very, very deeply honored that the special address will be delivered by Honorable Minister of Women and Child Development, Srimati. Thank you, Honorable Minister, for being with us today and for delivering the special address. We are also very happy and grateful that Ms. Van Freeman Jaswal is here. She's been a pillar of support in the arranging of the events in Arunachal Pradesh, especially Tawang. And I am happy that she is going to speak to us about the benefits to Arunachal Pradesh from participation in the Buddhist circuit. And I'm very, very grateful that for the vote of thanks, we have with us the Honorable Ms. Gamana Lianagi Hazara Nayantara Prematilika. She's a member of parliament from Sri Lanka, president of the Gaul District Tourism Subcommittee. I think today I would like to also highlight that in each of the technical sessions, we have very specialized leaders in their fields from each of the participating countries, including from Sikkim, from Arunachal Pradesh, from Assam, and that is why we think that this regional workshop will have such a productive and important output, because in each of the four technical sessions we have the experts in that area, whether it is identification of the Buddhist sites, whether it is the women-led rural tourism model, how we are going to work on that with the women's groups, also on the connectivity among the identified Buddhist sites, where the representatives of the state departments of tourism, the government departments of tourism, and the tour operators also themselves are here with us. And then we have the session on setting standards and branding marketing. Before I give the floor to Ms. Van Freeman Jeswal for her presentation, I'd just like to say briefly, I'd like to have a special felicitation for Honorable Chief Minister, but since he's not here today, may I request the Honorable Deputy Commissioner of Tawang, Ms. Namgyal Angmo, to please come and receive the honors on behalf of. I have felicitations for Honorable Ms. Sadhna Diori, and I think we'll wait for her to come because she's going to come very shortly. So we'll. Oh, Sadhna is here with us. Wonderful, wonderful, Sadhna. I'm so happy to see you here with us. Please, I'd like to please come. I'd like a social facility. I'd also like to honor somebody very special who has been so strong in helping us, and that is the Deputy Commissioner of Tawang, uh, Honorable Ms. Namgyal Angmo. Please do come. And now I'd like to honor another very dear colleague and friend who has been with us all throughout for this regional workshop, is the Fantry, Miss Fantry Men Jeswal. Yeah. And finally, I'd like to honor Miss Manna, Miss Benjia Manna Sonam. Please do come, because she's been guiding all of us as we come in and out and all the arrangements. Manna, where are you? Okay. So now may I ask Fantry to please address us on the benefits of uh, the benefits to Arunachal Pradesh from participation in the Buddhist Circuit.
Madam Dasanglu Pulji, Honorable Minister of Women and Child Development, Science and Technology, and Chief Guest of today's special session, Honorable Member of Parliament from Sri Lanka, Ms. Gamanna Linai Lianage Hasara Nayantara Prematilaka, respected MLAs, respected Chairperson Itanagar Municipal Corporation, respected ZPMs, respected Ambassador Ms. Veena Sikri, Founder Trustee and Convener, South Asia Women's Network, short form SWAN, distinguished guests present here, and esteemed participants. Well, the topic given to me today to speak is on what this workshop, how it will benefit Arunachal Pradesh. I've tried to pen down a few thoughts. I'm sure my friends from Arunachal will have better thoughts on this, but we'll put all our thoughts together at the end of the session and collate it for the outcome document. Well, I will just try and talk on the points that I have jotted down. Workshop on development of Buddhist circuit through women-led tourism could bring multiple layered benefits to the government of Arunachal Pradesh, economically, socially, and strategically. Why it will bring benefit is because it would help in building a stronger local economy and a revenue base, a stronger revenue base. Linking spiritual tourism like Buddhist monasteries, pilgrimage routes with rural homestays and women-run enterprises can increase tourist inflow and length of stay, generate direct income through lodging, food, handicrafts, expand the state's tax base, tourism fees, services. I think this is what the state government must look into about levying tourist fees, because this is one source of revenue, not only for the state government, but also for the tour operators and homestay owners and whoever is involved in this business of tourism. And places like Tawang and Namsai could become anchors for a broader circuit rather than a single stop destination. So instead of just being a Buddhist circuit, it could also mean Like if you come to Namsai, you could go to Namdafa, you could go to Rowing, you could go to Anini, you could go to so many places. There are such interesting places to see. And similarly, if you come to Tawang, you could go to Lumla, you could go to Bomdila, you could go to so many other places. Even far away Tooting, you could plan to go. It will also help women's economic empowerment. This women-led model will mean more financial independence for rural women, which is absolutely essential because women are the backbone of the family, of society. Formation of self-help groups and cooperatives, and higher workforce participation in rural areas. This aligns with also our national mission, like National Rural Livelihood Mission, that is the Deen Dayal Antyodaya Yojana. It will also help preserve culture and heritage. So why? Because tourism centered around Buddhist traditions will encourage conservation of monasteries, rituals and festivals, promotion of indigenous crafts, textiles and cuisine, documentation of oral histories. Instead of commercialization, the workshop will emphasize on respectful experience-based tourism. Another very important benefit of these discussions here would be the development of infrastructure in the state. In order to support tourism, the government could invest in roads, digital connectivity, and transport. Well, as we have seen, you have traveled all the way from Guwahati to Tawang. So you would have seen that much of our roads are already quite good, except in a few patches which are still to be completed, but they will be completed, I'm sure, by the end of this year. And the government is doing a lot in terms of infrastructure, road development, and but there are certain areas, say for example, the Tooting area. The Tooting area, which is the Pemaka zone, which is a very, very sacred Buddhist site. That area needs to be developed. Madam, I would request you, the chief guest, Madam Pul, to also keep this in mind when development is taking place, that the Pemaka zone be kept in mind while developing. And I think we have the ZPM also from Tooting. Yes, she's there. So she will also keep this in mind because it's a very important segment of our Buddhist circuit. And I think this needs to be given attention. Yesterday, the Honorable DCM had already mentioned that this is already in the plan of the government of Arunachal Pradesh to sort of develop the infrastructure there. So I think the ZPM should sort of, pursue on this. Well, it will also lead to clean water, sanitation, eco-friendly facilities, and also better signages and interpretation centers, because tourists coming from faraway places, you might have tourists coming from foreign countries who may not understand Hindi or the local language. So it would be good if there are interpreters who can sort of help them understand the monastic sort of rituals and the culture of the place. These improvements will benefit both tourists and local residents. It will also help employment generation in very remote areas. Rural tourism will create diverse jobs. It will create jobs for guides, homestay operators, transport providers, artisans, performers, and local food producers. And it will also enhance youth employment. It will increase youth employment, reducing migration out of villages. Our youth of Arunachal Pradesh, the uniqueness of our youth is that most of them go out to study, but they all like to come back home and do something at home. So if this tourism circuit, through the Buddhist circuit, if we can generate more employment for the youth, I think that will be a great thing. It will also be a strategic and geopolitical advantage for the state of Arunachal Pradesh. It will bring sensitive border area states, boosting tourism. It will boost tourism. It will strengthen local economies in border areas, increase national and international visibility, and reinforce cultural ties with Buddhist regions like Bhutan, Nepal, and Sri Lanka, which is so important. It will also help in creating sustainable and eco-friendly growth. And if this model is designed properly, it will promote low-impact tourism like homestays versus large hotels, conservation of forests and biodiversity, community ownership of natural resources. It will also help in brand building for the state. A well-developed Buddhist circuit can position Arunachal Pradesh as a peaceful spiritual destination, a unique alternative to crowded circuits like Bodh Gaya, a model for inclusive women-driven tourism in India. Another very important aspect is that it will strengthen India's soft power. An international Buddhist circuit will position India as a spiritual homeland of Buddhism, counterbalance regional influence, and strengthen diplomacy with Bhutan, Nepal, and Sri Lanka. Well, for the government of Arunachal Pradesh, this approach is not just about tourism. It is a holistic development strategy that blends spirituality, gender empowerment, rural growth, and strategic position. Well, before I conclude, I must, since I will not have any time to thank the people who were involved in making this event such a success, I must express my sincere gratitude, our sincere gratitude, in fact, to the government of Arunachal Pradesh for its huge support in playing the perfect host of the event. Our sincere gratitude to the Honorable Chief Minister for his spontaneous decision to have the workshop in Tawang when we went to meet him to propose and discuss the framework of the project. Our gratitude is also due to the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, Shri Chauna Menji, for his unstinting support and coming all the way to Tawang despite his busy schedule to share his vision and thoughts for the Buddhist circuit. We are also very grateful to Madam Lasanglu Pulji, Minister of Women, Child Development, and for being here with us to share her valuable thoughts and insights. Being the only lady cabinet minister, your presence is an inspiration to all of us. I would also like to thank the following officers who have worked tirelessly to make this event a success. I wish I could mention everybody's name, but due to paucity of time, I will just mention the heads of the departments who have really worked tirelessly to make this event a success, and particularly Ms. Sadhna Deori, Secretary to the Chief Minister, Shri Sonam Chombe, Commissioner to the Chief Minister, Ms. Namgyal Langmo, DC Tawang, Shri Dangphua, Secretary Tourism, Ms. Bulo Mamu, Secretary Industries and Skill Development, Ms. Bengia Mana Sonam, Deputy Director Tourism. I cannot thank you enough. And all those officers and staff who have worked tirelessly behind the scene to make this workshop possible. Your dedication and efforts are truly appreciated. Thank you once again. Jai Hind, Jai Arunachal.
Thank you, Fantri, for that very detailed important points that you have raised. I think it's so important that in our development, in our concept of women-led rural tourism, the Buddhist circuit is the central focus. But to make it viable and to make it attractive for tourists from the other countries of the region, from South Asia, from Southeast Asia, and the rest of the world to come here, particularly the younger generation, we have focused on additional activities, be they trekking or birding or nature walks, or culinary aspects, which is the cuisine of different regions, different parts of Arunachal Pradesh and other parts of South Asia, bringing it all together, crafts and textiles, because some of these activities are done in the off season, and then they can be presented during the season for the tourists to buy and to benefit from. I think the biodiversity aspect that you mentioned is also very, very important, and where Arunachal Pradesh has a unique biodiversity input to, shall I say, a plus point, which is among the best biodiversity spots in the world. May I now request a special felicitation where Honorable Deputy Commissioner Ms. Namgyal Angmo would like to felicitate our chief guest of today, Honorable Minister of Women and Child Development, Srimati Dasanglupul. Very nice. That was the lovely jacket from Tawang. May I now request the special address by Honorable Minister for Women and Child Development, Science and Technology, and for Cultural Affairs, Srimati Dasanglupul.
Good morning, everyone. Honorable MP and leader of the Sri Lanka delegates Smiti G.L. Premathi Lanka ji, Honorable MLA Nyabi Dirse Madam, Honorable Mayor ICR Smiti Likha Nari Tadarji, Ambassador Miss Meena Sikri Foundation, I founding Trust and Governor South Asia Women Network, Mrs. Phantri Main Jaswal, Head of Arunachal Delegates, Leader of Bhutan Delegates, Ms. Sonam Pemji, Leader of Nepal Delegates, Ms. Yankila Sherpaji, former State Minister Government of Nepal, distinguished delegates from Assam and Sikkim, Honorable ZPCs, ZPMs, respected DC officers and officials, and media persons. It gives me immense pleasure and honor to be part of this important occasion. At the outset, I would like to convey the warm greetings and best wishes of our Honorable Chief Minister Sri Pema Khanduji to everyone gathered here. Today I am here on behalf of Honorable Chief Minister who could not be present due to unbearable circumstances. Despite his absence, he has conveyed his deep concern, commitment, and good wishes for the success of the regional workshop and for the welfare and development of the people. आज का इवेंट एक हिस्ट्री बनने वाला है जिसके द्वारा हम भारत के नॉर्थ ईस्ट के सभी बुद्धिस्ट सर्किट का डेवलपमेंट करते हुए इसे नेपाल, भूटान और श्रीलंका से सभी बुद्धिस्ट सेंटर को वुमेन्स के लीडरशिप में रूरल टूरिज्म से जोड़ने जा रहे हैं। हम सभी एक पावरफुल विजन पर विचार कर रहे हैं जो हमारे हेरिटेज, सस्टेनेबल और एम्पावरमेंट को एक साथ लेकर चलेंगे। मुझे इस बात का गर्व है कि हमारे अरुणाचल को हमारे पूरे देश में लैंड ऑफ राइजिंग सन के नाम से जाना जाता है। मैं अंजाव डिस्ट्रिक्ट से इलेक्ट होकर आई हूँ और भारत का फर्स्ट सनराइज हमारे ही डिस्ट्रिक्ट अंजाव के डोंग विलेज से होता है। अभी हमारे ऑनरेबल चीफ मिनिस्टर श्री पेमा खंडू जी ने डोंग विलेज में सनराइज फेस्टिवल की शुरुआत इसी साल से की है, जो अब हर साल 29 दिसंबर टू 2 जनवरी तक मनाया जाएगा। हमारे अरुणाचल अपनी नेचुरल ब्यूटी के साथ साथ डीप रोटेड बुद्धिस्ट सेंटर और ट्रेडिशंस को समेटे हुए हैं। तवांग और मेचुका के शांत मोनेस्ट्री से लेकर नामसाई के गोल्डन पगोड़ा तक भूटान, नेपाल से आए डेलीगेट्स, साउथ एशिया वुमेन नेटवर्क की एम्बेसडर, आसाम, सिक्किम से आए डेलीगेट्स, हमारे ऑनरेबल एमएलए एंड मेयर, सभी वुमेन्स जेडपीसी, डीसी तवांग और सभी ऑफिसर्स को दिल से धन्यवाद दे रही हूँ। और ये आशा करती हूँ हमारे सोसाइटी के वेलफेयर के लिए प्रोग्राम फ्यूचर में भी होते रहे और आपका पार्टिसिपेंट्स ऐसे ही होता रहे। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद, जय भारत, जय अरुणाचल। थैंक यू।
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I'll just give a very brief. Yeah, I'll just give a very brief translation of what Honorable Minister has said. She has first and foremost conveyed Honorable Chief Minister's good wishes to us, to the regional workshop. He's unable to be here today because of unavoidable circumstances, but his good wishes, because he's the key person who gave the green light for this regional workshop to be held in Tawang, and it was only under his leadership that all the work has been done to make this regional workshop a grand success. Arunachal Pradesh is a very special state in India. It is that state in India which sees the first sunrise for the country. So the far east of Arunachal Pradesh is that part of India where the sun rises for the first time in India and then spreads to the rest of the country. Development of tourism is a key sector in Arunachal Pradesh, and this is a sector which the government of Arunachal Pradesh is focusing in full measure and in full force, and they have done everything and they are continuing to do everything for the development of infrastructure and other facilities to make this segment of tourism a very prosperous one, to the benefit of the people of Arunachal Pradesh, but overall within the development is given on women-led development. We all know that in the villages of Arunachal Pradesh, as in many other parts of India, and this is all the work that they are doing it to bring it into a women-led development, local, regional, and global projects that will help the women of Arunachal Pradesh and also the women of all over India. Honorable Minister has extended a strong welcome to the delegates from Nepal, Sri Lanka, and Bhutan who have joined in today's meeting and who have come all the way to participate in this regional workshop. The government of Arunachal Pradesh fully supports the women-led rural tourism model, the women-led rural tourism approach, and we support it in every way that we will work and do the best that we can to ensure that this regional workshop is a success. And after that, the implementation of the project for the Buddhist Circuit. The Buddhist Circuit in itself is a very key factor in Arunachal Pradesh, and it plays a very important role in the lives of the people of Arunachal Pradesh. They're all Buddhists, and they support any effort to develop the Buddhist Circuit because we'd like to share the of Arunachal Pradesh with other parts of the world. Honorable Ministers also thanked all the Honorable MLAs, the Mayor of Itanagar, and other distinguished dignitaries from Arunachal Pradesh who have joined and participated in the workshop. And Honorable Minister wishes the workshop every success. She's very sure that this program will benefit the people of Arunachal Pradesh strongly. So, thank you. I now request Honorable Member of Parliament, Ms. Gamanali Anage Hazara Nayantara Prematilika, President of the Gaul District Tourism Subcommittee, to propose the vote of thanks. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A very good morning to all. It is a both honored and a privilege to deliver the vote of thanks at the conclusion of this special session and forward. First and foremost, I would extend our deepest gratitude to the Honorable Minister, Women and Child Development, Science and Technology and Cultural Affairs, Srimati Dangsalu Pul, for her inspiring and visionary address. Your insights into Arunachal Pradesh development journey and your commitment for the growth of our this session is very much fruitful with your ideas. And I thank for Professor Vinaji for giving the translation for all of us. And also, I would like to give our heartful thanks to Ms. Fanshri Main Jaswal for her thoughtful and insightful presentation, highlighting the tangible benefits that Arunachal Pradesh can drive from the Buddhist Circuit project, particularly through empowering women and the grassroots level also. And also, I would like to express our sincere appreciation to the respected chairperson, Ambassador Professor Veena Sikri, for her gracious leadership of this session. I always admire you as a women leader of this region. And also, I would acknowledge the sincere gratitude to all the organizers who organized this special session. And I'm thinking that for the rest of the day, we'll have some fruitful ideas from the technical sessions who are expertise in different fields. And in the end of the day, I'm pretty sure that we will have an excellent outcome document that we can present in the next conference, which is held. Which is going to held in end of this year in Sri Lanka. On behalf of all present, I extend our sincere thanks to everyone who presents here and who organized this session again. Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that wonderful vote of thanks delivered in such completeness. And I must admire your beautiful batik sari from Sri Lanka as well. So we've now come to the end of the special session. I know that the Honorable Minister has to leave us now. So we thank her for being here. We're going to have a little break because we have to reorganize this for the panels. We will then begin in a few minutes the technical session number 1 on regional cooperation among identified sites along the Buddhist circuit in Bhutan, India, Nepal, and Sri Lanka, where we'll be actually identifying the Buddhist sites. The chairperson for this session is Ms. Sonam Pem, Executive Director, Tarayana Foundation. Thank you all for being here. We will now go into the first session. Thank you.
डायस पर उपस्थित आप सभी का मैं एक बार फिर से हार्दिक धन्यवाद करती हूँ। मैं विशेष आभार व्यक्त करती हूँ हमारे इस विशेष सत्र के चेयरपर्सन ऑनरेबल एम्बेसडर वीना सीकरी जी, फाउंडिंग ट्रस्टी एंड कन्वेनर साउथ एशिया वुमेन्स नेटवर्क, जिन्होंने इस सत्र का सफलतापूर्वक संचालन किया। आप सभी का एक बार फिर से बहुत बहुत आभार। अब हम टेक्निकल सेशंस की ओर आगे बढ़ेंगे।
While the arrangements for the next session is being done, I would like to give a brief information regarding the technical sessions that will follow. Technical session 1 will be on the topic regional cooperation among identified sites along the Buddhist circuit in Bhutan, Nepal, India, and Sri Lanka. This session will be chaired by Ms. Sonam Pim, Executive Director, Tarayana Foundation, Thimphu, Bhutan. Technical session 2, the women-led rural tourism model, participants, women's group and their plans. And the session will be chaired by Ms. Namgye Longmu, IAS, Deputy Commissioner Tawang. Session 3, connectivity among the identified Buddhist sites, participation of Tourism Department, senior officials and dedicated tour operators. This session will be chaired by Hitagali Gamage Mahesh Priyadarshana, PhD, Chairman Tourist Board, Western Province, Sri Lanka. The 4th session, setting standards and branding marketing of the Buddhist circuit. This session will be chaired by Mr. Kedar Nath Sharma, co-owner,
Bar People, Bisoni Homestay, Parfuk, Panchkanya, Surede Municipality, Elam, Koshi Province, Nepal. Technical Session 5. The topic is Conclusions and Outcome, the Arc of Rural Tourism, presenting the agreed outline of the Buddhist Circuit, linking Nepal, Bhutan, Sri Lanka, and major Buddhist centers across India, based on the women-led rural tourism model. This technical session will be chaired by Ambassador Retired Professor Veena Sikri, Founding Trustee and Convener, South Asia Women's Network.
Okay. I think very is better. Okay. And when you call them one by one, whoever is giving the first one, we give them a bar there. Like that. Then you take a laptop with you and you can put it on table and come back to your position. Now you can welcome the chairperson.
Ladies and gentlemen, following a very wonderful special session, we now move on to technical session 1, which is at the heart of our workshop's mission. This session focuses on the women-led rural tourism model, participants and their strategic plans. To guide us through this important deliberation, it is my absolute honor to invite our session chairperson and the participants to grace the dais. First, to preside over this session, may I invite our session chairperson, Ms. Sonam Pim, Executive Director of the Tarayana Foundation, Bhutan. Please join us on stage, ma'am. Next, I invite Ms. Pendri Men Jaiswal, IRS retired from Arunachal Pradesh. As a pioneer of this model in our home state, we are honored to have your expertise, Pendri ma'am. Joining us from Nepal, I request Mr. Roshan Ghimire, Country Director, and Ms. Suzanne Kansakar, Program Officer, IDI, Kathmandu, to please grace the dais. From our neighboring state of Assam, I invite Ms. Janvi Fukan, a champion of sustainable tourism in the Northeast, to please be on the dais. Representing the beautiful state of Sikkim, please welcome Ms. Usha Lachungpa, Member, Board of Governor, Ecotourism and Conservation Society of Sikkim and Biodiversity Expert. And finally, representing the grassroots efforts in Bhutan, I invite Ms. Tulsi Gale, Program Officer and Coordinator, South Asia Women's Conference, Tarayana Foundation, Thimphu, to kindly join the panel. With this distinguished panel in place, I now hand over the proceedings to our chairperson, Ms. Sonam Pem. Ma'am, please.
Thank you. Good morning, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the technical session 1, which focuses on regional cooperation among identified sites along the Buddhist circuit across Bhutan, India, Nepal, and Sri Lanka. This session is particularly important because it marks our transition from vision to structure. As highlighted in our discussion so far, the success of the arc of rural tourism depends not just on strong individual sites, but on how effectively these sites are connected, conceptually, culturally, and economically across borders. As emphasized in the earlier conferences in Kathmandu and Thimphu, regional cooperation is central to unlocking the full potential of women-led rural tourism. And today's session brings together country representatives from Nepal, from India, and from Bhutan and Sri Lanka. Do we have Sri Lanka here? We don't have the Sri Lanka. So may we request the delegate from Sri Lanka to come on the dais, please. Sorry, Ms. Rupa Singh, please. So the representatives from these different countries will present on the identified Buddhist circuit sites and their unique cultural, ecological, and spiritual value, and importantly, their potential for cross-border integration. And together, we're going to shape a shared regional narrative rooted in heritage, sustainability, and women's leadership. So before we start the session, each member will get 10 minutes to do your presentation. You can choose to speak from here or go to the podium. And I will alert you when you finish your 8 minutes, and you'll have the remaining 2 minutes to wind up. So with this, we first begin with Nepal to present the identified sites in your country. So may I invite Ms. Susanna Hansker from the IDI. Stage.
Namaskar. Good morning to you all. Respected Ambassador Veena Sikriji, respected MLAs, respected Ms. Fantu May, respected Chairperson Sonam Pam from Bhutan, and all our delegates from Bhutan, Sri Lanka, Nepal, Sikkim, Assam, and government officers and representatives of Arunachal Pradesh. I would thank you for giving this space for us to share about the Buddhist sites of Nepal. I am Susanna Kansakar, a Buddhist by religion, program officer at International Development Institute, and also a GESI expert working in Nepal. In IDI, we also collaborate with T-Help Nepal in terms of uplifting rural tourism. And I feel very grateful to have been the person to share about these sites because they hold very deep meaning to me and my roots to Buddhism. Nepal's Buddhist Circuit represents a significant and growing dimensions of the country's religion's tourism economy. Central to this is the Greater Lumbini Buddhist Circuit with 160-kilometer route encompassing 10 major Buddhist sites, tracing the life of Buddha from this birthplace at Lumbini through the sites of enlightenment and salvation in India. The Greater Lumbini Circuit seeks to connect key Buddhist sites across Nepal, promoting sustainable tourism and extending pilgrimage experiences. A 10-year master plan has been allocated to transform Lumbini into a world-class pilgrimage hub with projections of nearly 3 million annual visitors, generating approximately 133 million in revenue. The circuit development is embedded with a border transnational framework. India and Nepal has initiated cross-border circuit tourism collaborations with tour operators deliberating on tour plans incorporating Buddhist circuits, and regionally it has been spanning from Uttar Pradesh, Western Bihar, attracting pilgrims from Japan, China, Thailand, Taiwan, Singapore, South Korea, Vietnam, and Sri Lanka. Nevertheless, the challenge does remain with limited immersive experiences and the need to balance commercializations with spiritual integrity. There are some constraints to this to reaching the full potential of the circuit. Addressing this would be very important as it would help us bring Lumbini as a globally competitive center for Buddhist heritage tourism. Now, I would like to share a video showing all these sites to you, and I would share about these sites after the video. Could you please play the video?
in universal understanding.
As we have seen the video, I'm sure a lot of us would resonate and would like to visit these holy sites in Nepal. But starting with, I would like to talk about Lumbini. First, Mayadevi Temple is one of the most sacred sites in Buddhism, recognized as the birthplace of Gautam Buddha. Located in Lumbini, the temple marks the exact spot where Queen Mayadevi gave birth to Siddhartha. The site is associated with the legend of his first 7 steps after birth. Nearby stands the Ashoka pillar, built by Emperor Ashoka 2400 years ago to commemorate this holy place. Adding great historical and spiritual importance, it is also a UNESCO World Heritage Site which attracts pilgrims from all over the world. Okay, I'll make it short. We also have Tilora Kot, where Gautam Buddha spent most of his life and where he was brought up for 29 years of his life. And this site contains old palaces, gates, and fortified structures that reflects its historical importance. We also have Kudan, which is an Asian site in Kapilvastu, where it's an important place because it connects the different It is believed that it is the only stupa which preserves the original relics of Gautam Buddha. We also have Devdaha, religious site to the maternal home of Queen Mayadevi, the mother of Gautam Buddha. For more information on Lumbini, we also have books here, which we can share with you at the end of the session or during lunch break. Adding to these major sites are pathways which there are pathways which we can improve for rural tourism of women in these areas. We can develop and create platforms for women to generate income through homestays, handicraft centers, and kiosk stations, led by women to create women-led development tourism in this circuit. Furthermore, we also have Swambhu, also often known as the Monkey Temple, and is one of the oldest and most important Buddhist sites in Nepal. We also have Bodh Stupa, one of the largest and most important Buddhist monument, and this colossal Tibetan style stupa is believed to enshrine sacred relics, making it a deeply revered pilgrimage site. We also have Namo Buddha, where the story being it is believed that Buddha offered his body to starving tigresses and her cubs in order to save the cubs. So these kind of deeply rooted Buddhism and history is reflected in Namo Buddha. We also have other sites, majorly in Patan, Kathmandu, and Lalitpur, with Hinayana, Mahayana, Vajrayana, Buddhism being spread all over Nepal. And all these sites are very important, and they hold these importance because as a Buddhist, these pilgrimage, whenever they visit these sites, they feel good. Having said this, the most power obviously is held and is of Lumbini, because whenever we go to Lumbini, we feel peace. Thank you. If you have any questions, please reach out to me and my team. We would be happy to respond to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Susanna, for highlighting Nepal's rich spiritual landscapes, including its central role in Buddhist heritage of the region, with a special focus on Lumbini. I'm sorry I have to be strict with time because we have only 1 hour, 15 minutes for the session and we have many presenters. So we'll do the presentations first and then have question and answer after the presentations. So with this, may I now invite presentation from Sri Lanka, Ms. Rupa Singhe. Could you kindly present the identified sites for Sri Lanka?
My presentation. I need my presentation. And how can I move slides? Okay. Ayubowan, good morning, distinguished delegates, organizers, ladies and gentlemen. I am Tharanga Rupasinghe, Director, Standards and Quality Assurance from Sri Lanka Tourism Development Authority. It is truly a privilege to represent Sri Lanka at this important regional platform. Sri Lanka, though a small island in the Indian Ocean, holds a profound place in the Buddhist world. We are not only a tourism destination, we are living heart of Buddhism, a place where history, culture, and daily life continue to be shared by the teachings of the Buddhism. So today, I invite you all to reflect on one question. How does a small island contribute meaningfully to a vast regional Buddhist circuit? Sri Lanka is a nation of remarkable depth. Though we span just 65,000 square kilometers, we carry over 2,500 years of continuous civilization. It is appreciated that our chief guest, Deputy Chief Commissioner, also mentioned it yesterday. Our people represent a rich blend cultures. Sinhalese, Tamil, Muslim, and Burgher communities living side by side. While around 70% of the population practices Buddhism, other religions are deeply rooted and peacefully coexist. But what makes Sri Lanka truly unique? You may think it is a diversity. It is not just diversity, it is unity within diversity. This harmony shaped over countries defines who we are. Sri Lanka is therefore not just a destination, but a living example of resilience, coexistence, and cultural continuity. Our spiritual journey began in the 3rd century BC with the arrival of Arhat Mahinda. From that moment, Sri Lanka became a sanctuary for Theravada Buddhism, preserving its teachings for more than 24 centuries. We have always been closely connected with India through trade, migration, and cultural exchange. These interactions brought language, traditions, and religious influences. Yet Sri Lanka followed its own path. As an island, we absorbed these influences, but we protected our spiritual core. So let me ask, how do you preserve identity while embracing external influences? Sri Lanka offers one answer: through balance, adaptation, and continuity. Like a lotus leaf that remains untouched by water, Sri Lanka's Theravada Buddhism remains pure and solid by external influences. Today, Buddhism in Sri Lanka is not only preserved, it is lived. It guides everyday life, making the country a truly living heritage destination. Turning to tourism and regional cooperation, the progress is both encouraging and promising. In 2025, Sri Lanka records 2.26 million tourist arrivals, generating approximately 2.3 billion USD revenue, a strong sign of recovery and growth. Visitors stay on average more than 8 nights. This tells us something important. What is? They are not just visiting, they are experiencing. When we look at regional partnership, one country stand out. Can you guess? Which country is it? Not any other. It's India. Our close neighbor, elder brother, and long-standing partner. Nearly 1 in 4 tourists to Sri Lanka is from India, with a 27% growth from 2024 to 2025. Why is this significant? Because it reflects not only tourism demand, but deep-rooted cultural and spiritual connections. The Ramayana Trail has played a key role in strengthening this link. At the same time, Sri Lanka continues to build closer ties with Nepal and Bhutan through our shared Buddhist heritage. Together, we are shaping a stronger South Asian tourism network. Sri Lanka's contribution to the Buddhist circuit is clearly reflected through 3 key heritage sites: Anuradhapura, Polonnaruwa, and Kandy are identified sites. They are not simply historical sites, they are living centers of spirituality. Anuradhapura represents the foundation of Buddhism in Sri Lanka. Polonnaruwa reflects cultural interaction and coexistence. Kandy represents continuity as home of the sacred tooth relic. But what makes Sri Lanka different? It is the harmony within the sacred space, where different traditions exist side by side. According to the government registered statistics, with over 42,000 Buddhist monks and more than 12,000 temples, Sri Lanka offers something truly unique. Not just places to visit, but a living Buddhism ecosystem. Now, let us broaden our perspective. When we look at Sri Lanka, India, Nepal, and Bhutan, are we looking at 4 separate destinations, or are we looking at one continuous spiritual landscape, a continued Buddhist Circuit had transcend borders. This vision is not only about physical connectivity, it is about enhancing infrastructure, improving visitor experience, and strengthening the interpretation of sacred sites. But more important, it is about how we present this to the world. Can we position this collectively as a living Buddhist heritage experience? If we can, we move beyond tourism towards something far more meaningful. We create awareness, engage communities, and uplift rural economics along this secret journey. Looking ahead, we already have a strong foundation. The heritage exists, the connection exists, the shared spiritual identity exists. So, the real question is, what is our next step? Our task now is to elevate this into a global spiritual journey by attracting pilgrims and cultural travelers from across the world. We can position this Buddhist circuit as a world-class experience. This is not only about tourism development, it is about sharing a vision that enlightens lives, empowers communities, and preserves our heritage for future generations. Distinguished delegates, allow me to end with a final thought. How can we together transform this shared spiritual heritage into a journey that not only connects destinations but truly illuminates the world? Thank you. Stuti.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am, for completing it right on time, 10 minutes. Thank you for bringing the important southern anchor of the Buddhism circuit and its strong institutional framework. Thank you. So let's move on to Arunachal Pradesh. We already heard from Ms. Fantri a little bit in the morning. So Madam will now present in detail of the identified sites.
Good morning, distinguished guests and esteemed participants present here. So I come back about Arunachal Pradesh again, and I have sort of identified these sites along the Buddhist circuit in my state. Arunachal Pradesh has a very historical significance of Mahayana and Theravada Buddhism. Both these sects of Buddhism thrive alongside in harmony, not in competition. And it is deeply embedded in the lives of the people who practice both Mahayana and Theravada Buddhism. The coexistence is not symbolic, it is experiential, embedded in daily life, as I said, and ritual practices are very prevalent in the communities, and community ethos are guided by Buddhist principles, the Buddha's teachings. Mahayana Buddhism is practiced by the Monpas, Sherdukpens and other sub-tribes in Tawang, Bomdila, and West Kameng districts, the Khamba tribe of Mechuka in in Shiyomi district, and the Memba and Khamba tribes of Tuting in Upper Siang district. Theravada Buddhism thrives vibrantly among the Thai Khamtis, the Thai Singphos, and Tikhak Tangsa communities in the eastern district of Namsai and Changlang. These are the key monasteries and pagodas that we have, and I will be speaking about the significance of each monastery, each pagoda as we go along. So we have identified 8 such monasteries and pagodas. They are both in West Kameng district, in Shiyomi district, and Upper Siang district. So this is where we all are today in Tawang district, Tawang city, Tawang town in the West Kameng district. And I am sure all of you, the visitors who've come from outside, have visited the Ganden Namgyal Latse, that's the Tawang monastery. I hope you've all had the time, because this is one of the most revered monasteries in our country, not only in our country, but it's also the world over, because it is the second largest monastery in our country. And it is the largest monastery in our country and the second largest in the world. The largest being in Tibet. It is founded in the 17th century between 1680 and 1681 by Merak Lama, Lord Gyatso. And it's at a beautiful height of 10,000 feet above sea level. And the main temple features, as you must have seen, 25-foot high gilded Buddha statue on a lotus throne. It's a beautiful statue. And if you've noticed, at least that's how I feel, it is so powerful. You look at the face and you feel that an instant connect with the eyes of the Lord. It belongs to the Gelug school of Mahayana Buddhism and is a major center for religious studies. It is an institution of art and knowledge systems. It contains valuable scriptures, Tankha paintings, and is a hub of learning. It accommodates about 450 monks, though it was built for, it can accommodate up to 500 monks, and has a seminary where young boys are trained to become monks. There are also anigompas, which are nunneries, which are connected to this monastery. And some of the anigompas or nunneries are as old as the Tawang monastery. And I don't know how many of you have had a chance to visit an anigompa, but it's a beautiful experience to go and see these nunneries. In the past, this monastery functioned as a religious and political authority. Legend has it that the 5th Dalai Lama, not the 6th who was born in Tawang, but the 5th Dalai Lama asked this Rinpoche to find a location where this monastery could be built to accommodate about 500 monks. So he went looking for it, and in the meantime, his horse got lost. And finally, he located his horse at a spot, and then he had a vision that this is the sacred spot, and this is where the monastery should be built, and that is where the monastery stands today. Ta in the local language, in the Monpa language, means horse, and Wang means the chosen spot. It's a chosen spot. It's a sacred spot. Unfortunately, it's not been declared as a heritage site as yet by the UNESCO, and we hope that very soon that will be done. It's not moving. Move nahi ho raha.
Can we try from the laptop, please?
Can you control it from there?
Can you please?
Yeah, this one. So are you going to control from there? Okay. ठीक हो गया? Thank you. So next we come to the Urgeling Monastery. This was built in 1487, and this is where the sixth Dalai Lama was born. It's a very revered monastery. It contains ancient Tangka paintings and paintings of successive Dalai Lamas, footprints, headprints of the sixth Dalai Lama. This also has not been declared as a heritage site as yet. Next, we come to the Bomdila Monastery, another very, very revered monastery. And it's also very famous in this region. Local name is Ganse Garden Rapial Ling, often referred to as the GRL Monastery or Upper Gompa. And this was established in 1965. As you can see, it's a beautiful structure. Many of you, I hope all of you will have an opportunity to visit it tomorrow on your way back to Guwahati, hopefully. It is a center for monastic education and also a major center for Lamaistic faith and represents the spiritual essence of the region, preserves ancient art and culture. There is an older Gompa within this complex, which houses a large statue of the blue medicine Buddha, which is revered for having healing properties according to local belief. We now come to the Lagyala Gompa, which is approximately situated about 80 kilometers from Bomdila. It was built in the 7th centuries. It's also one of the very ancient monasteries that we have here, and located in a serene moshing valley of West Kameng, a very beautiful location. And it was constructed by Kachen Lama. It is a repository of Buddhist relics. And the monastery also plays an important role in the conservation of biodiversity. It has under its control an 85 square kilometer Mon Lagyala Community Conserve Area, which protects the forests in and around that area. 85 square kilometers is a large area, and this is the home of the red panda. Important festivals that we celebrate in this region are the Torgya. This is a 3-day festival held in January, and is dedicated to neutralizing negative energy and protecting people from calamities and evil spirits. This involves a traditional mass dance, which is performed by monks. And the other important festivals are Losar, which is the New Year of the Monpa community. Then Sagadawa or Sakadawa, celebrated in the 4th month of the lunar calendar. So we now come to a very beautiful part of Arunachal Pradesh. This is the Shiyomi district. Not that the other parts are not beautiful. This is almost like the Switzerland of the East. It's beautiful. It is accessible now, but the road infrastructure is still sort of not really up to the mark. But I think in a year or so, this should be completed. And I would invite our guests to visit this part of the place. So this is a 400-year-old two-storied wooden gompa, and it's located at a hilltop. It's in the beautiful Mechuka Valley of Shiyomi district. It's also renowned for housing ancient statues of Guru Padmasambhava, ancient masks and timeless art, and offers a 360-degree view of the Mechuka Valley and surrounding snow-capped mountains. It can be reached by road, which is about 6 kilometers from Mechuka town, followed by a short walk, or via a 30-minute steep hike from the valley.
Two more minutes, ma'am. 2 more minutes.
2 more minutes? Okay. I will finish fast. Yeah. This is actually a very recent addition in this locality. This is called Dorji Sempa Korchen in Mechuka, which is why I mentioned here is it's one of India's tallest prayer wheel and contains 1.6 billion prayers. Important festival here is the Sonam Losar, which is again the New Year of the member and Tagin communities. And another festival is the Podi Barbi, celebrated in December. Then we come to this another very beautiful part of this region, where which is again which also contains several very revered sites. It is considered this area is considered a hidden land or a heaven on earth or a Bayul, which I'm sure you're familiar with. People coming from Tibet and Nepal will be familiar with it. These are places designated by Guru Padmasambhava. And as was the need of those times, Rinpoche Padmasambhava devised many of such bayuls or caves where people could seek refuge in times of strife. Those times were full of strife, so he designated these places, and he gave these directions, safeguarded them in hidden scrolls, which apparently only his disciples could read. Not everybody could access those caves. These are revered as hidden spiritual sanctuaries. It's one of the most pristine regions in the Eastern Himalayas and a major pilgrimage site for Buddhists. While I'm on this, in this district, I would like to mention about the triangle, the Pemako zone, as it is called. It's a very holy site, holy zone, and very revered, difficult to access, and yet, so this triangle is called the Jeling Tuting Singa Triangle in this region, and it's an important Buddhist circuit, a tourism circuit in Upper Siang district. It's recognized as a Pemako zone, situated on the Indo-China border, and the triangle connects three key villages. Geling is the last Indian village on the Indo-China border, which is just about 500 meters from the Indo-China border. Then next point is Tuting, which is an army base and a central hub of the area, and it features many monasteries. Then the next village is Singa, easternmost remote village, reachable only via trekking. It forms a third point of this spiritual scenic triangle. We have friends here from the
Sorry.
Okay, sorry.
Already 3 minutes.
Let me just finish.
I'll give you one last minute since we're here in Tawang. One last.
I will just talk about, I cannot go without talking about my district.
Yeah.
Okay, so I will quickly talk about, sorry. There are so many interesting places, in,
And
so
I'll
we
request
come to
the
Namsai
presentation to be shared with everyone later so that we can.
Yes.
It.
This is Namsai district where we have the Golden Pagoda, or we call it Kongmukham in Thai Khamti language, which also translates to Golden Pagoda. It's located in Tengapani on a 20-hectare site, and it is built on the traditional Burmese architectural style with intricate carvings. Stands as the principle of Theravada Buddhism center in Eastern Arunachal. It houses a seminary, nunnery, and a meditation hall. It also has an old age home. As you can see, that's the ordination hall, which is a stunning piece of architecture. And it's not merely a place of worship, but it's a center of Tipitaka teaching and living classroom. And I come to our festivals. This is the most beautiful festival that we celebrate among the Thai Khamtis, which is called Sanken. In Thailand, it's called Songkran, as the DCM explained yesterday. So this is celebrated in April. And then, of course, the next festival, important festival, is Buddha Purnima. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am. And sorry for being strict with the time again. We still have more presenters. So thank you especially for the potential of Arunachal Pradesh as a gateway to the Eastern Himalayas. We already saw many local tourists come in here, and we hope through this one initiative, many regional tourists would also come in. With this, may I now invite presentation from Sikkim, Ms. Usha Lachungpa.
Good morning, everybody. Ntashi Dile. On behalf of my team from Sikkim, I take permission from all the dignitaries on the dais and all the delegates and participants. I would like to talk about the sites identified or proposed in Sikkim, but my focus would be on linking the biodiversity with the Buddhist circuits. So I would like to acknowledge my participants, my teammates, Dikila Bhutia, Yangchen Lepcha, Karma Tempa Bhutia, Barsha Sharma, Gandhan, and myself. So Sikkim, as we know, is Bayul Demazong. That's how it's called. And we have our holiest mountain, the guardian deity of Sikkim, which is India's highest and the world's third highest. So it's the third highest on the planet. And this is some thing, I think we are the only state that gets a state holiday to worship our mountain in a festival called Panglapsol, which is a very biodiversity linked festival. And we are positioned in such a small way that most of our mountain ranges run north to south, separating us from Nepal and Bhutan, or I would say, keeping us distinct. And with Tibet plateau on the top, we are just 7,096 square kilometers. As you can see, the high altitude arc, which links us all, Nepal, Sikkim, Bhutan, Arunachal, Assam, and then coming down to the other three states. The high altitude arc, in coming to Sikkim in particular, we can see that on the left side, most of Sikkim is occupied by reserve forests and wildlife sanctuaries, and the area to the right reflects the amount of area that humans are influencing. So here's a glimpse of some of the habitats. The roof of the world, the Solamu Plateau, right down to the foothills, the Salan Teak Belt, and the different communities that inhabit these. And most of them, as you can see, are Buddhists. And in the lower altitudes, we have got a whole lot of Nepali communities, many of them also who practice Buddhism. And these are a few glimpses of that, how totally, life is synced with the biodiversity of the land, be it wild or be it domesticated. But I would like to base this presentation on a very important government notification on sacred peaks, caves, rocks, lakes, Chotanzo stupas, and hot springs. This came as recently as 2001, after we had some unfortunate experiences when we realized that we haven't really documented and notified our places of sacred spaces. And I would just take you to this. It's not very evident, but not very clear, but you can see that it says that religious institutions which are 100 years or more older than that, and the provision of the Places of Worship Special Provisions Act of 1991 and the state government's notification of 1998. So because of this now, we have some legal or helpful protection for our sacred spaces. And some of these, as you can see, there's a list of peaks, the sacred peaks, which the government has banned to scale, so you cannot climb on them. And most of them are in the Kanchenjunga range and the Singalila range, excepting one Paohongri, which is bordering Bhutan also. Similarly, this is of course the guardian deity. Again, I'm showing it because this is the first UNESCO World Heritage Site in India which has been designated under mixed criteria for culture and nature. Coming to sacred caves, there are quite a few, and these are the ones that are protected from being defiled, and most of them, and a list of sacred rocks. So the 4 sacred caves which surrounding the Tashiding Monastery, which is also said to be like the navel of Bayul Demazong, and they are in the 4 cardinal directions from Tashiding, which is in the center. And traditionally, the pilgrims would move in a clockwise direction. You do a parikrama always clockwise to respect the sacred geography of Tashiding. And that is why it's like the Panchadham of Sikkim. And these 4 caves, the first 2 caves are easier of access. And the second and the third cave, you need to do some intensive walking or trekking. So this is how Tashiding Hill looks right in the center. It's the most revered hill in Sikkim and surrounded by the natural habitat, as you can see. So showing this on the map, you can see right in the center, the little red dots. The one in the center is Tashiding. And then to the right, you've got the first and the second cave to the south, then one to the west, and of course, north. And similarly, I mean, in this respect, in this region, I would like to highlight Recently, the foundation stone was laid by our Honorable Prime Minister as recently as 26th of April for ecotourism pilgrimage at Silnon Monastery. And this is in the same region as Tashiding, and there is a whole list of, again, if you can see the red markings, they're almost like all, it's like a parikrama, go from one to another, and there's so many monasteries. Sikkim has got over 225, 250 odd, or maybe 400, I think, smaller monasteries, because every village has a monastery. Now, coming to sacred rocks, there is Guru Rinpoche's Nedo at Chungthang in North Sikkim. And there is a little channel there where the man is looking at, pointing to, where there is water throughout the year, 365 days, and pilgrims take this water as tea. But I would also like to highlight a historical rock, which I call Sir J.D. Hooker's Rock in North Sikkim on the way to the holiest of lakes in Sikkim called Guru Dongmar. This rock was hand-drawn by J.D. Hooker in 1849 and still rests today in the same position. So this is also worth documenting, I would have thought. And you can see the British Army during the 1840s in this area, the same rock. So this is how the geography of the land also is influenced. The Sikkim has got the 5 sacred elements, and it perfectly synchronizes with the lifestyle that exists in Sikkim. Coming to the sacred lakes, again, there are a whole lot of lakes. Most of them are, again, in West Sikkim and North Sikkim. This is just a brief glimpse of Holy Lake Guru Dongmar, Tsolamu, Khechiperi, and Khatok Lake. And coming to the stupas, again, there is a list of stupas, and there are so many. I mean, almost, I would say it's difficult to count them, as well as hot springs or sachus, which are also very, very important. And I would like to just show you a few pictures. So this is a picture of the coronation site of the first king of Sikkim, the Chogyal of Sikkim, at Yoksam, which is the first capital. And if you can look behind at the giant tree at the back, that is a cypress, which was apparently brought by Lachin Chempo. And when the first king was consecrated here, so most you can say that this tree has seen the foundation of Sikkim. Heritage trees and sacred groves are our natural capital. So that is the cypress tree in west in Yuksum and Kabi. That's 8 minutes so fast. Yeah. And Rabdinsi, which is the second capital. And Tumlong, which is the third capital. Here also this is the very ancient ruins, as well as very interesting monasteries. Monastery of Mindraling, which is of the Nyingma sect, and Labrang Monastery, which is also very famous. The hot springs, as you can see, they are the little red dots that go up in a line, which shows a degree of geothermal activity under our mountains. A view of the hot springs. And so you can see all put together, the whole of Sikkim is already a natural Buddhist circuit, and one can choose which areas to go during what time, which is being defined also. But this, how to link with Nepal and Bhutan, the Buddhist circuit of North Bengal you cannot miss out. And there are about 10 or 15 monasteries, big monasteries in the Kalimpong Darjeeling district. And as you can see in the red arrow there, it says that this identifies as a woman-led business. And this is the Salugada Monastery in North Bengal. So a glimpse of the heritage trees. And this is yesterday's picture when we went to Urgiling Monastery, where you can see the heritage tree, the walking staff of Guru Padmasambhava. Also, we've got some living fossil heritage, which helps a lot when you've got homestays and rural tourism. This is, again, a living fossil fern, which you have in your forests also, which are, we can call them as the dinosaur plants of Sikkim. They're resilient to natural calamities, and so they are very long-lived. And habitat, you can see right from the livelihoods of the people to wild edibles, to domesticated plants and fruits. This is everything that you can see around your house. Like, for example, these are pictures of edible mushrooms and ferns, and everything that is there in your area is there spread across other parts also. You know, right from small ghost orchids to flamboyant rhododendrons, these are the species that are almost common throughout our mountains. And again, if you come to wild edibles, you can look at things we eat like tomatoes and passion fruit, which are pollinated by bees, and putka, which are the little bees. These are things that you can see around your house, and how a rural woman-led enterprise could make use of species available around her house. I've tried to showcase our own indigenous food. And there was a brief video here, which I don't know if it's going to play, but that's okay. I mean, if you don't play, it's okay, because this is an interesting uh, small clip where I can see a plant smoking. Yeah. Isn't it unusual? If you can identify it, all of you are eating this plant. So this is something to take the monotony of my talk. So this is it. You've been eating it, and it's nice to know. Can you go to the next slide? It's not going ahead. You can stop the video. Can I move to my I'm coming to the end of my presentation. These are pictures I've taken outside my door. So in a rural household, this is when a pilgrim comes and stays at the rural homestay. Many of the wildlife is respected and considered as a good omen. Again, these events where the pilgrims could attend along with the local communities. Here is a picture of a giant mushroom, which looks like a dosa itself. Again, harvested, wild foraged, which can be served to the local people. And like Veena ma'am was talking about, involving the younger generation in adventure tourism, for which you don't even need to go too far from the household. Again, these are pictures from just outside my house. And here the traditional crafts of this area, very famous. But I would like to end with a couple of slides of the challenges that the pilgrims would face on the way, like natural calamities. Some of them are man-made, or how pilgrims need to be more cautious about the way they view our sacred landscape. Even our lamas, the Tulkula here is showing about talking about zero waste activities in his monastery. So again, how pilgrims may be responsible for defiling our landscapes, where we should be aware of even chitar. When chitar, you are releasing species into the wild, you should be careful that you're not releasing something that could go invasive. So instead of putting magur into our natural waters, we should be able to use the native fish. Invasive species again, so another thing is when the pilgrims come, and we should not be, we should be aware of this term of biopiracy. So this is my last slide, how biodiversity links to culture and tradition, not just in Sikkim, but elsewhere. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Especially for emphasizing on the biodiversity and the ecological alongside religion and cultural heritage. Thank you. With this, we now move on to Assam. Ms. Janabi Hukum, the floor is yours. We'll request for a little more time for the discussion since we lost some time in the technical glitches.
Good morning to everyone here. And I'd like to start by thanking Ambassador Veena Sikri for inviting me to this very important regional workshop on development of the Buddhist Circuit through women-led rural tourism. I'm honored to represent my state of Assam, because Assam has not traditionally been known for Buddhism at all. It is known for its extraordinary wildlife, like the Deputy CM mentioned Kaziranga yesterday. It is known for its famous Assam tea. It is known for its great river Brahmaputra and ecosystems, the enduring Vaishnav legacy of the hot trio culture, which has been housed for centuries now in Majuli, one of the world's largest riverine islands, as well as that of Ma Kamaikya. Yet beyond this established identity lies another equally compelling dimension: Assam's historic role within the Buddhist cultural landscape of the Eastern Himalayas and Southeast Asia.
Sorry, ma'am, do you have your presentation?
That's
The
me,
slides
okay.
can-
Yeah. So, in this role for Buddhist sites in Assam and their role in rural tourism, I will just take you through this if I can get comfortable with this. So Assam is the gateway to Northeast India. The Northeast India, for those of our friends from outside the country, we are a home of 8 states. We are known as a land of the 7 sisters and 1 brother, and that brother is Sikkim right here. And Assam, in fact, is the home for the Theravada Buddhism because of its Thai Ahom links. And that they had come in from Thailand. So it's a very close association with Thailand and Laos and Myanmar, which also links us to Sri Lanka. And we find that today we have this opportunity again to reinvent ourselves and to remarket ourselves and bring this into the Buddhist circuit that we are talking about here and be part of the larger Himalayan Buddhist landscape. So the Buddhist sites, this is a very rough one that we've come across. That's the magnificent Brahmaputra river that you can see. And we have sites like, I don't think increase that further. I don't know if it's clear for all of you, but we're talking about the Namphake village, the Lido, the Chalapathar, and the Bokajan. These are the ones we've taken for the purpose of this connectivity, and we'd like to concentrate on them. And I'll show you the reasons why we are saying this. We talk about why Assam for Buddhist tourism. We don't have great archaeological ruins. We don't have magnificent monuments. But what we have are living traditions. What we have are active Buddhist communities like the Thai Phake, the Thai Khamtis, which, like I said, they have such a great, deep, defining legacy carried on without any government support, without any societal linkages. They have existed on their own. So that is our strength, lies more in these living Buddhist landscapes and communities. This is the Namphake village in Dibrugarh, and you'll see that it has this very rich cultural traditions. It has simple architecture, but and you'll find very old architectural, the way of life of bamboo and thatch, the local cuisines, the sustainable livelihoods like handloom, all being run silently, quietly by the women. There is also the Lido. Sorry, I don't know how to take. Yeah, Lido. This was a historic road led to the Stilwell Road in World War II by the US forces. And this road links all the way to Kunming in China. No longer used, but that's the famous Lido Road for you. That's the Bali Jan I mentioned, Chalopothar, Titabor, all sustaining itself on their own. They could come into the mainstream gradually as we can, once the Buddhism and the beyond the Thai communities who visit them, they could come forward. They have the great potential. But look at what we have. That's the Lido Road I'm showing you. The simple mud and bamboo structures, a different way of life. It's a whole world of life, different. And that's why the overseas guests would love this, I guess, because this is the true immersive, quiet, gentle, sustainable sort of way of life that Assam stands for. Is basically rural life. That means the immersive cultural experiences that the guests would enjoy. Once they reach Namsai and then on to Tawang, they will be exposed to the structured monastic, magnificent examples of Buddhism. But these are the very basic people-centered and people-run communities which have existed over the centuries, quietly in Assam. So that is why I'm excited to be part of this rural tourism initiative that we're looking at combining these places, because that is what we can, in Assam, together we can build a brighter future for Buddhism circuit, for women, for communities, and make the world a better place. I think the way forward for us would be that sustainable future. And what we've always felt, I've been in the tourism business for, I think, for over 35 years now, and we've always stood for high value, low volume tourism. We must protect our region, this sensitive fragile ecosystem that we belong to. We must protect it from over tourism, and we must consciously take this forward. So, and this workshop, as we reimagine Buddhist tourism through the arc, when we combine Buddhist tourism through the arc of rural tourism, Assam will offer a compelling model where spirituality, rural livelihoods, ecological landscapes, and women-led cultural economies can come together with a living Buddhist heritage. Our action plan is, we'll start with Namphake village. We would be very happy to start promoting Namphake consciously, sustainably, and work on those points like we want to work together for this initiative, plan this together, build capacity together, protect and preserve what we have, promote responsibly, and work in a sustained manner and monitor what we are doing so that we don't go wrong. It is important, in conclusion, that we preserve this heritage that we have been honored with and work together. And our goal will be to make Namphake a model of sustainable Buddhist tourism where heritage thrives, communities prosper, and visitors leave with inspiration and respect. Let us be cognizant of this and work together to promote this Buddhist tourism circuit, which will gently combine both spirituality and sustainability, which is indeed the essence of Buddhism. Thank you. Namaste.
Thank you, ma'am. Finished right on time. Thank you for highlighting connectivity and also the river-based tourism possibilities. So we now move on to the last presenter, Ms. Tulsi Gale from Bhutan. The stage is yours.
कुछ नमस्कार। तावांग में आपके बीच आके हमको बहुत ही खुश और सम्मान देने के लिए भी धन्यवाद करना चाहती हूँ. Special thanks to Ambassador Veena ji for all the support, for all the inspirations. That's why we are here. Thank you so much. इस महत्वपूर्ण कार्यक्रम में हमें आमंत्रण देने के लिए भी we would like to thank government of Arunachal Pradesh organizers and to all the organizers. Thank you so much. With this, I'd like to take this opportunity to share the stories, the rural stories from Bhutan. So ecotourism in Bhutan is an evolving sector with a significant potential to contribute to inclusive development, environment conservations, and cultural preservations rooted in the principles of gross national happiness. So an ecotourism project in Bhutan will be directly contribute to the 13th five-year plan, our national plan. So in the southern Bhutan, particularly in the districts like Samsi, rural women are emerging as pivotal drivers of the community-led ecotourism model, acting as a host, cultural ambassadors, crafts women, and culinary experts. They draw upon a rich heritage of environment knowledge and traditional practices. Yet, despite their central role, these women face barriers to market access, capacity building opportunities, and structured tourism pathways, challenges that are especially acute in remote and border areas. So the proposed area from Bhutan is Samsi. So being a last speaker, I don't want to have present a very lengthy presentation, but rather I would like to request all of you to get ready to go to Samsi. So I would like to take all of you to Samsi through a virtual tour. So discover Samsi, a journey through rural women-led tourism. Engage yourself in a rich, traditional, and breathtaking landscapes of a Hope village, Jibmi Singye Wanshu. So I'd like, can you please click on this? So I would like to show a map which connects cross-border tourism and also depicts an entry point. There is only two entry points for now. This is a Phuntsholing gateway and through international border, also through Phuntsholing, then to Samsi. So Phuntsholing is located in another district, Chuka, but it connects cross-border co-tourism from Chuka to Samsi. So I'd like to show a map. I think it isn't opening. Just a click, please.
स्लो इंटरनेट कनेक्शन के कारण हम आपका जो मैप था वो हम यहाँ नहीं दिखा पा रहे हैं, इसका हमें खेद है. मैडम, आपसे रिक्वेस्ट है कि आप अपने प्रेजेंटेशन के साथ आगे बढ़े.
Okay, with this, I would like to request technical team to get back to the story map, please. Oh, it's opening. Okay. So this is Samtsi district. So as you can see, there is entry point via Phuentsholing Gate and also international air connections. So there is also a future plan by government, future plan to connect Samtsi and to international through through international railway connecting Banharat to Samtsi. So this is our future plan. So with this, I'd like to take back to the story map where we now need to enter through Samtsi through Phuentsholing. Okay, so next. Okay, so as we enter, there is a bridge which connects Phuentsholing and Samtsi. It is called as Amochu. Amochu Bridge, which spans the Amochu River along the main Phuentsholing Samtsi highway as you travel through the village. So as you connect, there is a motorable bridge which have a perfect chance to cross a beautiful suspension bridge. So next, and as you cross on, there is a Tading village, which is our first project site. And the next, where we also have a Hope village, the first village, and the monastery, which is called as a Panwari Sanga Choling village. So this is also worship to Lhamo Hishithogel, a deity or local deity, a protected deity for the local community of Tading village. So the next, we have a diverse ethnic group in the communities. We have Galay, Gurung, Rai, Tamang, and Lop. So can you just scroll down up? So as up, bit up lah. So this home is the only Galay community home in existence in Tading village. So as you go on, there are also different types of traditional assets being preserved well. So now as you go on, as you cross this village, we are now to reach to an indigenous community called as Lop community in Jimmy Singhe Wanchu village, which is located at the north of the Samtsi. So when we cross this, you're almost there. This is the diverging point. So there is, as you cross this checkpost, as you see, you're almost there. So as you cross this, then you'll arrive at the Thok community where you will be warmly welcomed with ethnic food greets you rich, spicy, full of traditions, each with more than a meal. It's a window to a culture telling stories of a people, the land, generations of flavor passed on with pride. So as you see, this is the local food being consumed by the local indigenous people called as Lop. It is made with foxtail millet. Do you know foxtail millet are traditional cereals? So among the many unique traditions of the Lop community, their use of millet stands out. They prepare it in various forms, roasted, fermented, ground it into flour, making it the vital part of their diet and a reflection of their deep connections to the land. So as you go on, so this is a green, lush village when you can meet and interact with the community members. So next we have Kunti Toya. So she's only a woman in the community figured out as a melodious voice. So maybe you can also play, there is a voice. If you could click on the voice, she will sing for us. So let's enjoy a melodious voice all the way from Hope. Yes, can you please click on that?
Sorry to say, but it seems we are not so lucky to listen to her melodious voice. I'll just play.
Okay, so if you want to listen to her in real, you have to visit the whole community. Okay, so with this, next I'll move to many activities. There are many other activities you can engage in the communities, including going for hike, viewpoint, and also local brewery. So here, host preparing a local drink brewed from cassava drink. So next, you can also try some. Please do so. Okay, so next, now if you want to know about the indigenous inhabitants of Bhutan, you need to click on, we have a YouTube video, so we need to, if you all can play just maybe just a few seconds, a glimpse of how it looks, the livelihood and the status.
Village, it's out there behind that hill, so can't you wait to explore that hill? Going there to let's see.
Okay, so I'd like to request the technical team to stop this way. And so if you want to explore more, you can contact me. I'll share the videos and the presentations. So next, I think I don't have much time. We'll just move.
1 minute. Last one. 1 minute.
1 minute. Okay. So now, after you just scroll down the story map, just down, please. So we had after all the field visits, we also had a meeting with the National Administration Office. It's a Samti District Administration Office, which was also supported by a National Member of Parliament, National Council members, and also local government. So they were so supportive. We also had we have a sub-district, 15 sub-villages under one district, Samte districts. So all the local government members were also present. So they had a focus group discussions. They also pitched the ideas. So we are also ready with the plans and the proposals. So just down, scroll down, just down. I think we don't have time. Just down, please. So now, as to connect and also express the interest, all the in the southern in the districts, we have Buddhism and Hinduism. So we have a Sivalaya Mandir in Samji, one of the most important Hindu religious sites in Samji. A symbol of religious harmony and cultural diversity in Bhutan. Is considered the first major Hindu temple in Bhutan devoted to Shiva worship. Built around a sacred site where a similar temple once stood, the mandir was constructed under the command of His Majesty and was gifted to the people of Samji to commemorate the royal wedding and also 60th birthday and birth anniversary of the fourth Tukalpo. So this is one, Samji Shivalaya Mandir is one of the sacred place and one of the most, one of the destined tourist destiny in Samji. And so next is Burke Mahakal Dham. It's one of the oldest and the most sacred Hindu pilgrimage sites in southern Bhutan. Located in the forested hills of Burke under Samtsi districts dedicated to Lord Shiva Mahakal. The sacred cave temple is believed to be more than over 400 years old. According to the local oral history, the site was discovered by the local herders who noticed spiritual signs and unusual rock formations inside the limestone caves. Over time, the cave became an important place of worship for devotees from Bhutan and neighboring parts of India. The Dham is famous for its natural caves, sacred rock formations, and peaceful surroundings, which adds to its spiritual and cultural significance. The importance of Burke Mahakal Dham lies in its unique religious harmony and pilgrimage value. The site is revered by both Hindus and Buddhists. Hindus worship it as the most abode of Lord Shiva, while Buddhists regard it as a sacred site associated with Mahakal. Every year during Mahashivaratri, thousands of pilgrims and tourists visit the Dham to offer prayers and seek blessings. Today, offer prayers and seek blessings. Today, the site is also recognized as an emerging eco-cultural tourism destination in Samji because of its scenic beauty, spiritual atmosphere, and rich cultural heritage. So with this, I think I have to conclude my story here. So this is the Mahakal Dham. Maybe you can just click just a few glimpses of how does the Mahakal Dham look like.
भूटान के सामची में स्थित भगवान शिव का एक प्राचीन मंदिर जो सदियों से बुके के पहाड़ों की एक गुफा में हिंदुओं के आस्था का केंद्र बना हुआ है, जहां सिर्फ भूटान के ही नहीं बल्कि इंडिया से सबसे ज्यादा श्रद्धालु दर्शन के लिए आते हैं। और आज मैं भी सालों बाद उनके दर्शन के लिए जा रहा हूं।
Welcome back to another video. So अभी मैं जा रहा हूँ महाकाल धाम के विस्तरण में।
Okay, so with this, I would like to leave with the final words. So as we gather from across the region, may our shared wisdom, culture, and resilience strengthen women-led rural tourism beyond borders. So it's not about women, it's about tourism. It's not about tourism, it is about empowering communities, preserving heritage, and also building a more connected and sustainable future together. With this, thank you, Ndashidele.
Thank you so much to all the panelists. Do we get some time for discussion? We've already eaten up a lot of time, but I feel that we should close this with the presentations because, yes, the most important aspect of this session is to have discussions. What are the way forwards? How do we connect? All the different countries have presented respective sites in their countries, but how do we bring all these sites together? And while each country has their own different unique culture, how do we bring it together without, by keeping the authenticity, by keeping the individuality, how do we connect? So these were the questions I wanted to pose to the panelists as well as to the floor. So how much time can we have for discussions? Okay. So maybe I'll start with the panelists. How do we come together and connect all these different sites that you have presented from your respective countries? Because this is about, the whole initiative is about connecting these different sites, which is also why you didn't see the entire country presentation for Bhutan. For us, Samti is the most accessible sites for the regional tourism, while of course the entire country is open. So that's why Tulsi was presenting only on Samti. But I invite any of the panelists to share your views. How can we connect the different sites that we presented?
Good morning again. According to the presentation of the panelists, then under the topic regional cooperation among identified tourist sites along with the other countries. Then in my present, we showed the different countries and India in different areas. They have shown different the values and tourist sites. There are more because the India is 60 times higher than the Sri Lanka. Then Sri Lanka is a small country, even though that we can share so many that the natural resources, our heritage, culture, values, so many. Then there's no need to show the each by each because here we have the evidence because 25% Indians travel to Sri Lanka. This we have the evidence. Then that's why I presented here in as a whole. Then in this forum, I think that different countries and India, we need to identify few sites as you clearly said. Then we have identified 3 sites. Then as others also
How can,
yeah.
for instance, tourists from
Yeah.
Bhutan
Then
come and visit these
we
sites?
have to connect that, build the cooperation among these sites. We have to create a trail kind of a thing in India and other countries. India, the few sites, few areas, and other countries. We have to create a site that as a travel. As a trail, then we can, as a whole, we can, this is the first time no, in the next session, we can discuss and create, strengthen that trail further.
So for me personally, at the top of my head, we have Bhutanese tour operators who are taking pilgrims to Sri Lanka. Right now, everything is happening at their level without the interference or support or facilitation of networks like us, right? So these are the initiatives we foresee coming through this SWAN initiative. So we can bring on the tour operators from Sri Lanka, from Bhutan, from India, from Nepal together to have access after we decide on which sites we're going to promote, right? So just wanted to add on that.
I wanted to add that we can use the thread of sacredness that runs through the landscape, because when you talk about pilgrimage, automatically the people are not going to litter, they're not going to spit, they're not going to throw things. So it's a more elite form of tourism which will protect the sacred landscape. So that thread of sacred landscape, I think that's what we need to keep highlighting, so that it reduces stress on the environment and it raises the quality of tourism. So you get more of quality tourism than quantity, which is happening now. Most of the tourist sites, sacred sites, monasteries are being used by, for mass tourism. And when you have mass tourism, you have everybody coming in and treating it just as another sightseeing point. So there's no sacred element. So it doesn't stop them from misbehaving.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I endorse, being a tour operator myself. And we know we'll tell our brethren of the travel trade about this. And as regional convener for the Responsible Tourism Society of India, we take our task very seriously. We look forward to an opportunity to host workshops. Ma'am Pantry, if I can draw your attention, and to the Arunachal dignitaries here, and Sikkim, as well as our Bhutan. Of course, the countries are here. But for Responsible Tourism Society of India, we have our set norms that we can, consciously start preparing the tour operators for, and also what the high-end, the more mature audiences will appreciate and carry forward. I think even the Gen Z will be respectful, is in fact looking for a different kind of tourism now. And they would love to be looking for that immersive, gentle introduction to Buddhism and to rural tourism led by women. So this is an excellent opportunity, and we should make sure that the message goes out loud and clear on these very lines. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just have a very short I just have a very short observation, a small observation. This workshop, I think, is a marvelous opportunity for all of us to get together, and all the countries have shared their identified sites, and they have also shared their what you call the circuits that they would like to be included. As far as Arunachal is concerned, I think we should concentrate on Tawang and Namsai regions. And once you go to Namsai, you can access other regions. Once you come to Tawang, you can access Wamdila, Lumla, and other regions. What I want to say, what's most important is here in this hall where we are all gathered, this is a great opportunity for us to do networking. Of course, we need government intervention. Without government intervention, we cannot go ahead. Okay, but we also need intervention from the community. Communities must also come forward and understand that it is their responsibility also. And if government is not aware of a particular issue in their area, I think it's their duty also to point it out to the government and see that it is done. And as far as the opportunity is concerned, we have homestay owners here, we have tour operators here, and we have policymakers here. I think everybody must seize this opportunity to network, get to know each other, and see how we can all collaborate. That's all I have to say. And I think this is a great opportunity for us. Let's seize the moment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
For us, I think one thing that would be very important is how we spiritually market our Buddhist circuits. Because in terms of wellness and the experiences the pilgrims gain through all these sites that they go, in Lumbini specifically, a lot of pilgrims usually go to Maya Devi temple only. But Lumbini is so much more. We have Tilaura Kot, we have Ram Ram, we have Sagar Hawa, we have Goti Hawa, we have all these relics and that experiences that we can gain. So I think road connectivity is very important. Second is air connectivity. If these sites are easily accessible, then it would create a better and more wonderful experiences for the Buddhist pilgrims. Additionally, it would also improve the women tourisms that are there, the entrepreneurs, the cafes, the kiosks, and also handicrafts that is locally there. That would also help in terms of building that circuit and also elevating that experience. In my experience here, coming to Tawang also, me being a Buddhist, it has elevated that experiences and it has also created that connectivity from all the way from Lumbini to Tawang, the experience and the journey and all the monasteries that I could see. So those experiences would be truly unique for these pilgrims.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Veena-ji, would you like to come in?
Yeah. Thank you. I'd like to just thank the entire panel and thank Ms. Sonam Pem for her wonderful chairmanship. I think that what would be a very good outcome of your panel would be if each of the panelists can give to the chairperson, Ms. Sonam Pem, the 2 or 3 sites from their respective areas. And these 2 or 3 sites from each area will be included in the outcome document. So that is one very specific outcome of the discussions of this panel, that we have identified the sites. I agree with Ms. Sonam that without the support of the government, it's very difficult to proceed. And that's why we have invited the tourism departments to participate in today's regional workshop. And this will continue. It's not a one time. So once we have identified and there's an initiative at the a private level, then you have a private-public partnership. You have the governments working with the initiative at the private level. There's so many initiatives like that we've seen here also in Arunachal Pradesh and in every other place. So we then the next step comes the women's-led group, and we have the second panel, which is being chaired by Deputy Commissioner Namgyal Angmo, where we will look at how we're going to integrate the women's activities into this group. But if we begin with identification of sites, then we will focus just on these sites and develop the activities. The women's groups will be established at these sites. So that gives us the next step forward. And the connectivity aspect will be discussed in the third session in the afternoon. And finally, setting standards, which is vital, which is, without that, the whole thing can collapse. So let's begin with getting the names together, identifying the places, putting that in the outcome document and working from there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Vinaji. So in the interest of time, I cannot open the floor for question and answers, but Vinaji has already informed us of the next steps. So as a result of this panel, what has come out is it's evident that the region has strong, diverse and complementary sites, no doubt about that. And there's a clear potential for the cohesive Buddhist circuit anchored in our shared heritage, and the next steps to narrow down the sites and then further detailing how we can bring women on board in all the different activities. And I guess that's how we bring this regional connectivity and materialize the vision we had for this initiative. So thank you so much for your attention, and really apologize for eating up your tea time. I hope there's still tea break. And thank you to all the panelists again. Thank you so much. And we'll see you in the next session. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sonampam, Executive Director of Narayana Foundation, Bhutan, for the smooth conduct of the technical session 1. Before we proceed for our technical session 2, let us take a short break for high tea. Kindly join us back as soon as you get refreshed.
Good afternoon, everyone. Respected all the dignitaries. Blah 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 blah. Reading Maria. Oh yeah. Reading Maria. Bas. So, good afternoon, everyone. Respected all the dignitaries. Oh my God, हमको बहुत शर्म लग रहा है.
Sounding good, but your session is also being recorded.
Practice कर रहे हैं अभी जोर से.
Is Mr. Tashi is there?
How? You won't be sitting here when and I will write everything. Okay, fine, then at least we should clear none of that.
दार्जिलिङ
अगर आप भूटान आए और पाचू कम्युनिटीज
Four more. That.
Hello, hello.
चेंज करने के लिए
हाँ ये
वाला चेंज ये
हाँ,
बैक ना
ये बैक ये चेंज
तो वीडियो स्टार्ट करने के लिए वीडियो स्टार्ट करने
All the dignitaries are kindly requested to take their seats, please.
नमो बुद्धाय। मुझे विश्वास है जलपान के बाद आप सभी फिर से ऊर्जा से भर गए होंगे। अब हम उस सत्र की ओर बढ़ते हैं जो इस पूरी कार्यशाला की आत्मा है, महिला नेतृत्व वाला ग्रामीण पर्यटन मॉडल। यह सत्र उन सशक्त महिलाओं की आवाज़ बनेगी जो ज़मीनी स्तर पर इस पर्यटन मार्ग को न केवल संचालित करेगी बल्कि उसे एक नई पहचान भी देगी।
Session 2 focuses on the practical implementation of our vision through grassroots women's groups and homestay clusters. To guide this empowering discussion, I am privileged to invite our session chairperson, Ms. Namgilangmu, IAS, Deputy Commissioner of Tawang District, to kindly grace the dais.
इस चर्चा में शामिल होने के लिए मैं भारत की ओर से इन अग्रणी महिलाओं को मंच पर आमंत्रित करती हूँ। सबसे पहले मैं मंच पर आमंत्रित करती हूँ माननीय MLA लुमला कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी तवांग मैडम सिरिंग हामो जी को। इनके साथ ही अरुणाचल प्रदेश से प्रतिनिधित्व कर रही मिस नांग चेचावा फ्रॉम रिवरसाइड होमस्टे नामसाई, जम्बे विला तावांग होमस्टे से मिस रिंचिन थाटोन, इको टूर माफ कीजिएगा इको होमस्टेज एंड वुमेन लेड होमस्टेज सिक्किम से मिस दिगिला भूटिया और मिस वर्षा शर्मा।
To complete our panel, please welcome our esteemed international representatives. From Nepal, Honorable Yankila Sherpa, former State Minister and veteran leader in Himalayan tourism. Madam Yankila Sherpa. Along with Mr. Kedar Sharma and Ms. Kiran Koirala, co-owner, Bar People Bisaune Homestay, Karfuk, Ilam, Koshi Province, Nepal. After Nepal, from Sri Lanka, Ms. Lawrence Hewage Manori Sadamali, Director, Department of Trade, Commerce and Tourism, Central Province, Sri Lanka. From Bhutan, Ms. Tringpem, Deputy Chief Forestry Officer, Nature Conservation Division. Along with her, Ms. Tille Bida, Senior Field Officer, Tarayana Foundation, Bhutan.
मैं अब इस सत्र के चेयरपर्सन तवांग के माननीय उपायुक्त मैडम नमग्यल वांगमो जी से निवेदन करती हूँ, कृपया इस सत्र की कार्यवाही शुरू करें।
Tashidaleg, and a very good afternoon to everyone, and a very warm welcome to this very important discussion on women-led rural tourism in South Asia. So traditionally, tourism, we all know, it has been viewed in terms of just visitor numbers or infrastructure or revenue generation. But in rural regions of our subcontinent, its true impact is measured differently. It is reflected in whether the local communities benefit meaningfully, whether livelihoods are strengthened, whether culture is preserved with dignity, and whether development remains environmentally responsible. And within this ecosystem, women occupy a very important space. When we talk about the women led rural tourism model, we are talking about women as tourism entrepreneurs, not just auxiliary workers, which is to shift women from informal, unpaid hospitality work to being formal entrepreneurs, where they own and operate homestays, guide services, local transportation services, handicraft enterprises, and agro-tourism experiences. So today's session brings together voices from across the region, women entrepreneurs, policymakers, and leaders who are shaping this transformation on the ground. As in the previous session, each speaker will have 10 minutes for their presentation. And as we did earlier as well, a bell will be sounded at the end of 8 minutes so that the speakers can wrap up their talk in the next 2 minutes. So to begin with, I would like to invite our first speaker, Honorable MLA, Lumla Constituency Tawang,
to throw light on some important parts of the Buddhist circuit in Tawang. Ma'am.
Good afternoon, all the dignitaries. मैं हेंटी मेन के जो प्रेजेंटेशन थे उसके ऊपर मैडम आप माइंड मत करना, क्योंकि बहुत कुछ इम्पोर्टेंट साइट्स लेफ्ट आउट हुए थे जो, क्योंकि सिंस दिस इज अ डेवलपमेंट ऑफ बुद्धिस्ट सर्किट थ्रू वुमेन लेड रूरल टूरिज्म, तो रूरल टूरिज्म को सपोर्ट करने के लिए जो महिलाओं को, तो मैंने सोचा कि फ्रॉम माई constituency there are some very important sites, Buddhist sites, which I want to mention here. Number one is Gorzam Chotin. Slide थोड़ा दिखा दीजिए. This Gorzam Chotin was built in 14th century by Lama Sangye Pradhara of Kharman village on the line of Bodhanath Stupa of Kathmandu. And His Holiness, the Dalai, 14th Dalai Lama, when he escaped from Tibet, he stayed a night in this place. It's in Jimithang, which is near China border. Second, very important Buddhist heritage site is Kenzamani. It's also in Tibet border. In 1959, when His Holiness, the 14th Dalai Lama, escaped to India, he came to India through this route, Kenzamani, and here he planted his walking stick, which now becomes a big tree. It's called Holy Tree. And from last year, we started a program called Freedom Trail, where His Holiness trailed in 1959, and in my constituency, he stayed 5 nights. And we are trying to make it as a calendar event. Third is Jampal Hagang. It is in Bhutan, near Bhutan border. It was built by my late husband, Jampal Hagang. It's a future Buddha's statue, and it was consecrated by His Holiness Sakya Dakchen Gonpadamuchi last year in the month of June. Third, very important Buddhist site that was left out is the Chumigyasar, 108 waterfall, which is located near China border. It comes under our same sub-constituency. These are the very important sites which was left, and since, as I told, it is women-led rural tourism, so to improve the lives of our rural folks, women folks, it's very important that these important sites should also be highlighted. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for showing. For introducing these important sites to all our participants today. The next speaker I would like to call is Ms. Nang Chechawa Mano of Riverside Homestay, Namsai, Arunachal Pradesh.
Good afternoon, everyone. Respected all the delegates, all the dignitaries, and my dear participants. So today I'll be sharing a story, not just about tourism, but about people, especially women, and how a small place like Namsai in Arunachal Pradesh is slowly shaping a powerful community-driven tourism model. So now if I describe tourism in Namsai in one line, it is still growing, but it is growing from the ground up. Unlike commercial destination, tourism here is not led by big hotels or corporations.
So tourism here is led by homestays, villagers, and most importantly, women. So women are running homestays, preparing traditional meal, hosting guests, and sharing their culture. What is so beautiful is that tourism here is not just about income, it's about identity, confidence, and storytelling. So every visitor who comes doesn't just see a place, they experience a way of life. So now, why Namsai and global link? So Namsai holds a unique position when we talk about Buddhist tourism. Culturally and spiritually, we are already connected to countries like Nepal, Sri Lanka, Bhutan, Thailand, etc. So these countries have successfully built strong Buddhist tourist circuit, and there's so much we can learn from them. From structured itineraries to heritage preservation and visitor experiences, Namsai has the potential to become a gateway to Buddhist tourism in Northeast India, if we plan and position it correctly. So when we talk about development, we often include women, but here I want to emphasize women should not just be included, they should lead. So in Namsai, women are already the backbone of tourism. They carry culture, hospitality, and tradition. Through self-help groups and small enterprises, they are managing rural tourism activities with the right training and exposure and support. They can move forward from being participants to decision makers and leaders. So at a small level, we have tried to experiment with this idea. So for example, we introduced skill development programs and one-day village tour in Impong village, and where visitors can see a rural life. And we also are working closely with SSG women, trying to involve them in tourism activities. So the focus has always been sustainable tourism, where the benefit stays within the community, and there these small steps, but these are small steps, but they are important to test what works on the ground. So while working at the ground level, we also come across several practical challenges. So one major challenge is inadequate connectivity and tourism infrastructure in rural areas, which affects accessibility and visitor experiences. We also observe a lack of professional training, especially in areas like communication, hospitality, and digital exposure. And another challenge is the weak connection between local initiative and larger tourism network, which limits visibility and market access. At the same time, pricing sensitivity. It is another concern, as many community-based experiences are often judged only by cost rather than cultural values. So to address these challenges, there is a need for strong community engagement, capacity building, small-scale pilot initiatives which can be taken, and better market linkages through collaboration between government, the community, and tour operators. So now the most important question is whether what we are doing at a small level, can this actually grow? So the model I'm talking about is a women-led community-based rural tourism model, where local women through homestay and SSG create and manage tourism experiences while keeping the income and benefit within the community. So now if this works in one village, we can replicate the same model in another village and another, then build it. And when these villages connect, it doesn't remain just a village experience, it becomes a tourist circuit. And that is where it connects beautifully with the larger Buddhist tourism circuit. Because now we are not just offering destinations, but we are offering experiences rooted in culture and community. So the model is simple but powerful. Train women, build local experiences, connect villages, link them to a larger tourism network. So this is how a small initiative become scalable. And most importantly, it can create a system where tourism is not just profitable, but also inclusive, sustainable, and locally owned. So tourism is often seen as an industry, but in places like Namsai, it is a story of people, especially women, who are quietly transforming their communities. So if supported well, the small story can become a model for many parts of the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Manu. I think what has been highlighted is very important because the capability and the skill for storytelling and heritage interpretation that can make a lot of difference for our destinations, from a place that tourists just visit once to a place that they experience fully and then talk in their circles about, and thereby that is how such destinations can gain traction. So I think this experiential model can be very beneficial for the entire subcontinent. So the next speaker we have is Ms. Rinchen Latun of Jambe Villa Homestay in Tawang, Arunachal Pradesh.
Tashi Dile. Good afternoon, everyone. Respected esteemed dignitaries, honored delegates from different countries, and all the distinguished guests from Arunachal Pradesh. My name is Rinchen Laton, and I run a homestay here in Tawang. I heartily welcome you all in Tawang. I hope you are having a great time here. So now I will be speaking about how homestay can help in development of Buddhist circuit and how rural women can play key roles in this process. Tourism is not about visiting place, it is about experiencing culture, a lifestyle, and a way of living, and this is exactly where homestay becomes important. So I want you all to imagine a guest is arriving in your village, not to a hotel, but to a home. The door opens, and a woman welcomes them with smile and serves food made with her own hand and shares stories of her life and culture. That moment, that connection is the true face of tourism, and this is what a homestay represents. Running a homestay is not just a business, it is about hosting a guest with care and understanding. When tourists visit places like Tawang, Dirang, Bomdila, Shergaon, and any other places, they don't just come to see monasteries or natural beauty, they come for something deeper. They stay in homestays, eat local food, take parts in festivals, and observe daily lives. They want to feel connected, not just as a visitors, but as a part of place. And when they leave, what they remember most is not just the location, but the experience they had with the people. So here comes the question: who is behind this wonderful experience? We may think it is the culture, the traditions, or the environment, but it is the woman of the house. She is the one who welcomes the guest with warmth, prepare food, traditional meals, take care of their comfort, and share traditions and everyday life. She creates a feeling of belongings. This emotional connection is what makes homestay different from a hotel. I'm not saying men does not play an important role. They do play an important role. They manages logistic, transport, bookings, and overall coordinations because women are deeply connected in our because women are deeply connected to our culture and traditions. They carry forward recipes, custom festivals, and daily practices. They bring authenticity, care, and personal touch. They cannot be created artificially. And this is exactly what today's tourists are looking for: something real, something genuine. So, what can be done to promote homestays and involve women more? First thing, provide training in hospitality, hygiene, communications, and digital skills, encouraging women to work as local guides, promote local foods and homemade products, increase awareness and opportunities. So lastly, I would like to say homestays are not just about tourism, but they are about people, culture, and connections. And the center of this experience are women who quietly but powerfully shape every moment. If we truly want to develop the Buddhist circuit, we must not only focus on infrastructure, but also on people. So we must support women, train them, and give them opportunities to lead. Because when women are empowered, families grow stronger, community developed, and tourism become more meaningful and sustainable. And that is the kind of development we should aim for. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rinchit. The next speaker we have is our Ms. Barsha Sharma and Ms. Dikela Bhutia, homestay owners and entrepreneurs from Sikkim.
Tasidili, and good afternoon to all the respected delegates and all the participants. Our presentation is on eco homestays of Sikkim. Myself, Dikla Bhatia from ECOS. ECOS is Ecotourism and Conservation Society of Sikkim, established in 2001, has been a foundational leader in introducing the homestay concept as a sustainable tourism model in Sikkim. And the organization focus on community-based tourism to ensure that tourism revenue is retained locally, improving the livelihoods and reducing rural to urban migration. And most of the homestays, so most of the homestays are located nearby monasteries and religious sites, making it cultural and Buddhist circuits. And it also helps to preserve Sikkim's rich heritage. And ECOS actually bridges the gap between policy and field implementation, as having played a major role in drafting Sikkim Tourism Policy 2018. ECOS also provides training, capacity building training to the local communities on various aspects such as eco-friendly practices, waste management, hospitality, and nature guiding, etc. Major historical milestones include the development of the Sikkim Himalayan Homestay Project with the UNESCO, and also hosted a South Asian Regional Conference 2002 at Kanto. This is about the South Asian Regional Conference, which was held at Kanto. And there are various diverse homestays that we have in Sikkim. This one is Mayalang Homestay in North Sikkim. It's a place called Jongu. The owner is Mrs. Samse Lipcha. Most of the homestays that I'm highlighting, these are led by women. They provide organic meals, mountain views, village work, and there is a Tholung Monastery, which is one of the most sacred monasteries of Sikkim. This is Tumlong Glen Homestay. This is also in North Sikkim. It is run by Mrs. Sonam Kipu Bhatia. Guests can enjoy organic meals, mountain views, village walk, and there is a Labrang Monastery and Menroling, which is one of the which is actually the third largest monastery. And this is Malingo Homestay in East Sikkim, Assam Ningje. It is run by Mr. Paul Kerai and his family. They also offer organic meals, and it is a pet-friendly homestay. And there is Assam Ningje Monastery, which is nearby. And this is Yangsum Heritage Farm, which is located in Rinchapung, West Sikkim. It's run by Mrs. Pema Bhatia. It has this, they have this cardamom plantation for organic food, cultural programs. And there is a Rinchapung Monastery, which is the third oldest monastery in Sikkim. And this is Sri Badam Homestay. It's also in the West Sikkim. It's run by Mr. Kesang Bhutia and his family. And this homestay is rooted in Bhutia tradition, which offer traditional Sikkimese culture. And there are also 2-3 monasteries which is nearby, including Sri Badam Monastery. And this is in South Sikkim, Nolina Boutique Homestay, run by Miss Barsha Sharma. It also offers peaceful ambience, mountain views, and it is located near to Samdukche, one of the tallest statue of Guru Padmasambha, and Solo Folk and Sai Mandir, which is also nearby. Then we have this Barbet homestay, which is in Kitam, South Sikkim. It is run by Mrs. Savitri Chetri. There is a Kitam birth sanctuary nearby. It also offers village works and the local Sikkimese culture. Regarding strategic overview, there are some benefits and challenges, like guests engage in agrotourism, trekking, birdwatching, and deep cultural immersions. And the primary benefits, if we talk about primary benefits, this model drives economic growth, ecological conservation, and human empowerment. And if you talk about the challenges, regarding challenges, this sector still faces hurdles such as infrastructure limitations, seasonal tourism fluctuations, and the ongoing need for specialized marketing and training. And if you look at the overall impact, this initiative promotes responsible travel and rural development throughout the region. And this is the last. And ECOS is really happy and thankful to collaborate with SWAN and Arunachal Pradesh government to share the expertise and knowledge and also learn from the Arunachal experience. Thank you so much.
Very good afternoon to our dignitaries in the dais, delegates from Sri Lanka, Bhutan, and Nepal, and all the esteemed participants present here today. My name is Barsha Sharma, and I'm the owner of Nolina Boutique Homestay. We have been hosting guests since last 15 years, and Nolina has also been awarded as one of the best operating homestay in Northeast India by Government of India under the project Maitri. And I've also worked as a product sales and advertisement manager, ecotourism under Project JICA, Government of Sikkim. So when we are talking about empowering women in the rural area especially, we do not just empower or uplift women economically. We empower, we conserve nature, we also conserve educations and culture of the area. So when the women are empowered, we all just grow all up together. Something is wrong with the presentation. Okay. So when it's a model for a rural tourism, the first things that comes up is an authentic homestay, where a homestay, a traditional looking home itself is a product, and it's a very easy step to start with because the women are already semi-skilled to start hosting guests. It directly turns a home into an income earning source. It's very low in starting. You just need an extra room in your home and the income starts. And one of the most important factor is a decentralizations of the tourism happens. As you know, most of the tourisms are flowing in a particular area where beyond the carrying capacity of the reasons, so which will lead to the problems like water scarcity, the electricity problem in the area, and those problems has to be faced by the locals. So what happens is when the people in the rural area start hosting guests, that the tourists are decentralized in the rural area, so everybody's earning, everybody's happy. So this is another model that we see is now an emerging tourism is vocations and a digital nomad hub. Nowadays, as we see, we have a lot of people working in their laptops. They have a liberty to work from home. So the people travel to the rural places just with the laptops on. They just need a high-speed connectivity and a good power source, supply source. And it's for the host, it's very easy as you don't have to depend on the seasonal tourism. I need to
Okay. I have an entire slides. Okay, I'll just go quickly. So the next step is we have a farm to table, which is a very immersing tourism. As you know, this kind of tourism can lead to the strengthening of the farming culture, local farming experience, and the most important factor is when we are talking about agriculture product, it's a seasonal thing. So once it's a season, during the season time, the lots of products are grown, and to waste that, instead of wasting that, we add values to the product. So we have a breathing example. What we do is, me collaborated with the self-help group ladies. What we do is we value add to the products, and we have a chili paste, we have dry garlic paste, garlic powder, we make soaps, we make oil from the same, I mean, from the raw materials we collected from the village, so that the money of the tourism remains within the village. So we make artificial soap as well. This is a future upcoming thing that we can collaborate with the students. One point I would like to highlight is when we are talking about homestay, we always put forward an approach of involving customer, involving guests in all our activities like cooking, gardening, and other activities. But what I have realized practically is there are some guests who likes to see culture, traditions, learn about the food, but at their own space. Okay, so the customer understanding the customer behavior is very important here. And the students who's been learning about the management course, they will never get to learn this kind of customer behavior when they're sitting in the classrooms. So for the students, they'll have a first-hand experience in the classroom. Okay, and for the host, you see, is, as I mentioned, the hosts are semi-skilled. Now we need to learn a lot more to get into a professional level, little bit of professionalism. So the body language need to be learned, some of the basic ethics need to be learned, the space ethics, like a common area ethics needs to be learned, which can we as a host can learn from the students. And another factor is social media. Right now social media is a very important factor, and the youngsters are very good at it. So it will lead to the promoting of a particular area, homestay, and a culture in the youth community or in the social network. Yoga and meditation is one of the sector that you can always think of operating and opening a meditation center where all the guests coming together can go and participate and have a very good refreshing moment. I'll move fast. So handicraft is another model that we can put forward when we're talking about rural tourism, which will lead. I have a very good example. In fact, one of my staff used to make a very good crochet, crochet flowers. So she came to me one day. She gifted me a bunch of crochet flowers to me. I just placed in my counter table as a showpiece, and a guest, in fact, liked it. So I gave it to her, then I told my staff, if you can make it more, then I can place it. 2 more minutes, please. Okay, so I can place it in the counter, and she in fact started making a crochet handicraft, and then she earned quite the money from it. So we have a platform, in fact a market right in front of us. A homestay is not just a homestay, we host guests, we have a platform to sell product as well. So bird and butterflying, village walk, bird butterflying activities. As I firstly mentioned, when we are talking about rural tourism, we do not just grow economically, but whereas we grow as we conserve nature as well. So when a bird and butterfly becomes a bread and butter for a people, the conservation starts. And the early morning walk to the jungle, and when you start learning about the butterflies, you start learning about the plants that attract butterflies, which will further lead to the conservations and educations towards the nature as well. So this is one of the activities. It enhances the tourism experience, of course. And the next approach is volunteering work. This is actually a very famous approach in the major cities and all, like Bali and Vietnam. They what do you call it? They accept this as, you know, the guests come to their homestay and a particular place, they stay, they volunteer work in exchange of food and stay, right? And what happens is we are supposed to put this kind of thing in a homestay also, as this is we have a very good example. This guy is called Mr. Latop. He's from Kichipiri, West Sikkim. The oven that you see behind is actually made by an Italian guest who he hosted for a month in exchange of his stay. He made this product. Now he is very famous as a pizza guy in the very rural part of Sikkim. Okay, so what a volunteers does is it also helps in, you know, marketing the area. So these are some of the pictures of this Mr. Latop's pizzeria that he's been operating, and he has in fact, you know, made a fusion of local toppings as well. This is another successful stories of Miss Smita Rai. He's been been a designer candle lady and who's been giving employment to many women, and she's also featured in CBSE Class 12 Business Students textbook, one of the role model for Sikkim. This is some of the pictures. Let me talk about the challenges that we face when we are running a homestay or a motel that we, you know, come across. It's like we do have a provisions of subsidies provided by the government, but us women in the rural area are not at all aware of it. We have a 50% subsidies provided by the government under PMFME scheme, okay, for homestays, but we are not aware, the local people are not aware. Lack of marketing exposures, lack of branding exposures. And when we are talking about marketing, we need to understand the gravity that, you know, the marketing does not just leads to how to market. The rural people do not understand what a marketing is. That's why we are failing the strategy of collaborating with the students and the voluntary activities. They don't know what a marketing can lead to. So that there is to that extent we are, you know, facing the challenges. Language barriers is one, and trust issues with the OTAs is like we all know online travel agencies provides a bigger platform, but in the rural area they have a very, I don't know, the concept that they don't trust online travel agencies because of the transparency of, like, you know, the transactions thing. So that is another thing. So they're lacking the bigger platform that we have provided. So of course, when it's a woman, we need to balance the household activities and the responsibilities of the business as well. Another is lack of support system. You know, once the challenges comes, there's no person a woman can ask to, so then they are not moving forward. So many unseen challenges. When we are talking about the rural places, the accessibility of electricians, accessibility of, you know, the mechanics are very less. So we are all set to host the guest, we are all ready to host the guest. All of a sudden the flush not working, geyser not working, and we have to face the challenges of the angry customers. So situation handling also matters. So how you deal with it. Nowadays I've learned how to fix geysers and flush electricity. I'm learning. So that's because of the challenges that we have been facing. So yes, the model as a nomad hub, we do face this a very good model, but we have a internet connectivity problem. So this is another, and demotivating very easily. Once the human starts and a product, like, you know, the product is not sellable for 1 day, 2 days and all, so they are just losing hope and not continuing. The consistency is not there. So these are some challenges that we have been facing in the rural area, and this has to be taken into consideration. Thank you so much. Thank you to the government of Arunachal for providing me this platform. Thank you to Swan, and thank you to ECOS. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Ms. Basha and Ms. Dikila, for sharing all the success stories and the ways that you have created an immersive experience for the tourists who are visiting your properties. So keeping with our entrepreneurs, I'd like to invite next Ms. Kiran Koirala and Mr. Kedar Sharma, who are co-owners of uh, People Bisauni Homestay in Karfok, Koshi province of Nepal.
This. Namaste, everybody. We are the co-owners of our homestay, People Bisauni Homestay. And we are not just co-owners of the homestay, we are also partners in life. And if we take the analogy of a bus, Kiran takes the seat of a driver and silently drives the bus, and my role is the conductor's role, to stand on the door and to talk to the passengers and make all the stories and etc. So here also I'll be the speaking partner, and she will be giving all the energy to go me ahead. This presentation is based on our limited and deeply personal experience in rural homestay hospitality, culinary tourism, and community interactions. More than operating a rural lodge or a bed and breakfast, we're trying to offer guests a living experience of village life, its rhythms, reflections, relationships, landscapes, and diverse culinary traditions. Through local food storytelling, participation, and heartfelt hospitality, we hope to share not just meals, but the culture, memory, and everyday wisdom of rural communities. We believe in the authentic tourism is built on warmth of the home, not on the cool luxury of infrastructure. So maybe it is an excuse of not having a very lavish infrastructure, but we try to give very good memories and experience. One thing inspired us, that is to differentiate between the standardized menus of the hotels and the homestays. Generally, people travel very far, but they end up eating the same food. And we try to give everything different. We believe that all the homestays are like our fingerprints. They must have different characters and different things, different food, signature meals, and everything. The homestay experience can create a sense of home with a lot of different ingredients. Basically, when I forgot to introduce our one of our what we do. We call ourselves culinary explorers. We have traveled throughout the country to try to find out the linkage or the general characters of Nepali cuisine, and we found, perhaps not only in Nepal, it is true in all of the Himalaya, rural Himalaya, and also maybe in Sri Lanka. Our food is based on three things that start with F: the family farms, foraging, and fermentation. And the things which the big hotels or other eateries cannot offer, we can offer them at our homestay. It's a museum of taste. We can experiment with all those things which are not given in the standard hotels. And I must tell you the story of momos in Kathmandu. Momo started around 70 years ago as a street food in Kathmandu, and that took almost 30 years to climb on the tables of the hotels. So many things are started in the homestays or street food, and that need time. So we preserve traditional menus, experiment, and offer to the tourist. And we consider our kitchen is our culinary lab. Can you play the video, please? We also give an experience to the tourists. Like our kitchen is a participatory kitchen, and they are given opportunities to cook food, like making cell rotis. The only condition is the cell rotis they make might deform and they have to eat. Otherwise they are free to make as many cell rotis as they want. Not successful video? Okay. Are you trying? Let's move. He was making cell roti, and many of you are familiar with cell roti. So the homestays where the women take the lead and decide the menu and everything. It gives the direct income to the woman, and local community also benefits from it. And tourism become meaningful when income stays in the kitchen and in the village, because when there are guests in our homestay, our neighboring households are happy because they can sell so many of their things. So please try to play this video. This is important. Like we grow tea, and when the tourists come, they are very eager to make their own tea, hand-rolled tea, and that also gives an opportunity to prolong their stay there. First day they pluck the tea, and second day they roll the tea, and they dry the tea. So it's a nicely, and meanwhile we also plan for different sightseeings and other things. So tea tourism is a very important part of our area, and they are given opportunities to make, and they feel very happy.
माफ कीजिएगा, हमारे टेक्नीशियंस बता रहे हैं कि हम ये वीडियो प्ले नहीं कर पा रहे हैं।
Okay, ठीक है. Strategic pillars. Ethnogastronomy is a very important part of the rural homestays, and the experience we can offer, participation, and authenticity and generosity. Like the fourth point, generosity. In the real homestays, the food or drinks should not be counted in plates and glasses. It's pressure free, and in Nepali we have a term, and many of you understand. One of the major character of Nepali food is thapi thapi. Thapi thapi khane. So as much as you want. So it's a time, Alan. Okay, we try to. Since it is our own story, I can make it very short. Okay, this is the local economy cycle. First, the producers and the homestay, every step we value add the thing. And like the indigenous grains and indigenous vegetables are also sold there. So generally, the ethnic identity, culinary trust, and we try to give them global appeal. So more than food, the dish, culture, place, people, and more than taste, participation, emotion, and story. The future is laid by women, as my life is, as our lives are, and this is we. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to our speakers. Next, I would like to invite Ms. Yankila Sherpa, Assembly Member, Bagmati Province, and former Minister of Tourism, and founder of Snow Leopard Trek, Kathmandu, to kindly make your presentation.
Too tall for me. They won't recognize me. I look like, oh my goodness. I think you've seen me enough actually. Sorry, I do not have any photographic presentations. I will just, because the story today is all about women-led tourism in rural areas of Nepal and the Southeast Asian region. I will just start by telling you our own story in Nepal. Nepal's key tourism products are the high Himalayan mountains, such as the Mount Everest and other 14 highest mountains being located in Nepal. Tourism actually started with expeditions and mountain climbing in 1950. Ever since then, these areas have been the centers of tourism that brought economy to the country and created jobs. And the high mountain areas such as Everest, Annapurna, Langtang, and have also been and are still important ancient Buddhist sites, often not recognized. But now, as we discuss about the Buddhist religious sites, I think these mountain areas also will be accounted for as we move forward with this mission of developing Buddhist circuit in Southeast Asia. And now, as I go forward, we are talking about women-led rural tourism. Ever since tourism started in Nepal, in these mountain areas, which have been the focal attractions of tourism in Nepal and other Asian countries as well, women-led tourism enterprises have been a very important part, because all tourism entities in the rural areas were run by women, whereas the men were either guides, porters, and in recent years, many young men have also migrated. So more and more, in the early days, when we used to have camping, trekking in the high mountains, women were just selling agricultural products, and mostly it's men who were more occupied with the tourism. But in recent years, with infrastructure going higher and higher into the high mountain areas, we do not have camping, trekking in the high mountains. Most of the trekking happens with tea houses, and tea houses are solely run by women. Now, women-led tourism entities are these rural tea houses. We call them tea houses, and what we are calling women-led tourism. And women have often not been women already play a central role in tourism across South Asia, particularly in informal and family-based enterprises. In many rural areas, women account for 40 to 55% of the tourism workforce. Yet they own fewer than 25% of the registered tourism businesses. So this is one important key issue where women-led tourism businesses have not been taken into formal account. I was, years ago, I was founder and past president of the Federation of Women Entrepreneurs Association of Nepal, where the women entrepreneurs always talked about different skills and different products, but women in tourism was never discussed. So when I finished my job as a past president, and many of us women in the board decided, we form a group called the Trans-Himalayan Women for Environment and Livelihood, which was connected to tourism. So this is a group called the Trans-Himalayan Women for Environment and Livelihood. We are represented by two other women sitting down there. T-Help, we are called in short. So this organization, we started with a program in the Langtang region, which also happens to be a religious site. Langtang and Mustang are also very important Buddhist sites. And we started giving training to tea house owners with hospitality management, cooking, health, hygiene and sanitation, and English language. So these were some empowering skills that we have delivered to women in rural areas, and also awareness on women in business. Women as owners, they never felt they were the owners. They were doing all the business, but the money went to the family or to the husband or to the son or the mother-in-law, whoever is in charge of the family. So we started creating awareness on women and building their skills in different sectors of business, especially that is related to the tourism skills that they are doing. Now, so the women are the real actors in tourism, running the tea houses, and in all these tourism destinations in Nepal. And in FWIN, the program started with the UNDP funded program called DWET, Developing Women in Tourism Entrepreneurship. So where these trainings were given in places like Nagarkot. Many of you who visit Nepal always come to Nagarkot, which is not very far from Kathmandu, where we trained women in hospitality management and in skills of different skills of managing their homestays. So, so I think these are important things that we need to think about as we develop the Buddhist circuit in rural tourism. We are still in the process of making this circuit with all the countries that we are gathered here, and how we need to identify the women actors along the circuit and in what situation they are, how well prepared they are in running these homestays or tea houses, whatever we call them. And another important thing that I wanted to share in the earlier session was beautiful presentations were made by each of the presenters in both the sessions. But my concern I've been a tourism entrepreneur for the last more than 3 decades. So what I see is that we need to take this to the market. Unless and until we have people who come and buy these products, we are talking about them, and it's wonderful that in Arunachal, Pradesh has given us this wonderful opportunity where we are all gathered here. I think few of us here, Janvi ji and myself, and I'm sure there are other tour operators sitting here. We really need to think how we can make the itinerary. How can we market it? How are we going to take it to the World Tourism Forum? So something that, the connectivity is something that we counted for, and the distance of the places. How can we, an itinerary of, suppose a tourist is coming, even a pilgrim is coming for 2 weeks, connecting all these routes, how do we do that? So this is the next step that we really need to think about. Me from Nepal, I've been a tour operator also. We sell the tour packages. We did not actually literally sell Buddhist circuits. But now, Buddhist circuit is going to be a very important factor in Southeast Asia, where we'll be selling. But how are we going to do it? I suppose, Vinaji, in our next sessions in Sri Lanka or wherever, we're going to sit down and see how the proper itinerary is going to be made for all the countries together. What kind of incentives they are going to get for selling a Buddhist circuit. We need to have more tour operators, people on the ground selling these tourism products, how the itineraries can be formed. So these are some things I wanted to share with you. And I think I've really enjoyed being here, learned a lot about the products each country had to share here at this forum. And thank you so much, Veena-ji, for this wonderful session and the opportunity you've given us in Nepal to be part of this circuit. And we would love to. I have in my mind other thoughts about a circuit in the Everest, where you buy not only the Buddhism, but you will also see the high mountains. You will enjoy both at the same time, not only a pilgrimage, but also the sight of the high Himalayas. So this is something that we can share in later forums. And thank you so much for giving me an opportunity to share my thoughts.
Thank you so much, Madam, for pointing out the need for scaling up and collaboration among all the homestays and other facilities that we have in South Asia, in our rural regions. All these homestays are already existing, but like Madam rightly pointed out, the homestay owners and the community and then the administration in general, they will need to actually think about how to operationalize these stays so that the circuit becomes a vibrant one and is actually functional and can gain a lot of popularity among tourists who are uh, aligned towards experiential tourism. So now I would like to invite Miss Lawrence Hewage Manori Sandamani, Director, Department of Trade, Commerce and Tourism, Central Province, Sri Lanka.
Ivan, Namaskar. I think it's good afternoon to all of you. Distinguished guests, fellow advocates of sustainable tourism, ladies and gentlemen. Now I'm in a trouble because what I was prepared to share with you people is already being shared by all my panelists, will say. So what I'm going to deliver now is a little bit of touch to the Buddhist circuit. Now the first question is, what kind of tourism travelers are looking for today? The color of tourism has been changing for a while. And now in the world, many travelers are not just looking for luxury hotels or crowded tourist attractions. They're looking for authentic experiences, local culture, traditional food, village life, nature, and human connection. Most importantly, inner peace and spirituality. This global shift, when aligned with our Buddhist circuit, it creates a valuable opportunity for our rural communities. One of the most promising opportunities, the homestay model. Our model is simple. Now I listen to all these stories and speeches. Our model is something shared along the region. It's a very simple model. A visitor stays in our family home. Let me explain you. Imagine a traveler arriving at a traditional Sri Lankan home. We welcome them with warmth. Consider him or treat them as our family members. Offer them with our authentic food prepared to traditional recipes and invite them to share our day-to-day lives. And there they can engage in and learn cooking, weaving, farming, pottery, and a lot more. From whom they would learn or engage with? From women in the house. Our women inherit these skills and knowledge for generations. Let me take you back to the prehistoric era. Why? The women were considered, this is not a photograph of the prehistoric era, this is a very sacred photograph in Sri Lanka. Princess Hemamala is taking sacred tooth trolley to Sri Lanka. Now I'm talking about the prehistoric era. There, the role of the woman was hunters-gatherer. She there held the community, nurtured and protected children till hunter comes back. And they preserved and passed the traditional knowledge into next generation. Now we see, since then, we women have become the heart of our families, the center of our families. simply the women-led families. Now, from there, from women-led family to women-led tourism. Apart from experiences I mentioned earlier, in Sri Lankan homestays close to Buddhist Circuit, the tourists or visitors will wake up into the sound of temple bells. They will walk to stupas and engage in many more spiritual activities. They would offer flowers and light oil lamps and chanting sutras and almsgiving, meditation, and they will experience the Buddhist environment which relaxes their souls. Why does women rural tourism development matters? In Sri Lanka, our women already possess the knowledge and skills. We have women tour guides and interpreters. They narrate Buddhist stories with empathy and with depth. We have homestay owners and entrepreneurs like Ambayahalu who provide authentic experiences. Beyond this, Sri Lankan women, they have broken the barriers of adventure tourism. This is one of Mrs. Janti Kurutumpala, who climbed Everest, the first lady who climbed Everest, inspiring our younger generation. Now, our women are strengthened through. Our women are not strengthened through practicality, but also by traditional practices and also by societal concepts. We have one nice concept in our country called Vavai Dagebai Gamai Pansalai. It means the village, the temple, the reservoir, and village, temple, reservoir, and stupa. It symbolizes the community, the spirituality, and sustainability. Their women are not only caretakers, but also the custodian. Temple is not the center for spirituality. Temple is the center for advocacy, for education, for decision making, and sometimes it provides market access to women through initiatives called Salpil. It's in simple English, that is a market. Now, let me showcase some of the Sri Lankan beauty, serene beauty, and here are mountain climbers, women who are doing kayaking, agricultural practices, visitors engaging with our practices, and here are some of our arts and crafts, the Sri Lankan batik, weaving, and pottery, there are mat making, and dances, our traditional food, spices, gems. Then, next is that, do we have, as all you mentioned, that do we have challenges? Yes, we do. We do have challenges. The challenges are common. It's about access to finance. It's about language skills. It's about digital access. It's about, it's again about, yes, I know you have listened to many stories now. It's about digital, it's about the access to digital platforms, we'd say. And what is then what could we do? That I think the solution is simple, that we need better training, and we need better support, and we need better promotion. Now, what is our support system? The government, universities, NGOs, private sector must work together. unless this would not become easy, or we will not easily take this into reality. So if we invest properly in women-led tourism, we can create stronger rural community and more inclusive tourism industry along the Buddhist circuit in our region. Thank you. Thunduran Saranai.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, I'll invite Ms. Thiringpe, Deputy Chief Forestry Officer, Nature Conservation Division, Department of Forest and Park Services, Royal Government of Bhutan, and Ms. Thinle Bida, Senior Field Officer from the Tarayana Foundation.
Kuzusampula, and very good afternoon. I would like to share my thought on the role of women-led rural tourism in Bhutan and why this model has been increasingly important for the exclusive and sustainable development. Bhutan tourism sector is guided by high-value, low-volume tourism policy, and this means Bhutan does not only focus on increasing number of tourists, but on attracting responsible visitors which respect our culture, environment, and communities. It is also about experiencing the daily lives of local communities, local foods, farming practice, traditional architects, weaving, hospitality, and the community values. In this context, rural community plays a very important role, and the women are the heart of this experience. In many Bhutanese village, women are the main keepers of household knowledge, traditional food, weaving skills, local cultures, and hospitality. They are very important element in making rural tourism authentic and meaningful for the visitor. Today, Bhutan has around 168 certified homestays, and mostly are managed by women. And many of the women who run the homestay provide visitor with more than just an accommodations. They offer home cooked meal, local cultural experience, local stories, farm-based activities, and warm Bhutanese hospitality. To create this personal and memorable experience for the tourists, while also generating income for the women and their families. The another positive change that we are seeing over the time is that women are no longer only managing the homestays, they are also beginning to promote services through social media platforms such as Facebook and TikTok. In the past, many of these women has to depend on the tour operator to market their homestays. And today, with the digital platforms, that gives them more visibility, confidence, and direct access to the visitor. And since I represent a government organizations, it wouldn't be fair for my part if I don't speak about highlights about the government initiatives in promoting the rural tourism. This includes the financial support that the government provide for the coming up with the new homestays on the cost sharing basis, provide basic hospitality training, and also skill development in local artifacts. And in Bhutan, the homestays are of tax-free. That means the income that you generate from the homestay operations are all tax-free. And also, government through different projects, government has initiated development of campsite ecologists, and the infrastructures and facilities are handed over to the local women groups or youth groups or the local community for management, and with the minimal fees charged to the return to the government. And all of this the revenue that they generate from this home campsites and the ecologists are of their own. And government also promote rural tourism through regional festivals such as Black Neck Crane Festival, Highland Festival, Rhododendron Festival, Spring Festival, Birthing Carnival, Food Festival, etc. These festivals are intended to showcase the local culture, nature, food, and community identity, while also creating economic opportunity for the rural people. In addition, recently we have also come up with a concession framework for nature-based and wildlife tourism with the aim to promote community participation in tourism activities, and also including the private sector investment in the tourism areas where government will be providing land, and then the communities are encouraged to participate in joint ventures with the private sector or of their own, and they are incentives from the government sides. So in order to promote the community based tourism, so the government has initiated also the program under the 13th five-year plan, wildlife and nature based tourism, mainly focusing on the 6 key species such as snow leopard, red panda, tigers, tragopans, etc. So these are the initiatives that governments are currently undergoing in order to promote the rural livelihood and then also rural tourism activities. However, despite these opportunities and supports, there are also challenges similar to the other shared by other regions, such as many rural women have limited access to finance, training, marketing, and also a technology and also formal business network. So some of the women also face heavy time burdens in taking responsibility, managing both the household chores and also the tourism activity at the same time. So therefore, I feel that there is a need for continuous support to grow, and we must continuously support the skill development, financial in terms of financial digital literacy, market access, and then stronger network connections. So with this, I would like to stop here, and I would like to request my friend Tilepida to kindly share her experience in working with the local communities to promote rural tourism in her area. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Tilevida. I'm working with the Tarayana Foundation as a senior field officer. And today I'm going to talk about the Hope community and how the tourism has transformed the human life in the Hope community. Who are the Hopes? The Hope are the indigenous, literally known the community in the southwestern Bhutan. They have their own culture and traditional than the others Bhutanese. They are found in the two gyoks under Tading and Dofochen in the Samsi district. The total population is less than 5,000 and total houses is less than 500. This is the picture of the Hope of the Dofochen Gyok, Singechiok, and it has a 210 household with a population around 1,000. And these are the cultures and their traditional taste. They celebrate the 3 days. The whole festival means the new year in the September. They involve the worshipping the local deities. They have their own way of celebrating the marriage, newborn baby, offering the new grain to the local deities, and also they have their own date rituals compared to the other Buddhists. And We the Foundation has piloted the 2 village lodge in the Dofochen Gyeok under the IKI project in last year. It has been running the only 7 months. The house is all blend with their cultures and the traditional house. Inside the lodge, it can only accommodate the 2 or 3 person. It has the 1 bedroom, 1 sitting room, and toilet with the geyser and the shower facility set up. Training provided through the project, the hospitalities, home stay management, food hygiene and the catering skill, basic financial literacy and saving, guiding and cultural storytelling, and handicrafts and property and product development. And these are the pictures of the training we did through the project. And what changed after the training? After the training, the woman has helped the lodge to host the guests in the village and got the opportunity to earn the income by helping in cooking and culture show and etc. Why the women lead the tourism? Tourism in the rural area help the women to get a self-employment and opportunity. They gain the financial independence. Women know the opportunity to participate for the development activities, host the guests at the home. They cut the pressure to the husband earning. However, we face the challenges in the rural community, the limited infrastructure connectivity, no proper farm road, and some district has a still issue for the tourist route, and gender norm is lack of the spouse support. Well, the wife are going for the training, the husband are not allowed to send their wife to train beyond the village. We have to arrange the training within the village to support the women. However, we can see the opportunity for the skilling up, but we still have hope for the opportunity for the skilling up, like the digital platform for marketing the rural experience. And the public-private partnership means the collaborating the travel agency and sharing about the uniqueness of the Hope culture. And we have the another Hope village nearby the Funsling town, which can take only the 45 minutes drive. We can replicate the same project in that village. Key takeaway: if we invest the women in the tourism, we multiply the development impact. If we train the women and if we give our opportunity, the sustainable change will come in the rural village. The rural tourism is the powerful gender transformative tools and hope model offer the scaling up and policy relevant incentive. And thank you.
Thank you to our speakers, all of our speakers, for their insights and for sharing your experiences and best practices. Now we can have a Q&A session. So if any participant, any delegate have questions or any feedback or insights they want to share, you may kindly do so. Yeah.
Thank you. I must thank the chairperson, Deputy Commissioner Namgyal Angmo, for her excellent chairmanship and all the presenters for the details. One point is that I think we've got a lot of valuable details, but we need specifics as to now which women's groups are going to be trained at each of the sites for participation in the in this project, the Buddhist Circuit development, because it's better to work with one or two women's groups and then train them up. Like Barsha Sharma herself said, she's got her own group and she's been working with the women, so that's already there. But in some of the other places also, I think with Kiran's homestay also it is there. But with some of the other places, like in Samse, we need to see which is the women's groups. So if these details can be provided, we can include them in the outcome document. Or if the groups would like to give a commitment that, all right, we will identify the women's groups and give the details in the next 4 to 6 weeks, then, that can be also included. Because for the outcome document, we need to be very specific. So that's my suggestion. And you could give it to the chairperson by the next 1 hour or so, and then we can include it in the outcome document. That's my suggestion.
Inaji, I can give some points. I think we've been talking about, you mentioned it to me a couple of times, about identifying the particular places, destinations which belong to the Buddhist circuit, where there are rural tourism enterprises led by women. That is our main subject of discussion in this workshop. At THUG, which is Trans-Himalayan Women for Environment and Livelihood, we are 3 women here representing this organization, and I have represented earlier also, and also as having been part of SWAN. We have already worked in Namabuddha, training the tea houses. This is a pilgrimage center, part of the Buddhist circuit in the Kathmandu Valley. Namabuddha is a little out of it. Most of you who have been to pilgrimage in Nepal, you know Namabuddha is one of the key centers of Buddhism in Kathmandu, a little bit out of the city areas. So Namabuddha is semi-rural, and there are no proper eating places on the rural level. There are now 5-star hotels coming up, and many of the pilgrims would love to go and eat. And we've trained some women out there, little tea shops selling, restaurants selling lunch, tea, etc. And recently we've had a terrible landslide which washed away half of the restaurants. And yet those women are surviving with whatever leftover infrastructure that they have. So we are now trying to go back to those places, see how we can coordinate with the municipality there and get the help of the government and start our training and see how they can recuperate their business.
Yankila ji, with the permission of the chair, I'd just like to answer your point that, this what you're saying is very true and very valid. I am trying to link up the identification of the Buddhist sites that were made in the morning session with the women group. So it's not, you're talking about developing the women's groups, continuing the training for them in Namabuddha, which is very important and very valid. But which are the 2 sites that have been identified by Nepal for the Buddhist circuit? That is the thing. So if Namabuddha is one of them, that is fine. The names were to be given to chairperson in the morning, Miss Sonam Pem. So we have to link this up, because that is how it will work. Otherwise, the Buddhist circuit will not develop. Because if the training is being given somewhere else, but the Buddhist site is somewhere else, then how will you link up the 2? So the idea now to make a functional Buddhist circuit based on the women-led rural tourism model, we need to link up these 2 things, the Buddhist site and...
I have a small answer for that.
Yeah.
We are already thinking of linking with Namabuddha and Haleshe Mahadev, which was mentioned earlier in the morning by IDI. Okay? Haleshe Mahadev, Namabuddha, and maybe we can even go to the Solukhumbu area where there are important Buddhist sites that can be built into a circuit, as well as developing rural women's enterprises in the area. That's a circuit that forms an absolutely perfect circuit of Buddhist tourism.
Madam Ji, that we have already identified the women clusters to link to the Buddhist circuits along with the circuits. So there, those numbers and figures are there in our presentation. We'll provide that.
If there are no more questions, yes. You can use the mic there.
So that was a very insightful session. I represent WWF, and we work with a few women groups and trying to develop these products in the tourism sector. My question is, with all these initiatives that we discussed, crafts and ethno-culinary and all of that, what are the sources of funding that can be explored? Because for us, for example, it's a limited set of funds that an NGO gets. But what kind of funding can we look at so that these kind of micro enterprises can be developed. So I just wanted to get some insights on that.
Hello. So there are lots of schemes provided by the central government. And when we see for the homestay, particularly when you are going above 50 lakhs, there's 50% of subsidy for the rural areas. And when we are talking about that comes under PMFME scheme, sorry. And when we are talking about food processing, you'll get 35% subsidy for rural areas. So that is under PMFME. That is under PMFME, which is for food processing. It's PMFME. So that are the two schemes. There are many others under this PMFME scheme, and you might get. These are the central scheme, and you might get this state schemes as well. Thank you.
If I add something more, that there are schemes, there are support systems, but unfortunately, that is not well communicated to the needy people. Needy people mean the people in the industry. That's where we need a better support system.
This has been a small point. No, please.
I don't know.
We can have it.
We can have in Nepal, the gentleman from WWF. I know funding from private donors and different INGOs may not be as easy and smooth for women entrepreneurs in the tourism sector. But there are, in Nepal, especially now, we have the local governments, the municipalities that we partner with. And we have done that in Dhulikhel before, which is also a route to the Namabuddha. We've trained women in tourism with agro-based activities as well as tourism entrepreneurship. So there are local governments. In Nepal, we can do that. I don't know about the other countries. Like Sikkim mentioned, they have also provisions. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. And just to add a little bit to that, the government of Arunachal Pradesh, as well as the central government, as you pointed out, there are so many schemes for providing support to entrepreneurs. So given the strength of our region in the tourism sector, I think definitely entrepreneurs, they have been and they can continue to take advantage of many of these schemes which are at both the state and the central level. And as far as awareness goes, this is something that I think local administration and the state government has been making many efforts to bring this information along with other services to the doorsteps of all our remote villages. So, but however, it is can be. I think a lot of us would agree, like Madam also pointed out, that awareness can be a key issue for which communities and the representatives from various sectors, they can come together, and also PRI members, because we have a lot of PRI members with us today from the state. They can also play a very important role in disseminating awareness about many of the schemes that we have, and how the citizens and the women of the remote regions in particular, they can take advantage of these schemes. So I'd like to end our session here, and I would like to thank all of our speakers once again. And definitely, if supported well, there are already so many enterprises and ventures that are led by women. And if there's the right kind of support from the community and from the administration, it can become a very important driving force to drive inclusive growth in the entire subcontinent. So thank you to all the speakers and the participants once again for an engaging session. Thank you.
Just a very brief announcement. We'll have lunch now, but we have very little time. So I request everybody to come back in less than 40 minutes, because we have 3 sessions in the afternoon, and then the hall has to be got ready for the evening dinner. So I would like to also convey that Ms. Sadhana Diori has said that there'll be music groups, and each of the visiting groups will be asked to present a number. So please prepare your music items for the group's evening tonight. Thank you. Please come back on time.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सत्र के अध्यक्ष मैडम नमगेल वांगमो आईएएस, माननीय उपायुक्त तावंग का मैं हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करती हूँ, जिन्होंने सफलतापूर्वक सत्र का संचालन किया।
supernatural की brand
सिक्किम से आदरणीय मिस यांगचेन टी लेप्चा, जनरल सेक्रेटरी नॉर्थ ईस्ट इंडिया टूरिज्म कॉन्फेडरेशन, और असम से ऑनरेबल मिस जानवी भूकन, को फाउंडर जंगल ट्रैवल्स इंडिया एंड Assam Bengal Navigation Company, past national president of FLO, FICCI Ladies Organization.
Joining our panel from across region are from Nepal, Mr. Pankaj Pradhanaga, he'll be on virtual mode. From Sri Lanka, Ms. Peru Peruma Amila Eroshini, Director of Oak Nature's Pride Private Limited. From Bhutan, Mr. Nado, Chairman of Phachu Community Ecotourism, Phuntsholing, Bhutan. With this distinguished panel in place, I now hand over the proceeding to our chairperson, Dr. Mahesh Priyadarshana.
Good afternoon. Distinguished guests, speakers, and the dear participants. It's my great honor and privilege to welcome you all to Session 3, Connectivity among the Identified Buddhist Sites and Communities. I am pleased to serve as a chair for this session. This session focuses on an important and timely theme: the strengthening of connections among Buddhist heritage sites, spiritual traditions, and communities, both locally and globally. In an increasingly interconnected world, fostering such a linkage not only preserves our sacred heritage, but also promotes cultural exchange, mutual understanding, and sustainable spiritual tourism. Today, we are fortunate to have a panel of knowledgeable speakers who will share their insight, experience, and perspectives on these significant topics. Before we begin, I would like to briefly outline the format of the session. Each speaker will be given 10 minutes for their presentation. After the lunch, you have to aware with that, and also you have to awaken the participants always. So, followed by a short discussion and a Q&A segments. Without further delay, let us begin our session. It is now my pleasure to introduce our first speaker, Mr. Sering Wang, President, Northeast India Tourism Confederations. Floor is open to you.
A very good afternoon, chairperson of the session, dignitaries and speakers on the dais, Honorable MLA ma'am, all the members present in the hall. Before I make the presentation, I'd like to give a brief about myself. My name is Sring Wange. I'm the president of Northeast India Tourism Confederation and also the chief advisor of Arunachal Pradesh Tour Operators Association. I'm into tourism for last 30 years. Tourism is my passion. Tourism is my life. And I've been lucky enough to attend tourism trade fairs, festivals, and conferences around the world, and have traveled to 49 countries. Yet I'm a tourism student. So coming back to my presentation, here it goes. Connectivity among the identified Buddhist sites, and I've given the theme, Buddhism Heritage, a Journey Beyond Borders. So first I will start with the Kameng and Tawang circuit. The primary path includes, we start from a place called Morsing, then come to Bomdila, Dirang, Bangazang, Lumla, Jimithang, Chumegyasi, and ending at Tawang. This connectivity focuses on linking the historic Lagyala Gompa in Morsing to the Dolma Lakang at Lumla, moving on to the world famous Gorsam Chorten and Kinjamani near Jimithang. Then thereafter we move on to the holy water and ending at the heartland of Tawang Monastery. So this is about the, just our local Arunachal Pradesh, especially Kameng and Tawang circuit. Right now you're in Tawang. So expanding the scope and going to the tier 2, I'm trying to cover the tourism circuits, Buddhist tourism circuits in Arunachal Pradesh. So here we are trying to explore the path comprising of Namsai, Tuting, Mechuka, Taksing, and Tawang. All of you are well aware about Namsai, Mechuka, and Tawang. But my focus is on integrating the remote areas like Taksing and Pemaku Kora in the existing Arunachal Buddhist circuit. Because Taksing is a very remote border area, and there are a lot of scope for doing this Kora and this one pilgrimage, Buddhist pilgrimage. So we're going to explore that. Our government is taking a very keen interest in promoting Taksing and Pemaku Kora. So expanding further to tier 3, we're covering Northeast regional connectivity. जो हमारा Northeast है, comprising of 7 states. So when we look at the tourism potential from the Buddhist perspective, I saw that Sikkim and Arunachal is already well established. So इसमें we have to give a little bit push to Assam, so that the circuit becomes, Northeast, full coverage of Northeast. The Buddhist sites in Assam like Namphake village near Narkatia, Narayanpur in Lakhimpur, the Buddhist viharas across Tinsukia and Dibrugarh need a proper mapping and development. I'm sure Janavi ma'am will agree with this, and she'll try to do something on that line so that this connectivity becomes prominent. उसको हम लोग फिर आगे बढ़ाते हुए we go at the national level. तो आप लोग सबको पता है the spiritual heartland of India is of course the Bodh Gaya and Sarnath. Of course, Kushinagar is there, Rajgir, Sanchi, Stupa, key monastery in Himachal, Dharamsala, then Hemis monastery in Ladakh. These are all very, very important tourism sites, and which can be made further, connectivity to Northeast. तो ये हमारा national level का जो Buddhism sites है, इसको हम थोड़ा जोर देना है. Then last and final is tier 3, where we are trying to cover transnational network. When we look at this, I saw 2 only main components. The Himalayan link. आप लोग सबको पता है, Nepal, Bhutan, and Arunachal, we share a very similar topography, as well as when we talk about this Mahayana and Vajrayana ties, then this spiritual network of Guru Padmasambhava, काफी हमारे में similarities है. So Nepal, Bhutan, and Arunachal can do wonders in terms of this international Himalayan tourism, Buddhist tourism network. Then we also look at the Southeast Asian link. When we talk about Southeast Asian link, we have Japan, Thailand, Myanmar, and Sri Lanka. As a tour operator, we have been receiving a lot of tourists from these countries, and we want to improve the connectivity. We want to improve the, both ways. सिर्फ वहाँ से आना नहीं, लेकिन हमारे यहाँ से भी वहाँ जाना है, सीखना है, देखना है. तो ये हमको लगता है बहुत जरूरी है, इसको इम्पोर्टेंस देना. Here, the Southeast Asian links syncs very well with the government of India's Act East, Act Fast policy. आप लोग सबको पता है, Act East, Act Fast policy government का एक priority program है, जिसपे they are spending a lot of money and also they are giving a lot of importance. So I think with the government of India budget, especially for the Buddhist sector, we can do lots more in this transnational network. Next, yes, I think I was going through this. Okay, national integration. This already I spoke, and transnational also I just spoke. Then I move on to the next. This one is like we have had a lot of panel discussions in different forums, in different festivals and tourism conferences. So this is one photograph where you will see 4 gentlemen who are busy in the panel discussion. This is a think tank group. And next photograph, you will see our Honorable Deputy CM and Deputy Director General, Government of India, Minister of Tourism. Then we also have our former immediate past president, Mr. Blah. Then we have Deputy Commissioner Namsai and also Deputy Commissioner Lohit, Mr. Damo. Then we have our president, Arunachal Pradesh Tour Operators Association, Mr. Gab. We had a convention in Namsai where we had 85 tour operators coming from Northeast India, and we had a very big tourism convention there. To promote Buddhist tourism, we have signed an MOU. We have signed an MOU with the Association of Buddhist Tour Operators. This was done in the presence of Honorable MLA Anini and the Deputy Commissioner, Dibang District, Dibang Valley, at Anini. And this MOU was signed to
Excuse
improve.
me, you have another 2 more minutes.
Yeah, thank you. So, so we have signed an MOU with Aptua. They will be doing, bringing in foreign tourists from 25 countries where they have their presence. So Buddhist tourism में हम लोग काफी काम कर रहा है, and we hope to, engage more. Then we have this, and we also met our Honorable Tourism Minister, Sri P.D. Sona, and apprised him about the activities that we are undertaking. This is another photograph. This is another photograph taken in Malaysia. There was a program organized by Minister of External Affairs, and our MOS Pavitra Margareta was there. And there we have a Sikkim representative and myself from Arunachal. We attended in that program. And on the right side is myself and Dr. Anshu Jamsanpa with the Honorable Prime Minister. Whenever we got opportunity, we have placed a memorandum to the government. And we have had some very fruitful impact out of that. हम लोग ने जब ये this one Queen Mother of Bhutan जब आए थे तवांग में और मोरशिंग में, so that time also we have given a presentation to open up the border area between Arunachal and Bhutan. So for trade and tourism, the Queen Mother was very, very, positive, and we hope to see some good result on that also. So like that, we have done quite a few things in promoting Northeast India, this one tourism, especially in the Buddhist sector. तो अभी आप लोग लंच तो कर लिया है, अभी थोड़ा आप लोग को नींद भी लग रहा होगा शायद, तो इसमें आप लोग को इतना ये नहीं होना है. आप लोग को ये सेशन बहुत ही इंटरेस्टिंग है, बहुत अच्छा है. We have a lot of ladies here who are top notch, and we really respect them. We salute them, and especially our Honorable MLA Madam is here, and the Swan team, all 100% ladies. I salute to them. And all the ladies, especially those who have delegates who have come from 3 countries. I've also been to Sri Lanka, sir, and I was there for a tourism event, and we're getting a lot of tourists from the Sri Lanka also. So and Bhutan and Nepal. Nepal is of course very very important for us, especially in adventure tourism and spiritual tourism. तो वहाँ से हम लोग को काफ़ी कुछ सीखना है नेपाल से. And my wife, who is a Padma Shri awardee, a Guinness World Record holder, and this one, she is a 5 times Mount Everest summiter. So we have a very close relation with Nepal. हम लोग वहाँ से सीखना है, and we will take the tourism policy of Nepal government and try to implement in Arunachal. क्योंकि हमारे यहाँ पे इतना पहाड़ है, इतना mountains है, and we can do lot of things in that adventure tourism sector, in the Buddhist tourism sector, learning from the experiences of our honorable Madam is, acknowledging my this one speech. Thank you, ma'am. We look forward to collaborating with you, and I hope this session will really move in a positive way. And we also have tour operators, more than 12 tour operators here, and they are ready to bring this one tourists from different parts of the world. In our organization, we have got more than 1,200 plus tour operators from Northeast and 100 plus tour operators registered under the Department of Tourism. So we will bring tourists यहाँ लेके आएंगे और हम लोग टूरिस्ट इकोनॉमी को हम लोग बढ़ाने का फुल कोशिश करेंगे. And I hope everybody wins from this excellent workshop organized here. So thank you very much. And once again, I salute all the ladies, especially Fantri ma'am is there. And Swan team, I really salute them. And we hope to, go to Sri Lanka also and then see some more new learnings, new हम लोग कुछ सीखेंगे करेंगे. The tourism is a lovely journey. We will not, we will learn. आप लोग को कभी बुरा होगा ही नहीं टूरिज्म में. इतना इंटरेस्टिंग, इतना मतलब पैशनेट एक टॉपिक है. इससे पैसे, दोस्ती, everything, it keeps on learning, it keeps on, increasing. So thank you very much for this opportunity, and any question that can be that may be asked to me, I'll be ready to respond positively. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sering, for that insightful, thoughtful, provoking presentation. So we now move on our next speaker, second speaker. So therefore, Nepal, Mr. Pankaj Pradhanagar in virtual mode, CEO Impact Adventure.
Thank you, Dr. Mahesh. Namaste, all the participants. I think I can say Tashidele, Ayoboban, Kuzizangpo. If I missed out something, namaste again to everyone. Please confirm that my slides are visible and I'm audible.
Yeah, visible.
Okay, thank you. Connectivity among the identified Buddhist sites. Before I start getting into the discussion, I've been in business of tourism for almost 3 decades. And whenever people ask me, what do you do? I simply tell, I build bridges. And at first people don't understand what exactly. I mean, are you an engineer? Of course not. But how do you build bridges? So tourism is such a beautiful thing, whether you call it trade, commerce, industry, service sector, but this is something that breaks the wall and builds bridges. So definitely I'm absolutely grateful to this industry and the opportunity. So I must thank Ambassador Veena Sikri and our leader from Nepal, Yankiladi. We are definitely sitting on land filled with all the opportunities, whether you call it a gold mine, a Buddhist sites. This is where Buddha was born. This is where Buddha got enlightenment. This is where he traveled and Emperor Asoka came. So we have not only the religious gravitas, but we have archaeological sites, We have stories, and that has lived over 2,500 years. So, what is holding us back? So, obviously, the barriers or the hurdles what we have been facing and not been able to optimize or reach our full potential. I'm talking mostly from Nepal's perspective or Nepal's standpoint. Being a tour operator, I've seen the travelers, especially Buddhist pilgrims, coming to Bodh Gaya because it has got connectivity from many East Asian countries where Buddhism is not only the philosophy but the guiding religion. Colombo, but Kathmandu, or for that matter, Lumbini, we have international airport. We have always struggled, and at times people don't even realize that they've entered Nepal, right? Because the most places, whether Bodh Gaya, Sarnath, Kushinagar, it's all in India, Bihar, or Uttar Pradesh. So this is the time when we need to think that how can we make it more accessible, right? So there's no direct flight to Lumbini, though we have Gautam Buddha International Airport, but unfortunately it has been underutilized. Variety of reason, perhaps we've not been able to be competitive, market it properly, and incentivize more airline to fly. So that part I'll address. So it is operating much lower capacity than its potential. Pilgrims, they come to Varanasi or Kushinagar, Sravasti, Bodh Gaya. They do make a visit to Lumbini, but the length of the stay is minimal. That's not even a day because they are also day trippers, and that is definitely not sustainable model. So when we discussed in Bhutan, obviously how to prolong or grow, spread the length of stay. So the connectivity and excess counts the most. As we gave the example of Coke in marketing, once the president of Coke said that Coke should be accessible at the arm's length. So someone has urge to drink, he or she should get Coke, just spreading the hand, right? So that is maybe overstatement, but how accessible are destinations? So in that regard, Nepal, is yet to work. Only about 4 border has got the entry point for international visitors, or for that matter, Bhutan or Sri Lanka, Bangladesh. When the travelers come from that entry point, you need to take the designated route to be able to obtain Nepal visa. So perhaps that is also, for international traveler, double visa. You need India visa, you need Nepal visa. Though Nepal visa is much swifter, it is given upon arrival. But again, there would be some ambiguity, hurdle. Obviously, the payment gateway is also challenging. We have Indian rupees, Nepali rupees, even in the border town. Sometimes the Indian rupees are not accepted, Nepali rupees is not accepted there. So perhaps this is the high time we need to think of something like Shenzhen or Euro. So what is happening in that regard is air connectivity needs to grow. So we need to have more flights. Bhairava, or that Lumbini airport, which is a state-of-art airport, but not fully operational. We need to have direct flight between Varanasi and Lumbini, or Lumbini to Patna, Bodh Gaya, Colombo. So that will definitely get us more. So Nepal Tourism Board, which is the marketing wing and product development wing, we also have a manager officer from Nepal Tourism Board attending this conference. It is facilitating and working hard to make it happen, right? So in real sense. One area we've seen some growth, we must pat our back, is the payment gateway. Now this Veem and Phone Pay, the Indian travelers can pay through eSeva. So the digital QR payment has been accessible, which is commendable progress. However, Nepali who is traveling to India cannot pay the same way. So hopefully that will also grow or address shortly. And the entire circuit, if we can have this easy payment facilities, that would definitely help. And more border control accessible, uh, if we can have that. And then for travelers or the international travelers, when they cross the border, if they have a priority check-in or priority queue, so the experience is as swift as possible. So there we need to segregate, because Bhairava border, which is the key entry point for many Nepalese who travel to India, work in India. So if we can facilitate the travelers, right? So at the end of the day, it's experience economy, whether you're on pilgrimage or a holiday making, how you cross the border, it does matter. It's like ease of doing business, it's the ease of traveling. So promotion and joint branding is needed, as Nepal is branding and promoting separately. India is doing it separately. Within India, various states are competing, which is absolutely desired state. However, we need to collaborate, right? So footsteps of Buddha can be um, a new, if it is not new, but it can be a collaborative effort, to put a tourism alliance within this region. As our former panelist said, Mr. Chering, that's Seven Sisters. That's a beautiful concept in Northeast, and I
Excuse me,
loved when I
Mr.
heard
Pankaj,
this for the first
you have
time.
to conclude within next 2 minutes.
Thank you. So, like Seven Sisters, we can coin perhaps a better word that spreads that synergy as well as compassion. We are selling Buddhist pilgrimage or Buddhist circuits. And within that, how to make it inclusive. As Swan is advocating and facilitating, empowering women throughout this region, we have the possibilities. And if you go to Mustang, now connecting Padmasambhava Trail, which would go beyond just Buddhism, it's even spiritual, as more and more people are taking Buddhism as not a religion, but way of life. Perhaps we can develop something right from Mustang, Kathmandu, Taksang in Bhutan, and taking it right to Tawang, where sixth Dalai Lama was born. So we have such a beautiful heritage. We are really blessed to have all this, but the key question is, how do we connect? How do we brand it? How do we sell it? And we do it in a sustainable way. We do it in an inclusive way. So we need more connectivity, which is seamless. Even Bhadrapur to Lumbini flight by Buddha Air can give a lot of opening to Northeast travelers. Or even we have homestay owner Kedar Daya and Kiran D. So they are running beautiful homestay. The cross border, the tourism can flourish in that region. So more connectivity. And of course, the brand. We have the product. This is perhaps the right time to collaborate. Instead of competing, we need to collaborate and create the synergy, what helps us to make the entire region as one destination, and we all grow together, we all get our fair share. On that note, I conclude my presentation. I'd love to answer if there's any question. Over to you, Dr. Mahesh.
I think later on, so every panel that speakers, although they are having their presentation, then after that, common Q&A sessions. Thank you. So we now moving on to our next speaker, third from Sri Lanka, Ms. Periya Peruma Amila Eroshan. Director, Oak Nature Pride, PVT Limited, Buddhist Pilgrim Journeys. Thank you.
Aibowan, honorable guest, distinguished leaders, and dear friends. I'm Amila, director of Nature's Pride Buddhist Pilgrimage Journey. It is with great pride and purpose that I speak today about a vision that intermeans our heritage, our communities, and our future. The development of the Buddhist circuit connecting Anuradhapura, Polonnaruwa, and Kandy, led by the strength and creativity of rural women. These three sacred cities are not mainly destinations, they are living testaments to the spiritual and cultural journey of our nation. Anuradhapura, the cradle of Buddhism in Sri Lanka, stands as a beacon of devotion and resilience. Polonnaruwa, with its majestic ruins, reflects the wisdom of kings who needed both faith and prosperity. Together, they form circuit that is more than geography, it is a spiritual pathway, cultural bridge, and a story of continually. But what makes this initiative truly transformative is the decision to place women at its heart. Rural women have long been the custodians of tradition, the keepers of the community, and the innovators of sustainable living. By empowering them to the lead tourism initiative, whether through homestays, handicrafts, culinary experiences, or guiding services, we are not only creating livelihoods, but also ensuring that the circuit thrives with authenticity and inclusivity. This woman-led rural tourism model will strengthen connectivity by weaving together local transport, hospitality, and cultural experiences, preserve heritage by allowing communities to showcase traditions in their own voices, promote sustainability by encouraging eco-friendly practices rooted in rural wisdom, empower women by giving them economic independence and leadership roles in shaping tourism. The Buddhist circuit is not just about the moments, it is about people. It is about the stories told by mothers, artisans, farmers, and guides who welcome visitors with warmth, with pride. It is about creating a journey where travelers experience not only the grandeurs of our past, but also the vibrancy of our present. As we move forward, let us remember connectivity is not only about roads and routes, but about hearts and heart joining together by entrusting women to lead, we ensure that this circuit becomes a living, breathing example of how heritage and humanity can walk hand in hand. May this Buddhist circuit shine as a light of faith, culture, and empowerment for Sri Lanka, for our communities and our generations yet to come. Thank you. Stuti.
Thank you very much, Amila, that significant for the presentations. So now we move on to the next speaker. India, Sikkim, Miss Yanching T. Lipcha, General Secretary, Northeast Asia Tourism Confederations.
Kamrumo, Kuzuzongpo, and Namaste. Let me first introduce myself. My name is Yangchen Tongden Lepcha, and I'm General Secretary, NEITC. And I was also former General Secretary and VP Travel Agent Association of Sikkim called TAS. Today, I would be focusing on the connectivity among Buddhist sites in Sikkim and how this integrate into the larger regional Buddhist circuit. Sikkim is a land blessed by Guru Padma Sambhava, also known as Guru Rinpoche, the greatest Buddhist saint who introduced Buddhism to this region. It remained a Buddhist kingdom under the Chogyal of the Namgyal dynasty under 1975 when it became the 22nd state of India Union. Even today, the culture, tradition, and rituals of this Buddhist legacy continue to thrive. As one enters Sikkim, the influence of Buddhism is both visible and deeply felt through fluttering prayer flags, spinning prayer wheels, and certainly spiritual atmosphere. Overlooking this sacred land is Mount Kanchenjunga, standing tall at 8,586 meters, revered as the guardian deity of Sikkim. The state is a home to more than 100 monasteries belonging different lineages. Almost every village has its own monastery, built in traditional Tibetan and Sikkimese architectural style. In addition, Sikkim is dotted with holy caves, sacred lakes, chotins, and hot spring, making it a deeply spiritual and culturally rich landscape. Strategy and position of Sikkim. Sikkim importance lies in its strategy, Himalayan location, with its proximity to Nepal and Bhutan, with Gantok serving as a central hub. Sikkim naturally connects with regional and international Buddhist network. As you can see, Sikkim in the Himalayan Buddhist, how we are all connected, like Bhutan, Nepal, Bodh Gaya is connected with Sikkim as Gantok as the hub. This map highlights the internal connectivity of key Buddhist sites across Sikkim, showing how different regions are linked through road networks and travel routes. So, we as a travel agent, what we do in Sikkim is until and unless if the government doesn't notify the sightseeing point, we don't take our tourists to those destinations because it concern because of their safety matters. These sites are not only places of worship, but also important cultural and tourism destination, attracting visitors from across India and abroad. Regional distribution. As you all know, I don't know whether everybody is aware about this or not, in Sikkim, in order to enter for foreigners, you need to have inner line permit. And also, when you make RAP, it's known as restricted area permit, and PAP, it's known as protected area permits. In those areas, single foreigners are not allowed to enter. If there is one single foreigner and he or she can enter, they can go in and around Gantok, but if they have to make permits, they have to have at least 2 foreigner in the group. The Buddhist sites in Sikkim are geographically clusters. The eastern region is relatively well connected and easily accessible. The western region forms a part of traditional pilgrimage routes. The northern monastery, while spiritually significant, remain remote and less accessible to the terrain. As you can see, the the northern part of Sikkim, as you can see, I have mentioned third. There is this monastery called Thalung. So Thalung Monastery is located in a very deep Zongu Valley in northern part of Sikkim. And in order to reach Thalung Monastery, you have to trek. I mean, you have to have a like proper hiking trek. To the trek will be around 5 to 6 hours hike. Even though tourists are allowed to visit Thalung, only till Thalung they are allowed to visit. But they need to have one more permit, which is called KNP permit, which has been issued by the Forest Department. KNP means Kanchenjunga National Park, because it falls under the national park. So there are a lot of rules and regulation in order to go to all those beautiful sightseeing points where foreigners really wanted to go, but due to a security reason, we are not being able to send them there. As Usha ma'am has already touched the sacred caves point, as you can see, mostly in those caves, it's very hardly tourists and all they visit, because some caves you need to hike a lot, and there are some local ladies, they are from Che, they go and perform puja in caves like this. So we have holy lakes in Sikkim. Gurudongma Lake is a very famous lake in Sikkim. But again, Gurudongma Lake, only Indian citizenship, I mean, they can enter. Foreigners are not allowed to enter this place. But we as a stakeholder, we are very confident under leadership of our Honorable Chief Minister, Shri Prem Singh Tamangole, and our Tourism Minister, Mr. Titi Bhutia, that very soon Gurudongma Lake will be open for foreign tourists. So this is the other one is Ketchuperi Lake, which this is it's open for all Indian and foreigner. Changu Lake. Changu Lake is another very famous lake. Foreigners are only allowed to go till Changu Lake. Again, you in order to go to Changu Lake, you need to have a proper guide to take you there. Cholamu Lake, it's not open for anybody. You need to have a special permit from Ministry of External Affairs or Home Department, Government of Sikkim. Connectivity challenges and opportunity. So as you can see, he's our Gonzang Rimbuchila going towards Thalung Monastery. See the challenges that we have to face. However, connectivity in Sikkim is significantly influenced by terrain and climatic condition. Access to many sites remains seasonal and sometimes unpredictable. At the same time, these challenges present opportunities to develop structured circuits and promote sustainable tourism. So these are the where the intervention that we need. With the right strategic interventions such as infrastructure development, improved accessibility, and better planning, these challenges can be effectively addressed. And I forgot to mention about guides in this list. Right now, in Sikkim, we have this project going on under World. It's been funded by World Bank. The name of the project is Inspire. So this, what we do in this project is we upscale women and youth so that they'll be experience in their field. This project is not only meant, Inspired is not only meant for tourism department. We have a few other departments also, like for panchayats and all, they have some women working under them, so we have that as well. So these are the regional Buddhist circuit.
Excuse me, you have
Yeah,
another
yeah.
2
Sikkim
more
has strong potential to integrate with major Buddhist destinations such as Lumbini, Bodh Gaya, Bhutan, and Arunachal Pradesh. Such linkages can significantly strengthen the overall regional Buddhist circuit. आपका तो 2 मिनट से मेरा ये दबाने में जा रहा है. Sikkim can serve as a Himalayan extension of Buddhist circuit. Sikkim has strong potential to integrate with major Buddhist destinations such as Lumbini, Bodh Gaya, and Bhutan, as I've already mentioned. With improved connectivity and stronger collaboration, Sikkim can emerge as a key node in the larger Buddhist tourism sector. Lastly, I would like to give my sincere gratitude to the government of Arunachal Pradesh, SWAN, and ECOS for this valuable opportunity. Thank you for your attention. I look forward to your question.
Thank you very much for your valuable presentations. So now we are moving towards to the next presentations from the India Assam. Miss Janabi Pukan, co-founder Jungle Travel India and the Assam Bengal Navigations Company, past national presidents, FLO, FICC, ladies organizations. Thank you. Floor is open to you.
Good afternoon, back in the third session. So please try to stay awake while I run through this. So this, we are talking about the connectivity. And as a tour operator for over 3 decades, this is what we propose, the strengthening the spiritual tourism through regional connectivity. So why does Buddhist tourism matter? And the growing importance is the rising global interest in spiritual tourism, the shared Buddhist heritage among the countries, and the opportunity for multicultural travel circuits. Buddhist tourism can connect people and cultures and traditions, and we can promote peace and sustainable development. Sorry that not be able to check that. So I think it's a concept we should take very seriously now for those of us in the tour operation and as stakeholders and promoters of the circuit. Let us be mindful and let us learn together on how best we can. So these are some of the points I'd like to put forward. So this is what we have, the connecting places across the Himalayas and Sri Lanka. In India, we had Bodh Gaya, Sarnath, there's Tawang, Namphake village of Assam. Nepal, of course, Lumbini, Bhutan, Paro Taksang, Sri Lanka, to be Kandy, Anuradhapura. Presently, as we know it, that we have all, that our company has promoted in its own way. So going forward, we're looking at the connectivity and the tourism corridors, where we can highlight that we'd say the key highlights could be Guwahati, with its connectivity to Nepal, Bhutan, Arunachal Pradesh, and beyond. We can see Colombo for the Sri Lankan hub. There is the Himalayan tourism corridor, which is the scenic Trans-Himalayan route that can connect the entire Buddhist circuit. And I hope this slide here can explain some of the details here. Sorry, I'm finding the light a little poor here. That's why I've been struggling. Is it possible to have a brighter light here? So, like how my panelists have spoken before me, We've talking about the challenges that's affecting tourism. The key tourism challenges that we face are the limited direct connectivity that's also spoken about. For us, in the Trans-Himalayan area is a difficult terrain in the Himalayan regions, and the seasonal accessibility issues still plague us. Yeah, thank you. It would have been better. And the inadequate tourism infrastructure, that would really help all of us to work together on this. More toilet stops along the way, not only for the Buddhist tourism, but every tourism in particular. And because we have this lack of integrated tourism promotion, there's a limited coordinated market and promotion that we need. And this would help us fight this together. So addressing these challenges through collaborations, thank you, and investment, sustainable planning is the key to unlocking the full potential of the Buddhist tourism in our region. Sorry, I've had to ask for the light because couldn't see that. So the opportunities for regional tourism is the cross-border Buddhist tourism packages, which each of us can combine together and work on. So from Assam, we can hand them over to Arunachal, likewise to Nepal, Sikkim, it's all possible. That is why it's important when we're in a forum like this, that our neighboring countries know each other. And Bhutan knows how they can come into Assam. Assam knows how to work with Bhutan or work with Nepal, or even our next door state of Sikkim, for that matter. We lack that coordination even amongst ourselves. And this is an excellent opportunity to bridge that gap, because we're all working in silos now. But believe me, the overseas tourist who want to come to our region thinks of it for a one-time destination, so we can have a multi-country, multi-city connectivity that would help the tourists, and they will stay longer nights and spend more time in our regions. There are so many types of tourism that we can do. We look at the luxury, spiritual tourism for that matter, the eco-cultural tourism, the community-based tourism, which you've already touched upon, especially in the women-led development sector. And then, of course, there's a question of the river cruises that we do for my company. We're Assam Bengal Navigation. We have a lot of long-haul customers who come, and they would love to be able to connect and fly on further to Nepal, or fly to Paro, or fly to Bagdogra, go to Sikkim and others. And all this is possible if we work together and we can provide a seamless connectivity to them. And I'm sure it can be marketed under Buddhist tourism and coordinate this. And when we do that, we also have to do the joint promotion. Get our itineraries together, get our circuits together, and promote these destinations together. Only then we will not be working in silos. So the way the tourism dialogue, the tourism flow diagram shows now, we can have, Yep. So we're looking at the international tourists who would come and work towards the tourism flow diagram. That is what it should look like. And finally have that integrated Himalayan Buddhist circuit, which will lead to a future of a sustainable, a spiritual, and a community-based tourism for all of us in the region. And these are a few of the recommendations in the way forward from our perspective for the connected business Buddhist circuit. We have develop the integrated Buddhist tourism circuit, improve the regional air connectivity. It's a lot better than before, but it can definitely get better. And strengthen the border tourism infrastructure. That's already been discussed.
another 2 minutes more.
develop the digital Buddhism tourist map. Maybe if we are all can combine our skills, our knowledge, our expertise together, we can come up with that, and then finally promote the sustainable tourism practices. This is the way that Buddhism, tourism, rural tourism, spirituality, they all come together and they merge beautifully. And a connected Buddhist circuit can become the major driver for regional tourism and for cultural cooperation amongst all our countries and amongst our states within the country. Thank you very much. Namaste.
Thank you very much. Your fruitful presentations, very technical. Now we moving on to the next speaker, the last speaker from Bhutan, Mr. Nadu Pachu, Community Ecotourism Chairman, who's holding.
Uzambo, Namaste. Before I start, I want to share a small video.
अगर आप भूटान आए और पाचू कम्युनिटी स्पॉट नहीं घुमा तो क्या ही घुमा भूटान। ये जगह है नेचुरल ब्यूटी और सीरीन वाइब्स का परफेक्ट ब्लेंड। यहाँ की ग्रीनरी और शांति और सुकून से भरा व्यूज आपके सफर को अनफॉरगेटेबल बना देंगे। तो चलिए मेरे साथ और एक्सप्लोर करते हैं इस स्टनिंग डेस्टिनेशन को।
पुंचौलिंग के शांत और सुरम्य पहाड़ों के बीच प्रकृति की गोद में बसी एक ऐसी जगह है जो मन को शांति और सुकून से भर देती है। पाछू कम्युनिटी टूरिज्म में आपका स्वागत है। इंडो भूटान बॉर्डर के मुख्य द्वार जयगांव से केवल 6 किलोमीटर की दूरी पर स्थित यह जगह आपको एक ऐसी दुनिया में ले जाती है जहां वक्त थम सा जाता है और जीवन की भाग दौड़ और तनाव कहीं पीछे छूट जाते हैं। यह सफर शुरू होता है घुमावदार रास्तों और हरियाली से भरी वैलीज के बीच से। बहती नदियां, दूर तक फैली प्राकृतिक सुंदरता और पहाड़ों की शांति, जिसमें हर मोड़ पर एक नई कहानी मिलती है। केवल 30 मिनट की ये छोटी सी यात्रा आपको लेकर आती है पाछू कम्युनिटी तक, जहां भूटान की असली ग्रामीण संस्कृति सांस लेती है। यहाँ के हर दृश्य में जो आपको शहर की हलचल से दूर एक अलग ही दुनिया का अनुभव करवाती है। यहाँ पहुंचते ही आपको महसूस होता है कि ये जगह केवल एक पर्यटन स्थल नहीं है, ये एक एहसास है। यह जगह 7 स्थानीय परिवारों के सामूहिक प्रयास से संचालित की जाती है। यहाँ आप न केवल मेहमान होते हैं, बल्कि इस समुदाय का हिस्सा बन जाते हैं। भूटान के 2 प्रमुख सांस्कृतिक समुदाय गालोप और लोछम्पा यहाँ की पहचान हैं। उनकी परंपराएं, उनके गीत और उनकी कहानियां, सब कुछ आपको भूटान की गहराई से परिचित कराते हैं। और यहाँ पर मिलने वाला ऑर्गेनिक और ताजा भोजन जो हर निवाले में यहाँ की मिट्टी और प्यार का स्वाद देता है। पाछू कम्युनिटी टूरिज्म यहाँ पर बिताए आपके हर पल को खास बनाने की कोशिश करता है। पारंपरिक हॉट स्टोन बाथ जो आपके शरीर और मन को तरोताजा कर देता है। पहाड़ी झरने के पास बना नेचुरल स्विमिंग पूल जहां पानी की ठंडक आपकी थकान मिटा देती है। तारों भरे आसमान के नीचे कैंपिंग का अनुभव या इको फ्रेंडली लॉजेस में आराम। भूटान के पारंपरिक गीत और नृत्य, रंगीन परिधानों में फोटोशूट और फुनचोलिंग के अद्भुत दृश्यों का आनंद। यहाँ का हर एक अनुभव आपकी यात्रा को यादगार बना देता है।
Next. Okay. क्या नेट ठीक है। हम हिंदी से बात करेगा क्योंकि हमारा भूटान नियर टू इंडिया बॉर्डर में है, ऐसे सब इंग्लिश में बोल रहे हैं, हम एक थोड़ा हिंदी में भाषा बोल रहे हैं। पाछू कम्युनिटी 2023 में हम लोग स्टार्ट किया है। हम लोग का विलेज में 45 हाउस होल्ड और हम लोग बॉर्डर से 6 किलोमीटर उधर में एसटीएफ फ्री है। वो बॉर्डर एरिया में वो एसटीएफ फी देना नहीं पड़ेगा। थोड़ा उधर हम लोग एक तो चेक पोस्ट है, उधर से ऊपर जाएगा तो एसटीएफ फॉर इंडिया 1200। और पाछू कम्युनिटी का हम लोग का मेन एम है गांव का आदमी लोग के लिए जॉब देने का और एम एंड पर्पस टू डेवलप उधर का टूरिज्म प्रमोट करने का और हम लोग का लॉन्ग टर्म सस्टेनेबिलिटी और पाछू बेस्ट टूरिज्म प्रमोट करने के लिए इन हम लोग का गांव में हम लोग का 7 मेंबर है और रोल एंड मेंबर ईच मेंबर हैव रोल। कोई अकाउंटेंट है, कोई मार्केटिंग का, कोई मैनेजमेंट करता है। इको टूरिज्म रन करने से हम लोग का कम्युनिटी का बहुत फायदा है क्योंकि हम लोग का बस्ती का जो कल्चर, वो बस्ती का आदमी लोग आता है और डे टाइम में वो लोग जानवर लोग और एग्रीकल्चर काम करता है और नाइट में ये लोग कल्चर परफॉर्मेंस करता है और वो लोग ट्रिप्स भी मिलता है हम लोग से, पैकेज से भी देता है वो लोग को। और लोकल ड्राइवर लोग भी हम लोग ये लोग का भी जॉब ऑफर करता है। और हम लोग का चैलेंजेस फेस है। पहले हम लोग स्टार्ट करने में हम लोग का वो रोड और हम लोग का फाइनेंशियल प्रॉब्लम भी था और हम लोग का मेन सपोर्ट ट्रेनिंग। वो इको टूरिज्म में ट्रेनिंग इज मोस्ट इम्पोर्टेंट बिकॉज ट्रेनिंग नहीं है तो हम लोग का जो टूरिस्ट आ रहा है वो लोग को कैसे सर्व करना पड़ेगा, कैसे रेस्पेक्ट करना पड़ेगा, वो लोग हम लोग थोड़ा चैलेंजेस हो गया फर्स्ट स्टार्टअप में।
Another 2 minutes more.
Okay.
एडवांटेज ऑफ टूरिज्म, एडवांटेज क्या है? वो टूरिज्म जो आए हम लोग का गांव में कल्चर सीखने वो लोग सीखता है, और हम लोग का एग्रीकल्चर का फार्मिंग कैसे करता है, हार्वेस्ट लोग कैसे करता है, वो लोग हम लोग सिखा देता है। चिल्ड्रन लोग को हम लोग का वो एग्रीकल्चर का नॉलेज वो लोग भी सिखा देता है हम लोग। और हम लोग का पैकेज, इको टूरिज्म में पैकेज हम लोग फर्स्ट हम लोग देता है वेलकम टी, इसके बाद हम लोग टेंट, इको लॉज, रात को एंजॉय करने के लिए हम लोग कल्चर शो देता है। इंडिया से आते हैं, और हम लोग सपोर्ट भी किया है, MOU साइन विद वेस्ट बंगाल, और साइन किया है, क्योंकि हम लोग इको टूरिज्म में हम लोग एक एक पहचान करना पड़ेगा, इसके बाद टूरिस्ट एक्सचेंज करना पड़ेगा हम लोग। और इको टूरिज्म में हम लोग का मेन हम लोग का तारियाना फुल हम लोग का सपोर्ट किया है, हेल्विटास एंड local government, they have supported us। and इको टूरिज्म में लड़की हम लोग का उधर में पांच कम्युनिटी में 12 लड़की है जो सब जगह में काम करता है, क्योंकि ज़्यादा से लड़की लोग अच्छा काम करते हैं, क्योंकि कैसे वो जगह में भी, मगर थोड़ा ऐसे इको टूरिज्म में कोई हम लोग का बुद्धि से डर के बैठता है। बिजनेस करने में रिस्क नहीं बोलने से बिजनेस कभी मत करो, क्योंकि पैसा का है मामला, वो में रिस्क करके करने से तो थोड़ा अच्छा से वो कामयाब होगा। और पांचू कम्युनिटी का हम लोग रिक्वेस्ट है, सब तवांग, अरुणाचल, इंडिया, नेपाल, सिक्किम एक बार हम लोग का प्लेस में आने से हम लोग का उधर जगह में स्टे फ्री है, हम लोग अच्छा से याद करेगा, अच्छा से केयर करेगा। और नहीं वो ज़्यादा आदमी क्यों सोच रहे भूटान में जाओ स्टे लगेगा, मगर बॉर्डर साइड में स्टे फ्री है, वो फ्री, वो 1 डे उधर बैठने सकेगा, एंजॉय करने सकेगा। और ऊपर जाएगा तो थोड़ा स्टे देना पड़ेगा। थैंक यू।
Okay. Thank you very much. So, chota understand. So, anyway, but your presentation is very good. Yeah. Thank you to all our speakers for their valuable contributions. We will now open the floor for the questions and discussions. If you have any questions or comments, please feel free to raise your hands or come forward. Kindly keep your questions brief and relevant to the session theme. Thank you.
Can I? Yeah. Man from Sikkim, right here.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Right. Actually, it's I don't. It's not a question as such. I just wanted to raise a point here. Recently, under the initiative and support of the Prime Minister, Mr. Modi, he had actually wholeheartedly supported the use of Tibetan Buddhism medicine. So, if at all, if we can imbibe all those qualities and actually, have centers or retreats around those Buddhist sites, I think that would add not just value, but at the same time, it would add employment, local employments, and various other things which has already been discussed here. And also, I wanted to raise a challenge. I don't know. I'm not sure how big a challenge is it with other states and countries, But especially with the state of Sikkim, we have this issue which my beautiful colleague had raised, the ILP. I think, ma'am, Ma'am Secretary, which we had discussed regarding the inland permit, I think we need to let's not undermine the national security as such, but we can at least, what we could do at the most is try and red flag those countries which are, you know, which do not share mutual interest. And because since we are targeting those Buddhist countries like Sri Lanka, Burma, countries like Thailand, Laos, so we need to make things easy, friendlier, and unopposed. With that said, thank you. That's it.
Okay, thank you very much. So we have already tangible and the intangible heritage. So the problem is the past presentations, some speaker who are already mentioned that point. So lack is marketing and the branding, positioning. So in next forum, so we will add on to that. Thank you.
Agya, thank you for your question. So under Ministry of Tourism, we have a project called Swadesh Darshan 2.0. So I have worked under Ministry of Tourism under that project as a project coordinator. So in Yoksam, that is in western part of Sikkim, we have a new infrastructure coming up. Actually, it's not a new infrastructure. It was an old infrastructure, and the ministry has funded us again to revamp that property. So what we have done is we have two projects under that. One is Cultural Village, that is in eastern part of Sikkim, Gantok, near Namli. The other one, which is in Yoksam, which is basically more we are concentrating on Buddhist circuit. In fact, past 1 or 2 days, our tourism minister, Sri T.T. Bhutan, has been doing a lot of recce in that area. On just next to that, wherever that project is going on, there's another project which is already completed, which is going to be very soon inaugurated by maybe someone from the ministry or something, maybe from the government of Sikkim. Even there's one more. So we have altogether 2 new tourist destination coming up, which is mainly focusing on Buddhist circuit. It's just that I cannot, I cannot, what should I say, announce it or something like that, because right now we have not made any guidelines. Thank you.
I would just like to add one thing. Your point about this one, Tibetan Medicinal Clinic, this is already, I think it's covered under Ayush. And under Ayush, Government of India is taking care of that thing. Other than that, you also mentioned about the information kiosk or a guided information which should be made available around the tourism spots, monuments, and other establishments. I think this is very, very important. Throughout Northeast, we don't find any guide or any information kiosk in the monuments, which is important. So I think Swan may like to note that and impress upon the government to make available this information kiosk in all the important tourist places and Buddhist sites. In addition to that, cleanliness. Cleanliness is very, very important, which like in Arunachal Pradesh, we already have here, I think our Mayor Madam is here. Mayor Madam is here, like already very strong steps she's taking in Itanagar to clean up the city. So likewise, I think every town and city in Northeast should also implement very strongly, give fine, implement the rules and regulations and make cleanliness compulsory so that tourists, when they come and they have a good time and visit the places happily. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm from Rupa. I just want to introduce myself. My name is Kesang Lamu. I belong from the Sertupen tribe. So many people ask me where you all are from. We are from Rupa, Sertupen tribe. I just want to add, the Wange, the way he was giving about the circuit. We organize a festival called Eagleness Bird Festival. This is a conservation effort which we have been doing since 6 years. In this festival, we have, our MLA, our Sir Chetan Jombe sir, he has officially announced a trail called His Holiness Trail. which is very important. And this lies under the corridor of Eagleness Sanctuary. So I think so. I request this one, Chring Wange, to include this trail, and this is the exit point towards plane. His Holiness जब आया था, I think so मैम तो बोला था कि खेंजवानी से आया था. Then this is the exit point. So in this festival we do the trekking trail. So I just want to request him to include this trail as His Holiness, trekking trail. Thank you very much.
Sir, one question from my side. Very good afternoon. I am Sonam Norzin. I am from Tawang itself, currently serving as the Jila Parishad member of Tawang. I personally feel tourism should focus more on quality than quantity. Looking into my place, Tawang, I am noticing that in past years, due to overflow of tourism, the beauty of our place is spoiling. Also, the cleanliness and the traffic is increasing. So I also want to mention that the women of Tawang are very hardworking. Their dedication and strength are admirable. As we all see, Bhutan is very well organized when it comes to tourism management. Also, Bhutan is a great example for ecotourism. Therefore, I would like to ask the Bhutan delegates, how did you manage and successfully implement such a system in your country? As a leader myself, I personally feel it challenging, often face different kind of difficulties when I try to implement something new in my district. So I would like to ask the Bhutan delegates, how do you maintain your system? Despite many tourists visiting your place, despite your countries having many visitors, it's been quite long. I have been to Bhutan, but when I was there, I was really impressed by the way you have maintained the system. Therefore, how did you handle those challenges and ensure that tourism growth did not spoil the environment and local culture? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. I would like to invite the Bhutan team there, so they will the next sessions. Right. In that sections, they will already point up to you the next. So, are there any further questions or comments? Or if not, as we come to the end of the sessions, I would like to briefly reflect on the key insights shared today. The discussion highlights the importance of the strengthening connectivity among the Buddhist sites and the communities, not only as a means of the preserving our rich spiritual and the cultural heritage, but also as a pathway to fostering global harmony, understanding, and sustainable development. The valuable perspectives shared by our speakers have emphasized collaboration, accessibility, and the role of modern initiative in enhance the connections. On behalf of the organizers, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to all our distinguished speakers for their enlightenment presentations and the audience for our active participations and engagement. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson, for the technical session 3, Dr. Mahesh Priyadarshana, for the smooth conduct of the session. As we move toward the final segment of our deliberations, session 4 focuses on setting standards and branding. Our objective is to ensure that Buddhist Circuit is recognized globally for its excellence, ethics, and cultural authenticity. I invite our session chairperson, Mr. Kedarnath Sharma, co-owner, Bar People Bisauni Homestay, Elam, Nepal, to kindly take this place on stage.
मैं भारत की ओर से हमारे विशिष्ट विशेषज्ञ सीनियर एडवाइजर स्ट्रेटेजिक कम्युनिकेशंस ITSU मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ हेल्थ एंड फैमिली वेलफेयर फॉर्मर प्रोफेसर IIMC and Senior ICSSR Research Fellow, ऑनरेबल मैडम जयश्री जेठवानी जी को मंच पर आमंत्रित करती हूँ और मैं स्वागत करती हूँ इंडिपेंडेंट कंसल्टेंट इको टूरिज्म बायोडाइवर्सिटी एंड क्लाइमेट चेंज ऑनरेबल मिस सीमा भट्ट जी का, जो हमारे साथ वर्चुअल माध्यम से जुड़े हैं।
From our partner nations, please welcome Ms. Taranga Rupasinghe, Director, Standards and Quality Assurance Institute, Sri Lanka, Tourism Development Authority. Mr. Karmat Singh, Economic Development and Marketing Officer, Bumthang, Department of Tourism, Bhutan. Mr. Deepak Adhikari, Private Sector Tourism, CEO, Frontline Development Solution in virtual mode. I would like to request Mr. Kedarnath Sharma to kindly proceed with the session, sir.
Thank you. Please be seated. Okay, please. I invite Srijana ji. No? Yeah, Srijana ji also. In this session, good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this important panel discussion on setting standard and branding marketing at the Buddhist Circuit. The Buddhist Circuit is more than a tourist product. It is a shared spiritual and cultural heritage that connects millions of people across borders and generations. As we work together strengthening this circuit, the need for the quality standards, sustainable infrastructures, and coordinated branding has become more important than ever. Today's discussion is an opportunity to explore how we can collectively position the Buddhist Circuit, not only as a pilgrimage destination, but also as a world-class cultural journey that reflects dignity, hospitality, and meaningful storytelling. I look forward to hearing the valuable insights of our distinguished panelists and engaging in a productive exchange of ideas. In this session, 3 of the panelists are present there, and I think 3 are the virtual, included recorded one. And if I follow the schedule, I must welcome the recorded speech, recorded opinion of Ms. Seema Bhatt, independent columnist, ecotourism, biodiversity, and climate change on setting standards for rural tourism. Technical team, please.
Good evening. I am really sorry that I am not there in person to share this presentation with you, but nevertheless, I do hope that I can do it virtually. And I am going to be talking about setting standards for rural tourism today. As we know well, that ecotourism, or simply travel to natural areas that conserve the environment, improves the welfare of people, has actually is now a concept that has been around for several decades. But be it good or bad, sometimes the word ecotourism is just used for any kind of tourism, because really there is a lot of misconceptions on what this particular concept should involve. Rural tourism is considered a subset of ecotourism. Now, tourism itself is a double-edged sword. It could bring benefits to the country, the state, the local communities. It could also be an incentive to conserve biodiversity. But it can also do a lot of harm to people and the environment. A few examples. This is not an uncommon sight. We see it everywhere, every day, rather shameful. And of course, we see it primarily in a lot of areas where tourism is there's a lot of tourism. This is an example I wanted to share with you. This is a picture that has been taken from the Galapagos Islands. It's a World Heritage Site. And it's a place where people who are nature lovers, wildlife conservationists flock to. But just see the kind of tourism that is happening. These are nesting birds. They're sitting on their nest, and there are tourists who are pointing the cameras into their face. This is not what we really want to happen. This, shamefully, again, is a very common sight across our cultural heritage in this country. So how does one ensure that tourism is responsible? And setting standards for the entire range of tourism is extremely important. You can call it standard setting, certification, whatever you wish to call it. But the point is that standards have to be set. And we always think that, oh, this is not meant for me. Standards are set by high-end hotels, by five-star hotels. Not true. We have to have standards, whether it is a five-star hotel, it is a community-based initiative, it is a homestay. We need to set standards. Now, people are scared by the word certification. But very simply, it's a procedure that assesses, audits, and gives a written assurance that a facility, a product, a process meets certain standards. And these standards are set against management, social, cultural, and environmental criteria. Certification in the long run could help raise the international standard for ecotourism in any country. It lends credibility to tour operators. It ensures that ecological impacts from tourism are monitored, especially in ecologically fragile areas. It brings credibility to the local community, and it helps tourists make informed choices. We know today that social media plays a very, very important role in tourism. There are people who are looking for places to go to. They are looking through various social media handles, and wherever, this is where certification becomes really important, because if a potential tourist looks at a site and said, oh, this has been certified by XYZ, it does help the tourists make informed choices, and it actually lends credibility to the place and will, of course, in the long run, attract more tourists. In history, we talk about certification is not new. It's there. It's been there. If you talk about, everybody has heard of the Michelin guidebooks. You hear about Michelin star restaurants and how people flock to a Michelin star restaurant. And that is because these have been certified. Now, the biggest impetus for ecotourism came after the Rio Summit in 1992. And the ISO standards were released. The ISO 14001 was released in 1996. This is now an old standard. ISO has many more standards. But this ISO standards are not appropriate to certify tourism, because they do not take into account social and cultural factors. And it is also expensive. Costa Rica may be perhaps one of the first countries to have introduced a certification for sustainable tourism in the 90s. Then comes the Blue Flag program for beaches. And this is now quite prevalent among beaches. And then there is also the WWF Span Park program, which certifies tourism around protected areas. There are many more that have come into being. But perhaps the best known is the Sustainable Tourism Criteria, which came about through the Sustainable Tourism Stewardship Council. This was a result of a collaboration between 30 various organizations across the globe, whereby it was decided that, there's so many different standards. criteria. Why don't we set a sort of something that can be applied across the board? And that is how GSTC came into being. And there are three sets. One is for destination, the other is for industry, and then there is the MICE, which are for events and event organizers. Now, GSTC has 37 criteria organized under 4 main themes. Very comprehensive. First looks at effective sustainability planning. Then you look at maximizing social and economic benefits for the local community, enhancing cultural heritage, and finally reducing negative impacts to the environment. But this goes into far more detail. And I'm not going to go through the whole thing, but I actually developed a certification scheme based on the GSTC for community-based homestays. That is what we are looking at, particularly in this initiative that we are talking about today. And I will just tell you how this is done. If you look at one criteria, which is demonstrate effective sustainable management, then you look at a subset, which is that all personnel receive periodic training. You then look at potential indicators, therefore, which means that you have to keep a record and monitor these initiatives throughout the whole initiative or throughout as long as your initiative exists. It has to be rigorous, it has to be ongoing, it cannot be a one-time exercise, and it keeps having to be upgraded and renewed. In August 2014, the Ministry of Tourism, Government of India, launched the Sustainable Tourism Criteria for India. A lot of us were involved in developing these criteria, which were based on the GSTC. And these criteria are for tour operators, the accommodation sector, and also for beaches and backwaters. Unfortunately, the implementation of these criteria has not really taken off. So finally, what I would say is that whatever standards we use, be it GSTC, something based on GSTC, we don't need to reinvent the wheel. We just need to set standards, whether it is rural tourism, ecotourism, adventure tourism, religious tourism. We need to make it responsible and sustainable. And therefore, let's work towards making rural tourism that which is responsible, sustainable through the setting up of standards. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Seema Bhatt, for her really eye-opening opinion. And I now invite Ms. Taranga Rupasinghe, Director of Standard and Quality Assurance Institute, Sri Lanka Tourism Development Authority.
Ayubowan, distinguished delegates, organizers, ladies and gentlemen. Although I presented earlier as well, now I hope to take you all on another interesting journey. I think you are ready for that. Okay, let's begin. Today I will share a few perspectives on the key pillars of our shared vision: setting standards, strengthening branding, and marketing of Buddhist Circuit. The Buddhist Circuit is far more than tourism route. It is a journey across time, across cultures, and across nations. Linking the life of the Buddha, the spread of his teaching, and the living traditions that continue to inspire millions today. From the secret plans of India and Nepal to the spiritual landscape of Bhutan and to Sri Lanka, where Buddhism is deeply embedded in daily life. This circuit represents a shared spiritual and cultural heritage of South Asia. However, for this journey to gain true global recognition, one essential element is required: consistency in quality and authenticity. This is where standards become the foundation. Standards ensure that every pilgrim and traveler experiences quality service, safety and cleanliness, cultural and spiritual integrity, and meaningful interpretation of heritage. Without this foundation, even the most secret destinations can feel fragmented. When we speak of standards, we are not referring only to infrastructure. We are speaking about the entire visitor experience, from accommodation to guiding and interpretation, to hygiene and environmental care, to meaning, mindfulness and spiritual offerings. Every touch point matters. The goal is simple: the deliver an experience that is authentic, dignified, and deeply enriching. Sri Lanka has long recognized the importance of this approach. Through the Sri Lanka Tourism Development Authority, where I represented, we have developed a strong quality assurance and regulatory framework, including registration and classification of tourism establishments, licensing of inbound and outbound tour operators, standards for homestays and community-based tourism, guidelines for wellness and spiritual tourism products. In addition, we are advancing sustainable tourism certification aligned with global standards. This ensures tourism development is not only high quality, but also responsible and environmentally sustainable. Our approach to developing standards is structured and participatory. It includes identify national and market priorities, stakeholder consultation with the industry and communities, benchmarking with international best practices, continuous monitoring and refinement. This ensures standards are practical and implementable on the ground, not just theoretical frameworks. Therefore, our standards we are lucky to implement as we developed. A key dimension of this initiative is women-led rural tourism and SME development. In Sri Lanka, the SME tourism sector includes homestays, bungalows, heritage homes, rented homes, and apartments. All are under SME sector. This model is important because it strengthens rural economies, create household level income generation, contributes directly to national GDP, and also enables communities to earn foreign exchange through tourism services. By formalizing these categories under clear standards, we are creating structured and dignified opportunities for rural communities while ensuring consistent quality for visitors. At the same time, we are empower women through hospitality and service training, hygiene and safety awareness, financial and digital literacy. This is how we build sustainable livelihood and inclusive growth. Moving to the second dimension, the branding and marketing of Buddhist Circuit. Even the most well-developed circuit requires a strong identity to be globally recognized. Branding gives the Buddhist circuit its voice, visibility, and emotional connection. It transforms individual destination into a unified spiritual journey. The opportunity before us is to create a shared regional identity, one that connects the footsteps of the Buddha across the plains with the living Buddhist traditions of the Himalaya and Sri Lanka. This positions South Asia as the global center of Buddhist heritage and spiritual tourism. Sri Lanka is already actively contributing to this effort through digital transformation and global storytelling. We have developed a dedicated platform by the Sri Lanka Tourism Development Authority. It is our promotional arm of Sri Lanka Tourism. That is Buddhist Trail Sri Lanka. It's our website. This platform showcases key Buddhist heritage sites, offers structured pilgrimage itineraries, provides verified listings of temples and meditation centers, ensures consistent branding and storytelling. We are also enhancing the digital experience of Buddhist tourism, including live global streaming of the Kandi Asala Perahara in multiple languages, and influencer-driven storytelling and digital content creation, media familiarization tours during Vesak, and promotion of Buddhist academic and cultural institutions. These initiatives position Sri Lanka as a living heritage destination, combining spirituality, culture, and digital accessibility. Because we are in the digital era. Accordingly, our branding focus is clear: to present Sri Lanka as a destination where Buddhism is not only preserved but lived and experienced. Ultimately, the success of the Buddhist circuit depends on regional collaboration. It requires harmonized standards, seamless connectivity, joint tourism products, and coordinated marketing strategies. Together, we can create a circuit that is cohesive, accessible, and globally competitive. As we move forward, our priorities are clear: strengthening regional standards and building a unified brand identity, empowering women and communities, enhancing the connectivity, and embracing digital transformation. In conclusion, the Buddhist circuit is not simply a tourism initiative. It is a shared legacy, a pathway of peace, and a bridge between nations. By combining strong standards with meaningful branding and inclusive development, we have the opportunity to create something truly powerful, a journey that inspires, connects, and transforms. Thank you, Stuti.
Thank you, Taranga Rupasinghe, for your very well packaged and presentation. And now it's a turn of another virtual presentation by Professor Dr. Jayashree Jethwani, Senior Advisor, Strategic Communication, former Professor, IIMC, and Senior ICSSR Research Fellow, Branding and Marketing of the Buddhist Circuit. Please, technical team.
Good afternoon, friends. I'm really happy to get the opportunity to interface with you today afternoon on a subject which is very dear to my heart. Sunil Binjola, a colleague from Swan, is helping me navigating my discourse. He tells me that I have about 10 to 12 minutes to complete the discourse. You know, teachers are compulsory speakers. 10 minutes is too short. Here, I'm reminded of a very interesting anecdote from Winston Churchill's life. We all know that he was a great orator. So once one of his adversary asked him, Mr. Churchill, how much time do you take to prepare your, discourse or your lecture or your speech? And without blinking, he said, depends on the time allotted to me. He said, what does it mean? He said, if I'm asked to speak for 1 hour, I don't prepare at all. I just navigate in my mind what to speak when, because people's attention span anyway is not more than a few minutes. But if I'm asked to speak for 5 to 10 minutes, I really prepare hard. So since I have 10 minutes, I've tried to give a kind of a crux of what is on my mind on branding and marketing of our very favorite initiative, the Arc of Rural Tourism Intercountry Buddhist Circuit, which has a twin objective: women's economic empowerment in rural South Asia, sustainable pathways. So, in the next 10 minutes I have, or maybe 9 minutes now, I'll try to contextualize. It's very important that when you are branding or when you're marketing, making marketing strategies, it must come from the program objective. Next slide, Sunil. Could we go to the next slide, please? So why market and brand tourism? Anything where there's a product, service, or an idea can survive only if it has a market, it has a consumer base. Some of the products we know, they come in the domain of necessity, while others qualify as aspirational. Even the products which are of necessity, they come necessity domain, you see a lot of branding going on. Let's take the example of very mundane, flour, atta. So you find there are half a dozen varieties of brands available in the market, trying to create a unique selling proposition for each of them. But while some other products are aspirational, we have always desired to achieve that or buy that or own that. Tourism is an aspirational product or brand that fulfills our nomadic instincts of exploring new places, cultures, cuisine, and people. And faith-based tourism is niche, with an inherent desire and emotion to make to that place at least once in a lifetime. Next, Sunil. So let's look at the state of the problem in communication parlance. Problem is the issue we are discussing. So we see that the Buddhist circuit already attracts millions of visitors annually, but maybe probably separately from country to country. But there's one inherent thought in the mind of everyone who comes to a Buddhist place, is a journey of self-realization, a journey of self-knowledge. Next, please. So let's look at the women-led tourism and economic proposition. Women have always played a role in tourism sector across South Asia, particularly for informal and family-based enterprises. As per data, in many rural areas, women account for 40 to 55% of tourism workforce, but own fewer than 25% of registered tourism business. Now, the initiative treats women's leadership not primarily as a social objective, but as also an economic strategy to empower them. So we see, friends, that one is that we are attracting people to Buddhist circuit to reach the Buddhist sites, but on way, it is the rural, areas or the areas where the Buddhist, monuments or the relics are there. We are involving the women around that area in the rural areas of all these states in South Asia to handle this hospitality business, to handle the tourism sector, to handle the people on many different issues about which I'll talk in a minute. Yeah. Next, please. Let's connect the dots. The spade work in this regard, especially the collective wisdom of countries and experts who joined in various discussions, Nepal 24, Bhutan 25, now Arunachal Pradesh 26, have indeed given us the confidence that the arc of rural tourism connecting the Buddhist circuit, connecting a few neighboring countries, connecting phase 1, phase 2, where Buddhism is still a living reality and where Gautam Buddha's footprints have withstood the test of time and the vagaries of nature, is an idea whose time has come. And concomitantly, we see women's economic empowerment is possible in great measures when we create common tourism markets and common ecosystems in South Asia. Next, please. So what does it really achieve when we integrate visitors and native communities? One of the important outcomes, to my mind, of this project will be integrating visitors with rural folks and native communities of South Asia, providing a window to their lifestyle, cuisine, hospitality, and their arts and crafts. For faith-based tourists who belong to various socioeconomic strata, and also young tourists who often come on a shoestring budget, homestays at reasonable costs can be a win-win situation for both supply and demand side. Access to finance, creation of formal markets, skill development, and institutional support will bring prosperity in the region, especially in the rural areas led primarily by women. That is my confidence. Next, please. Now let's look at marketing and branding of tourism, our Buddhist circuit. So what really is marketing? What do we achieve with that? Marketing is the process of creating, communicating, and delivering values to customers to meet their needs, while at the same time generating profit, both on the supply and demand side. Marketing encompasses research in understanding the consumer, formulating strategy, using promotion to connect products, brands with target audiences. Here we're talking about niche marketing. The rural tourism can be linked and promoted around Buddhist sites, which will encompass faith, heritage, culture, gastronomy, Ayurveda, and the nature trail experience. In other words, it's a different kind of a package for different people. Some people who come for faith-based may be more interested in going to various places of Gautam Buddha, while some young tourists may be interested more in the, exploring the countryside, the rural side. They would like to go on a nature trail. And along with that, they also have a taste of the faith. Next, please. Now let's define what is a brand. It is generally said in advertising parlance that factories, produce products is the people who turn products into brands. So what really is a brand? A brand has both physical, tangible, and intangible characteristics that gives it a unique identity. The name, the sign, the symbol, the slogan, the tagline, or anything that is used to identify and distinguish products come under the tangible features. Brand is also the image of the product or a service based on the experience the consumers have with it. And every time we go on a tourism site, we bring back a lot of memories. Both some have very pleasant memories. You want to go back again. Some may not have good memories. They may also probably spread a word not worth going. So it's very important, since it's experiential. It is a kind of a faith-based, is kind of a service. It's very important that we all put all these things into their memory lane. The psychological aspects of brand include the emotional, the cognitive, and the social factors in shaping consumers' or tourist perception on how they will feel about, how would they connect with the brand beyond product features, helping them in driving loyalty and decisions. Because if you have, people with very good experience, when they write, a kind of a testimonial, it draws many more people. So tourism comes in the aspirational and experiential domain. Therefore, it has to be promoted or positioned as such. Next, please. So what all will it encompass? Our proposed arc of rural tourism will provide an experiential feeling of achievement at various Buddhist sites, immersed in history, faith, and joy of being there. The feeling of, yes, I did it, after they're able to reach there and experience it. A comfortable stay-on way with various activities, sharing common cultural identities, trades and food, and making friends in countries in the trail are obviously part of it. Within the Buddhist circuit, women-led tourism will encompass homestays, guest houses, food and catering linked to local agriculture, guiding, interpretation, storytelling based on Buddhist folklore, the spread of Buddhism's relevance in the strife-torn world. Buddha cannot be more relevant than he is today. Crafts, rituals, wellness, and learning experience can also be, juxtaposed with that experience. Next, please. So what is the brand promise we are going to give when somebody packs his or her bags and come on the entire circuit, which means for maybe a couple of weeks, a lot of money spends. So what the brand promise? The strategy in large measures, instead of banking upon traditional ways of promoting a brand only through advertising, will focus on immersive, hands-on brand experience, aiming at fostering deep emotional connect to build brand loyalty, inviting people to experience it themselves. So what is the kind of a route will it take? This is not the exact probably tagline, but then it can revolve around that. You have to experience to know what it feels like. So you have to give that kind of inspiration and incitement to the people to come and visit. So you can experience only when you reach there. Next, please. So what really is the brand positioning? Connecting faith, connecting communities on the premise that consumers seek the emotional connect through faith, interaction with people, the places around, and the consumers interested in a meaningful and educative experience. The tentative thought, this is not the final one, but it is kind of an idea testing. Experience truth and tranquility, the arc of Buddhist circuit. Obviously, you need a creative agency to work on it. This is the basic thought, basic premise I had in mind. Experience truth and tranquility, the arc of Buddhist circuit. I have another one. Please, next, Sunil. The next slide, please. Alternate positioning. Experience your moment of truth, the arc of Buddhist circuit. Again, this is just an idea around which we can revolve around. So in a nutshell, what it really means, brand identity means, a common brand identity around the Buddhist circuit needs to focus on authentic qualities, real characteristics of the value and brand promise that the tour experience will provide. Common logo, brand color, website, homestay signages, stationery, mementos, artifacts, various places, reflection at sites of homestays, tour operators, websites. It has a common color, common style, common logos, so that people feel connected. Yes, I was in Nepal, now I'm in India, but then the thread continues throughout all the countries. So brand promise will be built by immersive marketing sustained by the participating countries by strictly following brand identity manual. We shall have to work on it so that each group has their brand identity manual. If they're working on hoardings, on the billboards, if they're working on their website, if it's a homestay, it has to just carry through the entire circuit as the Buddhist circuit. Next, please. I think the last slide. So essentials for success in marketing and branding. How will it be achieved? Building narratives creatively and consistently through a dedicated team backed by the following. Taking mainstream media, national media on board in building momentum. Online promotion through website and other social media platforms via short films, virtual tour of sites, homestays, testimonials, celebrity endorsements, and online brochures, literature, which can be downloaded. A dedicated creative agency to design and maintain narrative on the website and offline promotional materials. All this material also has to be with the tour operators, both online, offline. Consumer experience, stories, testimonials. Informing international, national tourists the ease of getting visa within participating countries, transportation, boarding and lodging, both for groups and individual travelers. So in sum total, a branding says not just a nice logo, nice color, nice creative advertising. It has to be embedded in the experience. So both put together, tangible and intangible, will make a very robust brand and create a brand loyalty. I think I've done my 10 minutes, so I rest my narrative. Thank you.
Just 10% more than 10 minutes. However, it was very insightful. Thank you, Professor Dr. Jayashree Jethwani. And now I request Srijana Nepali from Nepal Tourism Board, and she will be presenting the perspective from Nepal.
Namaste, Honorable MLAs, Ambassador Veena Sikri Madam from SWAN, and all the distinguished delegates from India, Bhutan, Sri Lanka, Sikkim, and my country, Nepal. As I stand in this pristine land of Buddhism, Tawang, I feel extremely privileged to present my country, Nepal, the birthplace of Lord Buddha, where I can present some of the initiatives that we have done as the National Tourism Organization of the Government of Nepal. And I'd like to put forward a very brief presentation on what Nepal government is trying to do for the Greater Lumini Buddhist Circuit and beyond. And for that, I want to take you to a special quotation from Lord Gautam Buddha. And it is like this: After I am no more, O Ananda, men of belief will visit the place with faith, curiosity, and devotion. Lumbini, the place where I was born, the path of ultimate peace is spiritual discipline. So that's how we have been moving forward. So I am focusing more in the part of the branding and marketing of the Buddhist circuit from the Nepal's perspective. Uh, for a normal part, like we have certain facts of of Lumbini, and it has been the root part for our Buddhism and spirituality that Nepal has been promoting all over. It's the birthplace of Lord Buddha, and it has been declared as the UNESCO World Heritage Site in 1997. Lumbini symbolizes peace and harmony to people far and wide, a place where religious and secular leaders could work together. And Lumbini is becoming one of the most rapidly growing pilgrimage destination, and numerous researches and excavations has still been carried out in different by the different scholars and in different phase of time. And as Lord Buddha has emphasized the importance of Lumbini as his birthplace, after that he has said as one of the four sacred sites that Buddhists should commemorate and visit, along with Bodh Gaya, Sarnath, and Kusinagar. We have certain key insights on the visitor arrivals in Lumbini. And to see the data, we can see that 13.1% visitors are there for religious tourism, and 1.1 million visitors to Lumbini we can see in annual phase. Especially we have the records of dominant domestic visitors, and especially Indian visitors for pilgrimage. And we can even see the growing international interest in these sites. These are some of the pictures that we have of the Lumbini area, Greater Lumbini part. Many monasteries are being built of different nationalities. And another interesting part that we have been like showing in Lumbini is the cultural section. We have built a very special auditorium hall that actually can accommodate 5,000 people together, and where we have very different types of really spiritual dialogues. There are different resource institutions, libraries, and museums in Lumbini's cultural center that are actually one of the main key point where we can see there is a University of Buddhism in Lumbini, where scholars are there united to see how they can move forward with Lumbini as a spiritual journey all over. So we have like in traditionally we can see that we were more into certain aspects of the traditional trail, but slowly and rapidly what we are trying to identify is the greater Lumbini trail. Previously there was the traditional trail that was like Lumbini, Kapil Bastu and Ramagram, but now we are like more into promoting the greater Lumbini trail, where we have the trail of the Devdaha, Goti Hawa, Nigli Hawa, Sagar Hawa, Sisania, Orrakot and Kudan. So that's how the trail will be seen. That is far and wide in between, in among the three different districts of Nepal. One is Lumbini. The greater Lumbini encompasses Lumbini and Devdaha in Rupandehi, Tilaurakot, Ancient, Kapilvastu, Goti Hawa, Nigli Hawa, Sagar Hawa, Sisania, Orrakot, and Kudan in Kapilvastu, and Ramagram in Navalparasi. So that's how we have made a greater Lumbini area. These are some of the photos that we have taken, and we can see this interesting this is one mass gathering of 400 pilgrims at the same time in Tilaurakot. They were there for a meditation. And this is Ramgram. So that's how like the Greater Lumbini Circuit is the path to Lord Buddha's origin. Devdaha, I have mentioned it earlier also, Devdaha, Kudan, Goti Hawa, Nigli Hawa, Orrakot, Sagar Hawa and Sisania. Especially we are focusing towards Devdaha because that's the maternal home of Buddha, and Kudan because that was the point where Lord Buddha he met his father after his enlightenment, and Goti Hawa that we always want to say it because not only Lord Buddha, we have the Lumbini is also the birthplace of another Buddha, Kakruchanda Buddha, and we have been like trying to highlight this part also. And not only that, we have Nigli Hawa, and Nigli Hawa is also another Buddha who was born there, and his name is Kanakmani Buddha. So we want to present that also and promote this wholeheartedly. And then we have Sagar Hawa, where the whole Sakyas clan were massacred, and that's why also we want to present these ideas all over the world. And we have brought many tourists and different scholars in Lumbini to showcase how Goti Hawa, how Nigli Hawa, and how Sisania, Kudan, they all are like very important part of Lumbini in Nepal. And with this, we have like 3 points. We have this interesting part point, like there are three Nepal as the land of three Buddha. That's how we are trying to promote. And the first picture that you can see is like the Asokan pillar at Goti Hawa. It was marked as birthplace of Kakruchanda Buddha, first Buddha. And then we have the second picture. That's the Asokan pillar at Nigli Hawa, where that's the birthplace of Kanakmani Buddha.
and he's the second Buddha born in Nepal. And then you know about Lumbini, Maya Devi temple. Many of you may only know Maya Devi temple, but we want everyone to know about two more Buddhas that were born in Nepal. And this is another interesting part that we are trying to promote, and still we are trying to establish. That's the Mother Maya Devi Maternity Trail. This is one of the river trail that extends around 36 kilometer, and with how Mother Maya Devi she gave birth to Lord Buddha, we are trying to highlight with where Mother Maya Devi she traveled from Lumbini to Kapilvastu after giving birth to Siddhartha, and that trail starts from Lumbini, passing through Padaria, Manauri, Sibalwa, Bijua, Sisania, Dohani, Niglihawa, and ends at Tilaurakot. So we are trying to promote this also, and the government of Nepal, they are trying to lobby it more so that people can understand the significance, like how Maya Devi she gave birth and how this can be a proper way of motherhood, can be also a part of spiritual journey. And Ramgram is one of the most pristine relic stupa that's also in Lumbini area, and we feel like it's one of the most sacred part, and it has never been opened. So we want to highlight this part also. And as per the forecast of the visitors from Greater Lumbini area, they have forecasted that they will have, this is from 2014 to 2050 data, and they are estimating more than 9.7 million visitors. So we are hopeful that we can see the forecast matches. Especially if you have to see the purpose to visit Nepal. Yes, Nepal is like more about adventure destination, but if you see the pilgrimage part, we can see 13.1% Nepalese and 13.1% visitors, they come to Nepal for pilgrimage, and Lumbini is one dominating part as well. With the chaos in this current busy life schedule, the government of Nepal, they are trying to position the part of wellness, and that is directly and indirectly related to Buddhism. So for that, the United Nations General Assembly on 10th of March 2026 adopted a resolution officially proclaiming the 15th April each year as International Wellness Day. This historic resolution raised by Nepal gains a unique global leadership position in wellness space. So Nepal, home to the Himalayas, spiritual traditions, yoga, meditation, Ayurveda, and natural healing, can position itself as a global hub for holistic well-being.
I request you to conclude in 2 minutes.
Sorry. Okay, so that's why also we have celebrated our first ever International Wellness Day on 15th April, and the tourism policy of Nepal 2082. It has also highlighted wellness tourism, and the government of Nepal is seriously looking into this matter and has even announced year 2027 as the wellness year. So we are having a different types of um, events going on. These are some of the glimpses that we did on 15th of April, where we brought together so many stakeholders, high-ranking government officials, ministers there, and they did a proper wellness program there. So we were trying to make Buddhism integration into wellness tourism integration, where we can have meditation retreats, yoga and mindfulness, Ayurveda, healing, and spiritual detox packages. So these are some of the pictures that I'll skip. So beyond Lumbinis, also we have we are trying to connect Buddhism with Ilam, then Chiton National Park, Bardian National Park, Palpa, and Pokhara. Beyond Lumbini, we have other different sites as well. So for branding, as I have to skip the presentation, I'll move it very fast. We tried to brand Lumbini as a very special highlight, where we have used Brahmi Lipi in the logo that is actually inscribed in the Asokan pillar. So we have done certain part of branding of Lumbini. These are some of the highlights that I just wanted to show you, and I'll be very quick. We are trying to do some collateral designs with some bags, paints, and many other items. We are trying for signages and templates. So that's how the strategic shift goes is, not only the sightseeing, we are more into a circuit package. We want the visitors not to just visit Lumbini, but to experience Lumbini. And not only a short stay, but we want a very immersive journey, because how wellness tourism can be flourished in Lumbini. And some of the highlights that I wanted to show is, under sustainable tourism project that actually is looking after many parts of women empowerment and rural tourism, we are having local female guide training, Chuali arts training, with very special artifacts and all the works that is done by the local women in Lumbini. There's a special pottery training where we have tried the women to bring out certain arts. We can see there's the footprints of Lord Buddha. They are trying to do that. A very special souvenir shops are being they are established near the gate number 5 of Lumbini, so that the tourists can see the local works done by the women of Lumbini area. And we have a very interesting on-site program going on. That's the Cultural Village project in Lumbini itself, where we are trying to highlight one particular area of Lumbini, and that area will be the Cultural Village project for Nepal, where we will train the women of that area. They will be empowered and they will look into all the works that they can do, and they can have a very empowered life, free of they can use they will be economically benefited, and they can give something back to the community. And food menu trainings that are also being given by Nepal. So these are some of the pictures that I wanted to specially highlight, where the women, after the training, they have done these things, and it has been a very special souvenirs for our guests. So this is Suali art. It's very interesting, and the women are learning there in Lumbini. And besides that, we have established Tourism Information Center. There's a picture of that. And we have also done some signage works there. Thanka painting training is also going on. Then deaf community female trekking guide training, that's also we are doing it. And there are some Lumbini Peace Marathon we did, Yoga Day, Lumbini International Meditation Day. And another interesting is Buddhist International Travel Mart. This is one of the mart that where we invite. Yeah, it's finished now. Where we invite countries from South East Asia and South Asian countries, tour operators. We invite them and we provide them familiarization trip, and they can have networking with Nepalese tour operators, Indian tour operators, Sri Lankan tour operators. They come together, and then there will be a different B2B package there. So every year we do it, and I'll also invite all the dignitaries soon when we will announce about the Buddhist International Travel Mart. So there are many challenges and way forward, and like you have said it to make it short, so I'll just like to conclude it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Srijanaji. Now I request Mr. Karma Chiring, Bomtang EDMO, Economic Development and Marketing Officer, Department of Tourism, Ministry of Industry, Commerce and Employment, Government of Bhutan, for his presentation.
Uh, Good evening to you all. I think I am the last presenter for this technical session. So it is a great honor and privilege to be here today with the among the delegates, participants, and the respected guests, and the Biswa Homestay conductor, chairperson of this session. So my name is Karma Sri. I'm the Economic Development and Marketing Officer of that beautiful Bumtang. Often it's also referred to as the Switzerland of Bhutan because of the beautiful valleys, spiritual, and also rich in culture and heritage. So we are also honored to celebrate the 118th National Day in that district, and it adds a valuable value added in terms of tourism, community development. So today's I will touch on the new brand of Bhutan, tourism strategy and unique experiences in terms of Buddhist circuits. So before I go to presentation, I have short video clips. Please, technical team to support me to play. So this video clip itself will cover whole part of my presentation, and I will add few more.
제샤다 템비 히말라야 가리수기 타코이부 토위 리다 와장 깨설다 템비 무슈치나 가네와 이치토도다 뇌냠급 개갑치 차리유 마시비 윤들린 뇌냠 치수 랑기 줄루에 사위 뉴바수 치카뜨니기 다귤배우네 레비 토낭다 햄비타수 셀랑메비 남주 술루꾸디 얌센쟁기 응알수 남룩다 라신네 땅 가시드 튼토토베유네 누기야 갑 칠단기 캐추수 셀튼 배우이 가위 두개 겔주기 갸갑날로 좀발레스유 아니 기념증기 가테다 붕타기 사고되기 나시스 웅기야 비자다 카틴데 취향 수기불 루기야 갑기 셈쇼수비 가와다 끼바 냠수 뇨디 유미디기 철의 미세디 세티질 주와 땅수비 이시유
Okay, thank you. So now let me begin with the Bhutan's national brand. Bhutan belief. This brand is not simply about promoting the destination of Bhutan. Rather, it invites people to believe in a way of life and connect with our values and become a part of our society and culture. So Bhutan offer more than sightseeing, it's offer transformation, mindfulness, and the human connection. So welcome to Thunder Dragon. So okay, Can't Believe is our national brand. And coming to the tourism strategy, we have a policy of high value, low volume tourism. So this strategy ensures that tourism contributes positively to our country's economic, social, environmental, and cultural development. Rather than focusing on the mass tourism, Bhutan emphasizes quality tourism that protect our heritage and promote sustainability. So under this policy, we all the visitors contribute through the sustainable development fees, which support free education care, upscale road and infrastructure development, sustainability project, and cultural preservation of the Bhutan. So currently, international tourists are paying US $100 per person per night, while children aged 6 to 12 receive a 50% concession. Children below the age of 6 are exempted of paying STF. For the Indian guests, STF is Multam or Buddhist currency 1,200 per person per night, with similar concession for children. And additionally, as highlighted by my friends, Indian visitors traveling to the designated border towns are free of STF for 24 hours. So incentive, which I have highlighted. So tourism information, which is available in our website, so no need to highlight. And now I would like to focus on the subject very close to today's workshop, the Buddhist Circuit and spiritual tourism in Bhutan. I believe this workshop is especially meaningful because it provides an important platform to strengthen regional cooperation through the South Asian Women Network and to promote Buddhist heritage tourism across the South Asia. So I think most of the regional regions have highlighted the connection Buddhist circuit, but I will point out the key Buddhist circuit in Bhutan. So we have Ironic Tigerness Monastery at Paro, one of the most sacred pilgrimage site in the Bhutan. And we have also Kichu Temple, which is one of the oldest temple. And in the center part of Bhutan, we have Jambal Hagang. That's the place where I work. And coming to the eastern part of the Bhutan, at Tashiangsi, we have Chorten Kora. I think that is very strong and strong historical and spiritual connection with the Monpa communities. And even I have seen more of the tourists from Monpas are visiting yearly, so which is itself shows the strong connection between the Monpas and even Bhutanese of Tashiangsi. And moreover, under the visionary leadership of His Majesty the King, Bhutan is also developing a Galifu mindfulness city, which aims to become a global hub for mindfulness, spirituality, wellness, and Buddhist learning. So it's very through this Buddhist circuit, Bhutan can warmly welcome devotees, Buddhist pilgrimage, and spiritual travelers across the Asia. So, in terms of society, we have a constitutional monarchy, strong gender equality, and also so many fun lovings. In terms of economy, Bhutan mainly focus on hydropower, agriculture, and tourism sectors. So for the So visitor to Bhutan experience a unique experience. I will show in photos. And in terms of nature level, Bhutan is a paradise of nature, and we are proud to be recognized top 10 rich in biodiversity in the world.
I request you to conclude in 2 minutes, please.
And we have interesting architectures, the people, museum, and pristine environment with more than 70% coverage of forest. And even we have also world's highest unclimbed mountain. And we have also trekking and hiking trails. And moreover, we have a Trans-Bhutan Trail, which once connected village and communities across the country. Today, it has been restored not only as a tourism product, but also a way to support local livelihood and preserve culture and spiritual connection. So visitors can also enjoy bird watching, fishing, and moreover, we have also the eco-tourism, eco-lodge, which are all certified by the tourism, and most of them are operated by the women-based communities. And the tourism services are certified and monitored uh, uh, by Department of Tourism, mainly to ensure the safety and sustainability, quality, hospitality for the all visitor. So without certification, they are not authorized to operate in Bhutan. So finally, before concluding, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the government of Arunachal Pradesh and South Asia Women Network and Tarayana Foundation for providing me with this wonderful opportunity to share the vision of Bhutanese tourism and also share the spiritual heritage and unique experience with you all. So thank you and Tashtile.
Thank you, Mr. Karmachirin. Now we have entered to the last presentation. It is a virtually pre-recorded opinion from Mr. Deepak Adhikari from the US, Washington, DC. He has 20 years of experience in tourism promotion, women empowerment, and he is the Chief Learning Officer in World Bank. Technical team, please.
Can you hear me? Person, can you hear me?
Yes.
And
Yes.
can you see my presentation?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. It must be distinguished guests, honorable members of the panel. I would like to start by thanking Professor Vinay Sipriji, who twisted my arm to make some thoughts and some observation based on my work experience in tourism that I work across the world. I usually don't do it free of cost, but Vinayji, I could not say no to Vinayji and Burson, so here I am just trying to share some of my experiences on the tourism. Now something is happening on the thing and not working. Can you see my slides?
Please make it fully screen.
Is it okay now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I just wanted to, can you see it? Okay.
You're to make it full screen?
It is fully screen.
Okay. We are still on the first slide, sir.
Okay. And can you see my second slide now?
No.
Something is happening. Just give me 1 second. Let me figure out what happened.
Now it's better, sir.
Uh,
We can see you, not the slide.
you cannot see my slide, can you?
No.
And now?
No, sir.
Deepak
So
sir.
maybe you just run through the presentation.
Yeah, Deepak sir, just go to share button there. Make him co-host, please. Make him co-host. Co-host. Okay, now we can see it.
Okay. You see the full screen, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay, great. So let me give you some snapshots of what's going on. One of the things I wanted to share was that when I was in Nepal, I was working briefly with the Ministry of Industry, as a new researcher in 1981 and 82, and my task was to support the master plan of Nepal tourism that time. And the interesting thing is that I left Nepal in 1985, and then I have been working mostly out of Nepal, in and out, more as a social visits and some work. And in 2018, I had the opportunity of designing the World Bank's private sector diagnostic of the tourism in Nepal. And what really surprised me was it's the same thing. We were struggling with the same thing. Obviously, the PowerPoints were more sleeker because in the 80s there were no PowerPoints. We had good PowerPoints, good stories, but we were still struggling with the same thing again and again and again. So that's the context. And I have been privileged to listen to all the presentations. And if you allow me to say, if I hear all the presentations, then there is no problem. Everybody is selling their destination. Everybody is doing the right thing. Everybody seems to be, really happy with what they do. Then where is the problem in the Buddhist circuit? Why are we sitting here and trying to fix it? So one of my appeal to all of you is, what you have is great. Let's focus on fixing something that we don't have. That's the only way we can, otherwise we'll be, meeting again next year, the same situation, and then, we'll be repeating the same things. So let's focus on things that why it's not happening and what needs to be done. And I will share some global experiences around it. So the circuit-based tourism scale, we have already seen there are millions travel pilgrimages and cultural routes annually across South Asia. The GDP contribution is about, the tourism contributes 6 to 10%. But the worst thing is there is a big economic linkage. When you see that big number of money, actually, the entrepreneurs, the tourism, the women entrepreneurs engaged in tourism, they get very little because 60 to 70% of this gets, leaked out of economies through the transport system, external operators, and imported supply chains. So the net benefit to the SMEs may not be that interesting. And also, there is a short visit. There only you need 1 to 2 nights before the next destination. So one of the things, in the Buddhist circuit, we need to really see is how can we prolong the stay by offering something interesting. And obviously, there is a very weak integration of women entrepreneurs in the tourism value chain. And I work across the region, by the way, just to correct the distinguished chairperson. I am not employed at the World Bank anymore. I left World Bank in 2019, and I'm a freelance consultant. So what I speak is not an institutional view. It is my personal view based on the work, and I'm an independent consultant. So we have a high volume. We talk about millions, but of course, like I said, we only get the impact is very little because very little remains in the country. Like I would give you example in Lumbini, you have a lot of tourists coming from the border town of Nepal. and then they come with a packed lunch. So they visit the site, they eat their packed lunch on the bus, they dump the the packaged material in Nepal, and they go back with the bus. So what's the value added that we get? So like these things, well designed structures, well designed mind, but things don't work. So we need to see why it doesn't work. And for me, there are very good examples. There are three examples that I can share. One is the Spain Camino de Santiago. There are about 400,000 pilgrims. They annually visit. They generate about 300 to 400 million euro in local economic activity. They spend money on locally owned accommodation, food, and services. The other good example is the Japan, Sukoku pilgrimage, a 1,200-kilometer Buddhist circuit across 88 temples, attracting about 200,000 pilgrims annually with the strong community-based activity. Then you also have the Mekong, that connects Thailand, Laos, Cambodia, Vietnam with a very strong small business participation in the tourism experience. So there's some really good examples from around the world where the circuits are making millions and also employing women entrepreneurs. So that means the tourism can deliver impact when structured as a local economic system. It's all nice to have. There are a lot of nice to have things, but what is really critical is it needs to be seen as a local economic system, not just the movement of the visitors. So the Buddhist circuit must function as a connector, connector of the economic corridors, and one of the objectives is to really increase the length of the stay. I know that we're very time pressed. I just want to show you some other example, good example and a bad example. Like in Fiji, they have a lot of resort. Everybody must be thinking, wow, the economy must be benefiting. It's not the case because most of the big hotels and resorts were heavy infrastructure oriented. So they don't really connect with the local enterprises. And I see that also in Maldives, where I used to work. The hotels get things from, Middle East, from India, from other places, from Sri Lanka, but they don't connect with the local farmers. Big problems, with the local suppliers. They don't connect. The other one is the Peru, the Machu Picchu experience, which is really fantastic because it really incorporates the local guides, community tourism, and improved income retention. So for Buddhist circuit, what's the important part? We could replicate this by embedding local enterprises at every site on the Buddhist circuit. The first thing is not about what we sell. How do we integrate local enterprises? That should be our mantra if we want to see the economic activity being driven by Buddhist circuit tourism. The other good example is Kenya's Masai Mara, where the local communities are engaged. They are the ones who decide, they are the ones who are consulted, they are the tour operators, they are the ones who the guides, and most of them are women, women guides, female guides, they're female drivers. So you need to see things in a different perspective where you put the economic activity and a participation of women on the top. Then you start thinking on the rest how it fits, because the ultimate bottom line is not just the development of the circuit. The ultimate bottom line is that the women entrepreneurs mostly benefit out of this circuit. So we need to really see things in a slightly different way. And there is also the good example in the South Africa, the Kruger National Park. They actually integrate women entrepreneurs in the whole supply chain. So it's a very, very important part for the Buddhist circuit promoters. So we must design intentionally the supply chain that includes and empowers local businesses as key participants. So let me not take your time, and I have a slide which Roshan is going to share. Let me just get something very important at this point. What is important is that tourism value chains are captured in five segments where we need to see from a Buddhist circuit point of view how it works. The five core area segments are accommodation, food, transport, experience, and retail. That they capture the most visitor spending. These segments are often dominated by larger or external operators with established supply chains. A lot of money is taken by the tour operators. The actual residue of the tourism, the Buddhist circuit tourism, is very little because mostly it's taken by tour operators. So less than 30 to 40% of the total tourism spending typically remains within the community. The local SMEs often lack, scale and formal standards. So market access barrier and supply chain gaps limit local SME participation. So what the Buddhist circuit should do: accommodation, develop and certify locally owned guest houses and homestays at every key site. And I heard about certification in a previous session. I think that's a very strong, important point. I also heard that from Bhutan. I think they're very critical points. The certification adds a lot of value. The other one is
I request you to conclude in 2 minutes. We have already passed 10 minutes.
Sure. So the local cuisine should be an important feature of this. Transport, the local transport is very important because you have these tour operators with a brand. I think they should be, eliminated. There should be the local transport, even like, the small minibuses and the tuk-tuks, and they should take over these things. It's a local experience. And then the cultural, authentic, community-delivered activities are very, very important. And I think all the distinguished panels have spoken about it. So it's a very critical thing. And the most important where people spend money is the retail, where you create formal market access for women-led craft and wellness enterprises to strengthen local value chain. So what I hear, everything I have heard in the presentation from people, we all have it. But why it doesn't work? I think why it doesn't work is mostly it is concentrated, it's isolated, it's not integrated. The private sector doesn't participate. The suspicion about the private sector suspects the government not supporting them. The government suspects private sector as taking all the money. And in the whole process, it's the women entrepreneurs involved in the circuit tourism who suffer. So one of the things is rather than moving from one workshop to another workshop, I think it's very important for every, like Lumbini circuit and some of our circuits, to focus on 2 to 3 key activities that we can discuss, we can identify, which really empowers women entrepreneurs in the supply chain of the tourism. And that should be the one. And how can we help? How can we do it? That should be the focus of our discussions. I think we have done enough talking about what we have. We all have good things, but how do we leverage that? So I would like to just stop here, just to make sure, that we focus on what to do where it adds the maximum economic value, rather than going back to what we have and what we don't have. So my request, my focus for the next meeting, which eventually most likely would be Sri Lanka, let's focus on some of the things that is missing and what we need to do as governments, as region, at the Buddhist circuit participants, what we need to do. I think we really need to focus on that to make it very practical. Otherwise, we'll be sitting in another country talking about the same thing again, like I experienced in Nepal from 1980 to 2018. So let me stop here. And if you have any questions or anything, I would be more than happy to answer. I'm accessible on email. So if you have any questions, I can answer that. And I work in several countries on tourism, so I can share my experiences. Let me pause here. Thank you once again for giving me the opportunity. Thank you, Binaji, for pulling me into this without getting paid. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Deepak Adhikari. Now we have concluded with all the panelists, and now I open the floor for the questions if you have any. Doesn't seem that there are questions. So, thank you for the panelists and the participants for your active participation here. To conclude this as a chair, it's not easy because sure, sure.
Pressing the questions become. So, I mean, one of the more serious topics that came about was the topic on standardization and certification. Now, when we look at this standardization and certification, we'll have to look at what products we are selling. Now, when you talk, I mean, when you're thinking of products, then you are looking at what are your own, set aims and objectives, which you must have set to make those products and services. Now, when you are looking at these aims and objectives, then you're forced to think about your vision and your policy, what those are. So when you're looking at visions and policy, then it also forces you to think about what infrastructural development, institutional funding systems you are going to develop, and how they are going to be, implemented, and then what are you going to develop anyway? And if you are going to develop, what are the control systems that you are going to create? Now, if when you are going to create a control system, then you will also have to think about, developing your carrying capacity. And when you are developing your carrying capacity, you'll have to think of not, keeping your over tourism under leash, which is very, very critical. I mean, there have been so many cases of over tourism, and the areas that have become absolutely like non-usable. So, I mean, each question, raises other questions that are more fundamental, more basic, but more uncomfortable and serious. So, I mean, these are not just to the organizer, Madam Veena, but these are questions to all the participants here to think of.
Thank you, sir. I take it as an opinion, and I was talking to Ambassador Bina Shukriji about the virtual. We need to do several virtual meetings further to bring some conclusion. So it's not the end; it's the beginning. So thank you very much, and I have just found two key words from the panelists. They are number one, tourism is a double-edged sword. And number two, from her, standard means quality, authenticity, and consistency. Perhaps stepping on these two mantras, we can move forward, we can think more, we can work more, and we can bring out a conclusion and outcome of the session. I thank you, everybody, and conclude this session here.
Thank you, Sri Kedarnath Sharma, for moderating the session.
देवी और सज्जनों, अब हम इस ऐतिहासिक क्षेत्रीय कार्यशाला के अंतिम और सबसे महत्वपूर्ण पड़ाव पर पहुंच चुके हैं। पांचवा सत्र हमारे 2 दिनों के गहन मंथन के निष्कर्षों और भविष्य के साझा विजन को प्रस्तुत करने का समय है।
This session, titled The Arc of Rural Tourism, will unveil the agreed outline of the Buddhist Circuit linking Nepal, Bhutan, Sri Lanka, and India. To present these historic outcomes, I invite our chairperson, Ambassador Retired Professor Veena Sikri, founding trustee and convener of SWAN, to the dais.
अंतिम सत्र में भारत का प्रतिनिधित्व करने के लिए मैं आमंत्रित करती हूँ सिक्किम के ऑनरेबल डॉक्टर पी.डी. राय, फॉर्मर मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट लोकसभा, फाउंडिंग चेयरमैन, इको टूरिज्म एंड कंजर्वेशन सोसाइटी ऑफ सिक्किम, जो वर्चुअल माध्यम से हमारे साथ जुड़े हैं.
Joining Ambassador Sikri for the presentation of the roadmap are Dr. Mahesh Priyadarshana from Sri Lanka, Chairman Tourist Board, Western Province, Ms. Sonam Pem, Executive Director of the Tharayana Foundation, Bhutan, Anju Mishra and Dikila Sherpa, Trans-Himalayan Environment and Livelihood Program, Nepal, Suman Timsina, Managing Director, IDI, she'll be on virtual mode.
मैं सत्र के माननीय अध्यक्ष ऑनरेबल वीना सीकरी जी से अनुरोध करती हूँ कि वे सत्र की कार्यवाही प्रारंभ करने की कृपा करें.
Thank you very much. I thank all our very distinguished delegates who have very patiently sat through and participated actively in the discussions all day long. I think we've had excellent presentations, but we have to recognize that very serious questions have been raised about what we are trying to do. The importance of it is very important, has been fully recognized, but the path towards reaching our objectives has pitfalls along the way, which also we have to recognize and work towards. We are now come to the concluding session. In this, we are actually going to look at the outcome document. And this is very important because the outcome document will decide what it is that which paths we are going to follow in the future. So we have our several speakers. What I will request each of our speakers that they should be very brief because this session has to be short. We know that this room is required within the next half an hour to do it up for the dinner which will follow. And the dinner is a very special one, as Sadhana ji has told us that there's yesterday we saw the dance performances from Tawan region, and today we're going to see the music groups, and they have requested participation from each of our groups from Nepal and Sri Lanka and Bhutan, and also from Sikkim and Assam as well. So having said that, I would request each of our speakers to speak for 8 to 10 minutes. I will begin with Dr. Mahesh Priyadarshana from Sri Lanka. You have the floor.
Thank you. Honorable delegates, distinguished guests, and the dear participants. I respectfully pay homage to the Noble Triple Day. It's both an honor and the responsibility to deliver the concluding remarks for this important forum under the theme, the Art Rural Tourism. Over the course of today's sessions, we have witnessed a rich exchange of ideas centered on regional cooperation, community empowerment, and sustainable tourism development across Sri Lanka, India, Nepal, and Bhutan, and other several provinces. So in my presentations, very lengthy presentation, so I shorten my presentation according to the chair times. So you can see the in my presentation first slides, there is a niche tourism caption below that line. So why I am putting the niche tourism? So before I conclude the session and the technical part, you can go through this. The several keynote speakers, presenters, they also mentioning this importance. So niche tourism, this involves a smaller group of the people who individual or traveling to places that are not popular tourist destination. So normally we are very much interested to the mass tourism. So in this Buddhist circuit, I believe niche tourism product markets and the branding is very much important than mass tourism. Here mass tourism in Sri Lanka, so we are getting trouble and some sort of actions behind that, and the because of the environment and the culture and the heritage also vanishing. So therefore, we believe these Buddhist circuits, we have to obey with that component. So mass tourism and the niche tourism comparisons. So I'm not talking a lot that part. So you can read it. Here, niche tourism Sri Lankan Buddhist circuits. It's covered under the monuments, not only the monuments, heritage, cultural aspects, and the way of living. So in these slides, I am not explaining to you, but some of the advantage of the niche tourism are, it is less demanding on the environment, and the tourists come to in smaller numbers. It's called FIT, not the GIT. GIT, it means group incentive traveler. FIT, free individual traveler. So we need the FIT groups to high spending market. Tourists tend to be more courteous, yes, and be respectful for the nature and the heritage and the respectful human life. Niche tourism often pay more than mass tourism. I already said before. So therefore, there is a genuine interest in the local area and the people, community-based tourism. It is both privilege to mention this mass and the niche tourism, that mass tourism happening in everywhere in the world, but we have to focus that segment. So according to Buddhist festival and the pilgrimage serve as the living heritage of Sri Lankan culture, weaving together. So we have a Vesak, Poson, Asala. So it's called the full moon Poya Day. So we are celebrating activity depend on the that cultural practice and the what you call the behavior patterns. So therefore, Vesak is collaborating island-wide all over the country, and the Poson, it's particular about the first capital in Sri Lanka, Anuradhapura. So that's why my colleague panels, they select 3 designated sites, Anuradhapura, Polonnaruwa, and the Kandy. So there are so many sites in surrounding my country, but we select 3 key elements, factors. So therefore, this here, this is the Vesak festival and the Poson Poya Day festival, cradle of Buddhism. I'm not explaining both because my colleagues already explained this part as well. And the Asala pageant. It's situated at the Kandy, sacred city of Kandy, Tooth Relic Temple area. And this is very important, pilgrim walks, pilgrim spiritual habituals, so and the practices happening. This is one of the most important places called Siripada or Adam's Peak. So people who are starting from the several paths, there are 7 paths using that climbing that peak summit. The importance of the regional collaborations in strengthening the Buddhist circuit across our countries, highlighting shared heritage and collective responsibility. So we have to thought about that. Other than that, we can't do anything. explore the women-led rural tourism model, which stand out as a powerful, inclusive approach. So it's very important inclusive approach. It's called the inclusive, not only the inclusive and the cooperative model, and the we have to amalgamate with the that approach cooperative model. So reflecting the key sessions, our discussions began with the importance of the regional cooperation in strengthening the Buddhism circuits across our countries. Highlighting shared heritage and collective responsibility approach are there. We then explore the women-led tourism model, which stand out as a powerful and inclusive approach, empowering this community model. Here is the side. And the connectivity emphasized the need to link our sacred sites not only physically but also culturally and spiritually. So normally we thought physically reach the activity. No, that it's but also the culturally and the spiritually. The Buddhist circuits depend on the quality, authenticity, and the unfilled identity. The key element of the agreed framework includes, so you can go through that, strengthening the regional collaboration among participating countries, enhancing connectivity and the accessibility between identified sites, established quality standards and shared branding for the Buddhist circuit, promoting community participation, especially through women-led initiative, preserving the authentic spiritual and cultural values each destination. This is not just a tourism initiative. It is a shared vision of cultural preservation, economic empowerment, and spiritual connections. So in Sri Lanka, can test Sri Lanka Buddhist circuits, tourism products, and the packages are surrounding in my country. A lot of DMCs covering this spectrum. Spiritual adventure tours, spiritual camping tours, monastic caving tours, yoga meditation tours, pilgrim tours, Buddhist festival tours. Yeah.
One more minute. Yeah.
The forward vision, I think you can gain these slides. In conclusion, extend my sincere gratitude to all of organizers, speakers, and participants of your valuable contribution and comments. Let us move forward together with shared vision, strengthening this unique regional collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Mahesh Priyadarshana. You've given very excellent concluding points, and I think that a lot of what you've said should go into our final outcome document. We will take from your, and as we prepare the document, we'll have to discuss among each other again, and then we will again have discussions on this. May I now request our next speaker, Ms. Sonam Pem, Executive Director of the Tarayana Foundation, to make her presentation.
Everybody looks so tired. I'll keep this very brief. I don't have any presentations, but within the government's overarching goal of tourism promotion, we should find ways to make this arc of rural tourism happen through the Buddhist circuit. And we are the catalyst, all of us in this room, all of us, including the homestay promoters, the tour operators, the civil society NGOs who are supporting and enabling women's participation in the sector, and of course the policymakers and the government representatives. We have mapped out the sites in our respective countries. However, it's important that we now narrow it down to make it more practical, target the low-hanging fruits, because we know that we'll not be able to do everything we have presented today. uh, we shared a lot of issues around access due to infrastructure, due to permits, for different reasons. Some of the most important sites are not easily accessible. So how do we make travel seamless? How do we navigate through the complex process of all these issues that we've discussed? And important for us to see what is possible within this network, within our reach, what is more practical for us, and pilot it first so that in the meantime, we work with the government, with the relevant agencies to make the other sites accessible for the tourist. And building on the momentum that we have built so far, like Mr. Adhikari said, we've done enough of talking. We all know what is in our country that is there to promote. It's time that we really put our act together, make our vision into a reality. And it's very inspiring that the government of Tawang is hosting us here for this event. And Sri Lanka has already committed to hosting it, the conference in their country, which also indicates the government's support. And I hope the Nepal and my country government will follow suit so that there's greater ownership of this very important initiative. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sonam. That was really excellent. Your summary is very brief, but absolutely to the point. I think identifying the low-hanging fruit is crucial. It is also very heartening to learn that government of Bhutan has already set into motion setting standards. Like we were told by a colleague just now from Bumtang a short while ago, for ecotourism, there already are standards, and we would be very happy to be guided by the government of Bhutan's experience in this, to guide all of us as to how we can also make sure that there are standards for ecotourism, and we would love to work on that. And I think, yes, you're right, Mr. Adhikari flagged a lot of issues that we are all sounding so optimistic, but when we get down to it, there are a lot of pitfalls which we have to understand. Thank you so much, sir. We now have two speakers from Nepal, Ms. Anju Mishra and Ms. Bikila Sherpa Lama. Yeah, okay. Any one of you will be speaking? Yes, please go ahead.
Madam Bina. Tasi Delek, Ayuboan, and Kuju Janpo, and Namaste. I'm Anju Mishra from Nepal, Honorable Representative from the Government of Arunachal Pradesh, Honorable Representative from Sri Lanka and Bhutan, distinguished members from Swan, and fellow presents all here inside this hall. I know with the long day, all of us are tired now and want how fast this will be concluded so you can leave this hall. So I'm trying to be quick with my presentation. Actually, we are two presenters, but I'll make it short. It is profound honor to stand before you on behalf of the Trans-Himalayan Environment and Livelihood Program that is called T-HELP. As the General Secretary, T-HELP, I will just give a small brief introduction of T-HELP. T-HELP was established in 2008 by a dedicated group of women from diverse sectors, including tourism, agriculture, trading, and management. And a good part of this organization is we all the ladies are, few of them are very experienced, like Yankila Sherpa ma'am is vice president of our T-HELP, and all other members are also very much experienced, and they all come together to form a group of women, and we were all work voluntarily to do something for our community, especially for women. Our core mission has our core mission has always been the empowerment of women from indigenous and marginalized communities. Today, we propose a regional strategy that shifts the focus from purely commercial pilgrimage to women-led heritage experiences. I want to show you in the slide that the core thematic areas where we already working, the T-HELP is already working. We work in sustainable ecotourism, organic agriculture, waste management training we used to give, we used to give some trainings on green technology, where the rainfall waters can be harvested in a very technical way to use for irrigation and other things. Like marketing, we give the training, but there is a lack of linkage of markets for our beneficiaries. So we always try to make some linkage, like trade. We make them participate in the trade fairs. What is domestically organizing by sometime like by FWIN. Okay, and that B2B workshop also we used to do. These are also the plan baseline studies already in progress in Namo Bodha, Solukhumbu, and Alesi, which obviously promote the Buddhist circuit, like homestay trainings, organic farming, waste management, ecotourism, financial literacy, digital literacy, and language speaking. Not only English, but like Bhutanese language. Little bit of knowledge we should give for the language also. Now, in Nepal, the Lumbini is already in the eyes of lots of organizations and countries to promote it. But there are lots of other Buddhist sites in Nepal. You can see in this map, from Mechi to Mahakali, we have lots of other sites. And T-Help is going apart from the Lumbini, because Lumbini already have lots of eyes on it, and they are still doing that greater Lumbini projects already. So we are going to Halesi, that is just a down part of that. You can see it in the map. Another is Nama Bodha, and the most important part is the Solukhumbu, that is just downside region of Everest. You can just see the view of Everest also from that part. So we are trying to make a circuit inside the Nepal in these other parts of Nepal to include in the Buddhist circuit. And here we are, concluding, we are trying to think about the arc by which we can connect all these 4 countries like Nepal, India, Bhutan, and Sri Lanka. For Nepal, we can use it like the root, maternal health and in early educations of Buddhas like Lumbini, Kapil Bastu, Namo Buddha, Halesi, Solukhumbu. And similarly, we can attach the India for the enlightenment things. Sikkim, Assam, Arunachal Pradesh, cluster of Bodh Gaya, like that. And in Bhutan, I can show in this pictorial form. Like from Nepal, it's a route. Then go to the India with Arunachal, which can connect Arunachal Pradesh, Sikkim, Assam, and Bodh Gaya. For Bhutan, as already they have spoken for, I can't read that place. That 3 places they have mentioned. Okay, that 3 places, and then again to the Sri Lanka, the 3 places for the first phase. They are already mentioned that 3 places. I have already mentioned that those places. One is Kandy, another is Polomanua, and then Anuradhapura or something. Yes, the 3 places. We can, in first phase, we can connect these 3 places with the Nepal, and we can enhance this circuit for the tourist. And for that, we need to work for like the means of transportation. Like from India to Nepal, there are land, train, and roadways. From India to Bhutan, the land plus airways also. We have to enhance that. We have to make it more better infrastructure for those things. From Bhutan to Sri Lanka, obviously by air or something like that. We have to work on that thing also to promote the tourism Buddhist sector. Finally, I would like to say one quote, that the journey of 1,000 miles begins with single step towards the shared heritage. Because to travel 1,000 miles, we have to take steps every time. So single steps is every steps is more important. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Anju Krishna and Tikila Sherpa Lama for highlighting these points, and I hope that we will cover some of them in the concluding document. We now have 2 virtual presentations, very brief each of them. One is from Dr. P.D. Rai, former Member of Parliament and founding member of ECOST, and the second is from Suman Raj Timsima, who is Executive Director of IDI International. So may I first request Dr. P.D. Rai to connect on the virtual mode?
Already connected. Hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Vinaji. This is, I've just listened in to the entire, I think, 3rd session, and the fourth session, and now we're in the fifth session. And what comes out is what Deepak Adhikari ji has mentioned, that everything is more or less mapped out in all the countries. And I'm really delighted that whatever has happened has been captured in the way we envisaged when we were designing the program. So thank you for chairing this session, and I would like to also recognize the entire set of people and delegates who are there and who must have had a really good time, because I mean, Tawang is another place that needs to be visited and to immerse oneself because of its historical as well as its Buddhist linkages. Now, insofar as this entire concept of underpinning of Buddhism philosophy, to create an ecosystem, a tourism ecosystem, which will which is a circuit in itself, but then it leads to economic benefits. And so, how does one really look at some of the economic benefits? A lot has already been alluded to by Mr. Deepak Adhikari, where he has really placed the core issue that at the local level there has to be an economy. The economic benefits must go to local people. And this, I think, should be centralized in the thinking that we have. It has come very, very strongly even in the presentations from Sri Lanka as well. And of course, Bhutan has always mentioned that it would be, they would like to see a very high value and a low volume tourism which serves their purpose. Now, how does then one connect this arc of rural tourism, and how do women get involved, women entrepreneurs? And as we are looking at building this ecosystem, I think much has already been spoken about shared brand identity and marketing, and as to the shared vision, as well as understanding that if you centralize Buddhism, which is so relevant today in today's world, in which we are seeing, a world of real uncertainty, whether it's through wars or whether it's through technology or through politics or geopolitics, or whether it is climate change, and especially how climate change impacts the Himalaya. So we all understand all of this, and we would like that if we want to do things sustainably and we want to centralize the Buddhist philosophy, of which I'm a firm believer in, and I have visited all the Buddhist sites that have been talked of, whether it is Kapilvastu or whether it is Lumbini or Kushinagar or Sarnath or Bodh Gaya or your Rajgir, and seeing the root or from the germination of the Buddhist thought and how it has been taken, and today we see living Buddhism right across the Himalaya. And to the point that has been made, the different traditions of whether it's Vajrayana, which is of course very central in Bhutan, and whether it's Theravada, which is also there. It's very interesting to know that the easternmost part, especially in Namsai, those areas have Theravada tradition as well as Theravada tradition as we know it, which is there in Sri Lanka. So if that be the case, then how do we do the marketing? And there has been a very strong marketing push within I think, the fourth session, and I think that we have to capture it in the outcome document. The other is the public investment that may be required, or the government investment in infrastructure. And I'm sure that this has been alluded to in the statements which have been made by our chief guests yesterday and even today. So therefore, we should not really talk too much on that, because it's already centralized, because Government of India has already made this provision on on the Buddhist circuits, and it is for us to be able to influence the way it gets implemented. Then there is the private investment scale up, which is required, and though it has not been directly talked about, but I think when you look at say women entrepreneurship, then it's really private investment. And I'm sure that that we have enough examples and enough people within this fraternity to know how private investment can be set up. Now, regulatory support getting, I think Madam Pem has already made the point that we have to assist the state government and the governments, the governments of the countries as well as the governments of the states of India to figure out things in a way that it would assist the building of a strong ecosystem, a tourism ecosystem that will sustain the arc of rural tourism, and it would sustain and especially focused on micro, small, and medium enterprises and creation of jobs. So this has to definitely come in the outcome document, and then the regional connectivity has been alluded to by everyone, but how do you do the last mile connects? And I think that's where Yangchen has made some very interesting remarks on how the connectivity can be done. And of course, Janabi has also mentioned about how Guwahati can be also a hub. So without saying that it should be this or that, but then getting the connectivity done in such a seamless way that we are able to get especially the foreign tourists from other countries and pilgrims to be able to work these things out. Products, everybody knows how to build the products, whether they want to build products which are very, very long, maybe a month, 2 months, or products which can be short and very, very directed. So these products have to be made and maybe digitally marketed, and there is scope for thinking about how we can get this done as well. And then, of course, we haven't touched it, but I think culinary heritage and gastronomy, these promoting traditional Buddhist dietary practices, as well as the Sattvic-inspired vegetarian traditions of the plains, and the high energy grain-based cuisines of the Himalaya. These things can be also thought through, and an immersive cultural experience through this lens can also be done. So I'll rest my case here, madam. There's not much time, but thank you very much for allowing me to speak. I'm in Kolkata, and do have a very, very good evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Pidira. You've been absolutely instrumental in getting this group together here. And actually, as I said, Fantry and I came to Itanagar 2 months ago. And it was really your planning and guidance that did all this. So we have to thank you. It's a real pity that you're not here with us, but we understand the reason for that. But thank you for your valuable concluding comments. They certainly will be taken on board. We have one more speaker, Dr. Suman Raj Timsina from Washington, D.C. And I must say that another part of this journey that we have taken, which began with the Kathmandu conference, followed up by the Thimphu conference, and now this regional workshop, which will lead into the Sri Lanka conference. This is how our entire journey towards the Buddhist circuit based on the women-led rural tourism model has gone. And in this journey, the partners that have seen it through have been the South Asia Women's Network, SWAN, in partnership with IDI and T-Help Nepal. And of course, I must say that ADB and World Bank have also come in time to time, and we are hoping that they will come in again, although this, the whole issue regarding these global financial institutions is very fluid at the moment, but still we can always hope that they will help us. So to tell us about this journey and to also give his concluding comments, Dr. Suman Raj Timsina, you have the floor.
Thank you, Veena-ji. Thank you. I did prepare a PowerPoint, but I'm not going to do it here. And the best thing of being a last speaker is everyone has said everything. No. So I don't have a new thing to add, but I do have few things I'm going to say. So I'm not going to repeat what everyone has told, and I didn't have time because of the time difference. I couldn't listen to everyone, but I did listen to several of you, and it was very inspiring. And I had this opportunity to be involved with this group and the conference from Kathmandu to Thimphu. And I apologize for not being physically present there in Arunachal Pradesh this time. And I congratulate everyone who is involved in this workshop at Tawang and work on Arc of Rural Tourism. And we have done some work in our Arc of Rural Tourism, and I'm going to talk about some of the work, and especially I'm going to talk about the challenges that we have come across this work in Arc of Rural Tourism. And so I'm not going to repeat what everyone has said. So our work has been mostly focused in Nepal, and with partnership with T-Help and also SWAN and Nepal Tourism Board, World Bank and US government and other agencies. And our focus has been on 4 areas. One, in Lumbini's Mayadevi Trail. So Lumbini's Mayadevi Trail, I believe Roshan has already talked about it. And Lumbini's Mayadevi Trail, where we worked to develop a Mayadevi Trail. And we now have produced a very valuable data, good concept notes, design, and many documentation around Mayadevi Trail. And we are now working with several agencies to see how that can be implemented. And I'll come to a little more into it in a few minutes. And Namo Buddha. Namo Buddha has big importance in day-to-day life of people of Buddhist faith. And we have highlighted this site's narratives and we worked with T-Help on it. So I'll just connect something to what Deepak Adhikari said a few minutes ago. So we worked in Namo Buddha with Yankila Didi's group. She's there, Miss Yankila Sherpa. And so while working in Namo Buddha, what we found was most of them were day visitors. So they will come in the morning and they will leave in the evening, or they will camp outside and they will bring food from outside or they will cook there. And when they leave, there will be lots of garbage left there. Okay. And there were several reasons, and we worked with the local government so that during pandemic, those things could be addressed for disposing all the leftovers, and that's a big challenge there. And the reason they were day tourists because there were lack of proper hotels, lack of proper number of homestays were not as many, and most of them were local tourists or the domestic tourists. So the spending habit was not there among that group. And the hotel that was there was very expensive. Either it was very expensive that local people couldn't afford, or they made just a day trip because it was cheaper for them. So I think those are really very common challenges with pilgrim tourism in not just Namo Buddha, but many other such locations. And then we worked in Dhulikhel and Kathmandu Valley because Dhulikhel, and then we worked with a scholar-led tourism, and that centered around Newar Buddhist architecture and Tibetan monastic life, etc. And then the focus was on women's entrepreneurship. Yeah, so I'm not going to repeat what Yankila Didi and Roshan probably have already explained. I did listen to Yankila Didi's speech. I missed the Roshan's. And then I will come to I think I'm not going to, I prepared a speech, I prepared like a small presentation. I'm not going to show it here, but I'm going to say one thing. I think we need to really focus on action plan. We have been talking about this for last 2-3 years, right? At least with this group. And I've been working in this area for several years now. And I think some of the action plan that I would like to lay out, and I prepared the paper, I'll send it to Dr. Veena Sikriji. First, I think we need to really share lots of stories, and we prepare a logistical hub for scholar-led experience. I think the high-value tourism is something we really need to focus on this in this arc of tourism. And we have to learn a lot from Bhutan. I know Sonam Pemji just said, and we have been working with them for a long time, learning a lot from them. And the reason is there are 500 million the Buddhist population around the world. About 30 million probably live in South Asia, and less than 3 million probably visit South Asia for Buddhist tourism, around that number. So I think there's a huge potential, and why they are not coming. And the second number is the repeat visitor strategy. Usually in heritage and spiritual tourism, they are repeat tourists. No, because of this, they are spiritual seekers, or they are looking for deeper practice, or etc. So I think we need to have a program where there has to be a loyalty to merit. So there has to be a repeat visitor strategy. What can we do? What can we offer them? And integrated regional visa. I think we talked about that last year in a workshop in Bhutan as well. And I'll just give you a simple example. It's been about 10 years that I was involved in one of the conference in Kathmandu. Conference was on investment, and there were a group of there was a delegation led by Myanmar's minister, and there's a very large group, and all they wanted was come by road through Kakarbitta, enter in Nepal, and take a flight from Bhadrapur to Lumbini. So it's shortened their trip to Lumbini, and they will stay longer in Lumbini. Otherwise, they have to go through New Jalpaiguri to New Delhi to Kathmandu, Kathmandu to Lumbini. So it was expensive for them, and it was longer route for them. And I know it's been 10 years. Lots of discussion has taken place in Nepal, but it hasn't worked out yet. So I think some of those small changes will make a big difference. And Bhadrapur to Lumbini, I think it's probably 25 to 30 minutes flight. And so it's a quicker, and those people will most likely going to stay longer because they have to spend less time and less money traveling through Delhi to Kathmandu to Lumbini. So I think we really need to think about these routes and the regional cooperation and the regional maybe arc of tourism visa or some special visa provisioning. So I will leave that to Vinaji and other experts on that, but I think this conversation really needs to take place. And other one is when everyone is talking about women entrepreneurship and etc. So what I have seen, pardon my ignorance, what I have seen is most of the time women are involved in ownership and management of the tourism assets, whether it's a homestay, or it could be a store, it could be some art and craft store, it could be a hotel. But I think we have to see from the entire system that, and then what we lacking there is the mentorship. I think someone like you, whoever is in the audience, I think the SWAN or this group can start as a target group, as a pilot project, a mentorship program, and promote. I heard about some certification programs, but I think not just the certification. I think the mentorship program is also very, very critical in this part, so that they know how to approach certain tourists, or how to promote certain area, or how to enhance certain area. I think that's really, really important. And then some of the missed opportunities. So missed opportunity, I talked about the population. Despite being 500 million Buddhists worldwide, fewer than 3 million they visit in this circuit we're talking about. I think that's really something in future discussion we should include that and see what can be done. And I think that was slightly mentioned last year in Bhutan. And lack of seamless movement, I think that's really, really critical, because road connectivity is fairly good in this area, excluding Sri Lanka, of course, but I think we should see how we can take advantage of it. And then the last one, I'll just quickly just skip some of the stuffs, and I'll just go to the ownership gaps. We really need to recognize, need to move beyond basic skill sharing to ensure women achieve actual ownership and management of tourism assets. I think we need to go beyond it, and I think that's why this mentoring program and connectivity is really critical. And at the end, PD Dai also talked about, and Deepak Dai also talked about ecological stewardship. So balancing the increase of tourism, preservation of local ecology and biodiversity. I think that there are lots of good practices that we can learn from Bhutan and pass it on to practitioners in our area. And I heard everyone talked about the homestay model and creative industry integration, and also gastronomy, just PD Rai ji talked about. So I think with that, I would like to say, Veena-ji, we need to have an action plan, and let's create some solid action plan, and maybe we assign these participating organizations. If we have 5 action plan, that who is going to work on which action plan for next year or until the next conference most likely in Sri Lanka. So we will have something to report. So let's not this time, let's not just it to be a workshop where we came and did a wonderful presentation, but I think we should have some follow-up action items. So with that, I'm going to yield my time to Veena-ji. Veena-ji, back to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Suman. That was very, very helpful and useful. In fact, action plan is the center of our activities, and the outcome document has already been drafted. But what needs to be added into it is all the very crucial ideas that have come in today with the discussions, and that's how we are now going to go to that stage. May I now request, in fact, I would like to, before I go to the outcome document and discussing it, I want to say a very special thank you to 2 groups of people who have really made today very valuable and useful, which is the technology help that we have. From Swan side in Delhi, we have Sunil Kumar Binjola, who has been at it all day long, helping us with getting all the virtual mode people coming on board at the right time. He's also been live streaming the discussions yesterday and today. And I can tell you that from my Swan group, I had put the live streaming connection on the Swan group, and the feedback is very positive indeed, because many people have been watching the discussions and are very inspired by it. So I thank Sunil Kumar Binjola for helping us on this. We should give him a special hand.
Thank you so much, madam.
Everybody. And
thank you.
And also, I would like to thank immensely the technical group that is right here in the room with us from the Deputy Commissioner's office, led by Tashi, and they have also been absolutely prompt in all the PPTs, putting them up on time. There's not been a single mix-up, which always happens, but today it's not been there. So I thank them immensely for being so patient and persevering and being so cooperative with us. So they really deserve a vote of thanks. So can we now have the outcome document on the screen so that we can discuss it? I'd like to tell everybody about it. Yeah, so this is the outcome document that we have. We have actually, very beginning of the outcome document, we want to thank the government of Arunachal Pradesh, and this is a very, very important point as I come to the concluding stage of our discussions, because we want to thank them. We want to thank the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister for his very special address yesterday, and for all the arrangements that the government of Arunachal Pradesh has made over the last 3-4 days, beginning Monday, which is when everybody started coming in. And it won't end till Saturday morning, when I think most people are going out on Saturday. So really speaking, it's, and yes, the Bhutan delegation is leaving on Sunday. So actually it's been a full week from Monday morning till Sunday afternoon, because the Bhutan team is flying out from Guwahati to Paro on Sunday afternoon. So it's really been a full week of extremely well coordinated efforts and extremely valuable arrangements from the government of Arunachal Pradesh. So in that very first paragraph, we want to reflect it all. So any of you who want to give us contributions on that, we want it there right in the beginning, in the first paragraph. And these are all just the pointers are there, but we need to fill in all the specific aspects, and that's why I'm requesting inputs from everybody on these aspects. Please give me your input, send them in, and this is being coordinated between Swan and IDI. I know Susanna's had a big effort. We've had several Zoom discussions also on this, and we now want to continue with those Zoom discussions. We'd like to involve the team from Arunachal Pradesh in it. Pantry has been a part of it so far, and we would like to continue with that. So please note that we want to make it a very conclusive document. As we go further down on that, yeah, can we just, yeah. We now come to the talking about the value of the Buddhist circuit. I think this is where I think even the Sri Lanka team has a contribution for that. So we'd like to very much add it in here because we would be very happy to receive your paragraph on that. So please, please, everybody send their paragraphs on this. Again, I know that maybe from the government of Arunachal Pradesh, there would be special editions over here. But, you know, these are all the pointers. Unless we have the pointers, people will not know where to give in their specific contributions. So please do give in your contributions on this. And if we go down to the rest, yes. So then we come down, then we come here to the background of the how we have come here to where we are and how we plan to go ahead to the Sri Lanka conference. Here the partnership between the 4 institutions has been mentioned, and you know, also the how we have, what we were focusing on in these conferences, how we came to the arc of rural tourism, the Buddhist circuit, and the business, the women-led rural tourism model. This is the background, and from this now we are going to the Sri Lanka conference, but we want to have an action plan which can be the outcome of this regional workshop. I think Suman is absolutely right, because in this if you go a little down further, you will see that we have the outcome plan of this conference. Can we just go to that section? We have the, yes, here we have the entire evolution of the Buddhist connectivity in South Asia, where I would request all of you to give us the inputs, which is very, very important. And then we have the framework for what we are wanting to do ahead. So this is all. Yeah, can we go a little more down where we come to the outcome of the, this is the bridge, the canopy, all the development of the Buddhist thought. Here where I very importantly would like to get everybody's inputs. And then we we go down a little more. Yeah, where is that section? Roshan, is it? No, it's a little more down. Yes, a little lower down. Where has it? I know, but just kidding. Yeah. It's on page, let me tell you where it is, on page, the strategic are there, and then we have the traveler's experience, the plains, the Himalayas. Yeah, and then we come to the outcome. Can we go to the section on outcome, please? The arc of rural tourism. Yeah, this is the one. This is the outcome that we have come to. So, this is getting all spoiled. Yeah. Now, what I want to do is in the outcome section where we are talking about what we have done here in the regional workshop, and we can call it the Tawang action plan, which will be the input for the Sri Lanka conference, because our idea, we're not looking as far as next year at all. So when we're looking as far as the Sri Lanka conference, we want to have an action plan which will take us right into the Sri Lanka conference. And here, even all the tour operators who are present here, we would like their inputs. We have the Northeast India Tourism Confederation, and we have others from individual countries. So please, all of you come together and give us the inputs, because in the action plan, we are going to identify the low-hanging fruit. And in the low-hanging fruit, we want to identify the main sections, which are, you know, we are going to really talk about the creating this very special group. You know, we can't do it for everybody, so we have to create a Buddhist circuit. We have to create the people who are involved in the Buddhist circuit. So that is why today morning we asked everybody to give to Ms. Sonam Pem, who was chaired the first session, the identified Buddhist sites. And then in the second section, when we had the discussion on the women's groups, which was chaired by the Deputy Commissioner, Ms. Namgyal Angmo, we requested the identification of the Buddhist groups. So linked to each Buddhist site, the women's groups will be working with that. That is the connectivity we want, because those women's groups will be the network. That will be our first training group. Like, for example, in Samte, we had Ms. Tulsi Khale from Dharayana Foundation who's told us about what work has been done. So then we have the Samse group identifying their women's groups. And once we have the women's groups, then we have all the trainings which will start. Someone had spoken about mentorship, but actually beyond mentorship, we're talking about the trainings, and the mentorship is what will give the trainings. Like, say, for example, if you have a homestay, then how do you teach them about hygiene, about keeping the sheets clean and, the toilets clean and so on. So that needs mentorship from somebody who's involved in 5-star tourism, right? Because the experience should not be so different, and only then you can certify and get the standards for this. So that is a very important part of the trainings that we want to do. We actually have in mind a very big idea to set up an e-portal, and that will give the connectivity between all the people who are in our circuit. The women's groups, the various sites, we would be happy to take on board tour operators who are willing to dedicate some time to women-led business tourism model. I know they are involved with so many others, but we want special time and special effort for the women-led rural tourism model. And I think here we have to give real importance to two things. One is that all these women's groups are linked with the identified Buddhist sites. But we are going to go beyond the identified Buddhist sites, and we're going to say that when people come there and visit the identified Buddhist sites, what else will be on offer? And that is the clue, because you can only attract the younger generation. We have to focus on the younger generation. That has to be a very big part of our effort. You can only get repeat visitors and more and more people if you get the younger generation interested. And what will interest them? Of course, the Buddhist sites, they're coming for that. So that is the first thing, developing the circuits. When they come to a place in Sikkim, how many Buddhist monasteries can they visit? When they come to Tawang, how much can they visit? We had such valuable inputs from Pantry and from the distinguished MLA also on sites in Arunachal Pradesh. And similarly from Assam as well, from Janabi Phukan. So once we do that, what are the other things? For example, in Assam, you have the Kaziranga reserve. You can go and see the rhinos there. And that will be such an additional plus that, you spend one day, going to places like, say, Lido and Namphake, and then you go to Kaziranga and spend 2 nights there. And then from there, you can, if you want to go to Chitwan, you can go to so many other places. That is the connectivity we want to develop. And here, everywhere, we want biodiversity to be a running thread through all these. Because I think in the concept of Lord Buddha, nature and the preservation of nature was such an important aspect for him that, that we have to take it on board. We have to bring in biodiversity in a big way, and we have to make it unique running thread, because biodiversity is what attracts a lot of people nowadays. It's important for us. It's important for us as a survival strategy, because if you don't maintain your biodiversity, you're going to ruin all your species and the endangered species. You're going to cut your trees. You're going to have a huge increasing exposure to adverse climate change effects, and we want to bring biodiversity, and this is going to be a big attraction. So I think culinary gastronomy, the ethno-gastronomy that Mr. Sharma spoke about, is also going to be very valuable. These can already be developed side by side. So as we develop the identification of the Buddhist sites and the women's groups, all these additional action plans feeding into the big action plan have to be developed simultaneously. It's not 1 + 1 + 1. It's not going to happen sequentially. It cannot. It will take 25 years. It has to happen simultaneously. In whichever group, maybe in some group, the culinary part will take precedence and develop quicker. Maybe in others, the biodiversity will take precedence, although it is important for every group. But we are going to, in our action plan, highlight these various aspects which are going to be part of regional cooperation. Because if you have the biodiversity of Arunachal Pradesh, that is really one of the most important biodiversity hotspots, then they must be able to recommend the same for Bhutan and say, okay, go to Bhutan and see this biodiversity, or go to Sikkim, or go to Sri Lanka and see the biodiversity there. So all these are going to be plus in the Buddhist circuit, that you will have a built-in biodiversity circuit. You will have a built-in culinary circuit for the gastronomy aspects. And yeah, this is a section on the outcome of the regional workshop in the Tawang, Arunachal Pradesh. This is where we want all your, what we are going to do in this is that we will fill in the basic elements of what people have said. You have to give us maybe a week or 2 weeks to do that, because we've got all the PPTs, and we will then fill it in. And once we fill it in, then we will circulate it and expect everybody to give their additional inputs there. So this is going to be our pattern of action, and I think we would expect and look forward to the strong cooperation of the government of Arunachal Pradesh in this, because they have been such a strong partner to us in the Tawang workshop. And I request Pantry to look at this aspect. Pantry is not listening right now. Pantry, you're not listening. I just said that we look forward to your cooperation in getting the inputs from the government of Arunachal Pradesh in this Tawang action plan that I spoke about. So that is a very important part. No, that, of course, those sites are up to you. That site has to come to us. That site, we're waiting for you to give it to Sonam. That is up to you. I mean, that is going to be what you say. And with that, the women's groups also. So those two have to be given, you know, to Sonam and to Ms. Tamlial Angmo. And once we have that, I'm talking about the rest of the action plan that I was talking about, which included the biodiversity and the other aspects. So that is what we now request from everybody. I've said we have given a week or two to us. We are going to put in what we see as the major groups. As you know, we've already had some Zoom calls. We will continue that. And once we have the basic document ready, we will circulate it to everybody and then get the inputs from everybody. So that, you know, as we go ahead to the Sri Lanka conference, we have already the action plan in place, and we can launch the Buddhist Circuit, led by the Buddhist Circuit based on the women-led rural tourism model. We can launch it in Sri Lanka. That is our very clear objective. So that is why I'm saying that we don't have much time, but I think we have elements in place from what everybody said today. As Deepak Adhikari said, it sounded very over-optimistic, but the elements are there, you know. And so we have to take from those elements what are the low-hanging fruit, what can be put into action very quickly, identify those, and as we get ready for Sri Lanka conference, we have what we can implement. So I please request all the participants do that. I know we are really running out of time. It's already 6:40, and the next program is to take place right here. So I'd like to end on this note, where I've given a time schedule now, and we're going to identify the key people. From the Sikkim team, of course, there is Dr. P.D. Rai and Usha are there, who will give us the input. From Assam, there is Janabi, who will give, and from Bhutan, we have the leader of the delegation, Sri Lanka, the leader of the delegation, and from Nepal, also the leader of the delegation. So let us go ahead on this point, and end with once more a very, very strong vote of thanks. I know Usha is going to come up and give the vote of thanks. But for that, I would like to just say that we cannot thank the government of Arunachal Pradesh enough. Anything we say is too little to live up to what the government of Arunachal Pradesh has done to welcome all of us with open arms and with such a productive conference. Because all of us were so enthused and happy with the welcome we received, that we've all given our best foot forward, and we have given excellent ideas. Now these have to be encapsulated into the Tawang initiative. The Honorable Deputy Chief Minister spoke about the Tawang initiative. We'll call it the Tawang action plan, or we'll see how we fit it in and get ready for the Sri Lanka conference. So as we pass the baton on to Sri Lanka, we have to first prepare for them. I end on this point. May I request Ms. Usha Lachungpa to come and give over. Sorry? Mic, on the mic. Podium.
chief guest, the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Arunachal Pradesh, had said that this initiative, this workshop, we should call this the Tawang Initiative.
Yes, yes. We will call it the Tawang Action Plan. The initiative is 2-3 years old already. May I just, because that is what I'm saying.
No, this part.
Yeah.
Whatever decision is taken, we should call it the Tawang Initiative.
Yeah. We will put it in the document like that.
Put it in the
we have built ourselves up to today's point at a very in a way that actually I must tell you, if I ever give you the history of Swan's work on rural tourism, it began in 2014 in Thimphu. And we had gone there for our annual conference, and there is where the government of Bhutan and the Tourism Council of Bhutan had actually said that now we also want to look at rural tourism, and we began that initiative from there. We went to the South Development Fund, for years and years. But now this initiative that we began at the Kathmandu conference, now the thing, and now the regional workshop here, which we hope, yes, we will definitely. Tawang has been a very vital marker, very vital milestone on this. Without the Tawang grouping here, the regional workshop, we would never get anywhere. So I think, yes, we will definitely incorporate that and look forward to the Sri Lanka conference. Yes, here you are. Yes, please. You have any other? May I just finally ask in any other comments before we have the final vote of thanks? I must throw the floor open one last time. Yes, Yankila. No, Yankila. No, you've already. Sorry. Okay, no. Anybody else?
Veena ji, may I? Jai Shri. From
Yes,
from remote.
Yes.
I just have a request.
We must thank you for your excellent views on marketing and branding.
Thank you so much. Just a request, moving on that, amplifying on that, in case you can request all the participants, especially the team leads of the countries, to send soft copies of the branding and all the communications, because I saw Nepal, I saw Sri Lanka, they are doing wonderful branding within their own countries. In order to create an omnibus brand, it's very important to audit whatever already is there. So in case they can send it everything a soft copy to you or a secretariat, then we'll proceed further from there. That will really help us in picking up the best and probably reorienting what is already available, because we don't have to really reinvent the wheel, but probably pick up, it could be regional and international. So it'll give us some, food for thought when we have all the materials in front of us. If that can be just, I just wanted to flag that.
Yes.
And in case everybody, yeah.
And Jayashree, thank you so much for that idea, because we will put it into the main document.
Yes.
Branding and marketing, everybody is requested to send their views so that we can then
not only views, materials, soft copy of the material. Like,
Yes.
for example, they have the logos, they have the other branding things, and some have wonderful mementos, artifacts, so that we have a kind of a brainstorming on itself, on all the materials put together, and come out with an omnibus one.
Okay. Thank you. Jayashree, can I request you to give me 2 sentences on that for the outcome document? So that
I
we'll
shall
put
do
it
that. I shall.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. What a wonderful! I have attended every session, and what a quality of speakers you have. Superb. Superb. Now I know how much I'm missing. Not being there.
Yes, you're missing
Thank you,
this
and
great
enjoy while you all are there. Wonderful.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Bye. Bye.
Anybody else, please? Any other suggestions? No? Okay, then we go ahead to the vote of thanks. Please, Usha.
Thank you. I think after listening to Professor Veena, we are saying thank you to everybody, and this is going to sound a bit insipid, I hope not. So here goes. Distinguished guests, respected dignitaries, organizers, esteemed delegates, and dear new friends. As we arrive at the close of this meaningful gathering, it is my honor to deliver the vote of thanks. Today's discussions were not merely about tourism or connectivity, but about reviving a civilizational bridge woven through compassion, culture, spirituality, and shared heritage. From the monasteries nestled in the Himalayas to the sacred pathways walked by pilgrims for centuries, the Buddhist circuit is not just a route on the map, it is a living narrative of peace and human connection. These last few days have been an enriching kaleidoscopic journey, both physical and spiritual for us all. Those who have come from far off Sri Lanka to our neighbors from Nepal and Bhutan are more than wonderful hosts who have ensured that we return with hearts full of lifetime memories and some new regional relationships forged. So I would like to first present my vote of thanks to the Honorable Chief Minister of Arunachal Pradesh, Shri Pema Khandu, for being the overarching umbrella under which this conference, this workshop has taken place. The Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, Shri Chauna Main, who was the chief guest of the inaugural yesterday, and he gave us the word, the Tawang Initiative. I would also like to thank Srimati Dasang Lupul, the Honorable Minister for Women and Child Development, Government of Arunachal Pradesh. And all the other people who I'll be talking about have actually spent the entire time with us despite their busy schedules. Srimati Charing Lamu, Honorable Member of the Legislative Assembly, Lumla. Srimati Nyabi Jini Dirchi, Honorable Member of the Legislative Assembly, Basar. Srimati Lika Nari Tadar, Mayor IMC. Srimati Sadhana Deuri Boran, IAS retired, Secretary to Honorable Chief Minister Arunachal Pradesh and her team from the Chief Minister's office. Srimati Bulo Mamu, Secretary to the Government of Arunachal Pradesh. Ms. Namgyal Angmo, IAS Deputy Commissioner, Tawang District, Arunachal Pradesh, and her team from the District Administration. Srimati Bengia Manna Sonam, Deputy Director Tourism, and all her team from the Department of Tourism. Tourism Officers, CIO Tawang, Ms. Tenzing Tamse, and her team, DTO Tracy Wongmu Tungsom, DTO West Coming, Duir, and Mamung TIO. Women ZPCs from East Coming, Anjao, East Kasayang, Upper Subansiri, KE Penyor, Kurungkume, Lohit, Lower Subansiri, Papumpare, and ZPC Tawang. ZPMs from Tuting, Tawang, GPCs and GPMs from Tawang. Mr. Sering Wange, President, Northeast India Tourism Federation, Bomdila, and his better half, Dr. Anshu Jansenpa, Padma Shri awardee. President APTOA and his senior tour operator members, representative from Mechuka, Tuting, Taksing, Tirang, Tirap, Changlang, Tongding, the TLC region. I would like to also extend my vote of thanks to our main organizers, Ambassador Professor Veena Sikri, founding trustee and convener of SWAN, Ms. Fantri Main Jaiswal, IRS retired, former chair under Arunachal Pradesh State Finance Commission, officers and staff of Guwahati, Arunachal Bhavan, the medical team from the District Hospital Tawang, all the liaison officers in Guwahati, Dirang, and Tawang, without whose help we wouldn't have reached here and enjoyed ourselves so much. I would also like to thank the leader of the Nepal delegation, Ms. Yankila Sherpa, member Bagmati Province, former Minister of Tourism, Federal Government of Nepal, and founder of Snow Leopard Trek Kathmandu, and her team, which has been so active in this workshop. The leader of the Sri Lanka delegation, Honorable Ms. Hasara Lea Nage, Member of Parliament, and President Gale District Tourism Subcommittee, Sri Lanka, and her entire team. Ms. Janavi Phukan, co-founder of JTI Group and Assam Bengal Navigation Company, and past national president of FLO, the FICCI Ladies Organization. Venerable Dr. Pooja Dabral, faculty member, School of Buddhist Studies, Philosophy and Comparative Religions, Nalanda University, Rajgir, Bihar, for her keynote address on the importance of the Buddhist Circuit in South Asia and the significance of regional cooperation in its development yesterday during the inaugural. I also take this opportunity to thank the Honorable Chief Minister of Sikkim, Shri Prem Singh Tamang Gole, and the Minister of Tourism and Civil Aviation, Shri Tsering Thenduk Bhutia, for their deep involvement in the Buddhist circuit in Sikkim. I would like to also thank our virtual participants who joined us, Mr. Pankaj Pradhan Nanga from Nepal, Dr. Seema Bhatt, the independent consultant, Professor Jayashree Jetwani, Dr. Deepak Adhikari, Mr. P.D. Rai, and Dr. Suman Raj. I would take this opportunity to deeply thank the rapporteurs of this workshop, whose comments will be the most valuable for the outcome papers. Our MCs for this occasion, Yankee Lamu and Gendin Lamu, who have seamlessly coordinated and not made a single mistake in presenting not only inviting the people, talking about their presentations. It was wonderful having you chair take this. And thank you. I would also like to thank the technicians, thanks to whom we could present and listen seamlessly, led by Tashi. And last of all, I would also like to thank the press and media fraternity and Hotel Vivanta Tawang for its hospitality. And last but not the least, I would like to thank my Sikkim team also for the wonderful time we've had in these last few days. And thanks to all of you for making this workshop a success. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Mrs. Ushala Chumpa. With the conclusion of our 2 days regional workshop on development of Buddhist circuit through women-led rural tourism, we have successfully laid the stones for a path that connects not just places, but the hearts and spirits of our people. On behalf of SWAN and the government of Arunachal Pradesh, we thank you for your participation. We will have an hour before we begin our cultural event, followed by a dinner, which is being hosted by the Honorable Chief Minister, Sri Pema Khandu, here at the venue. Meanwhile, there is an arrangement for high tea. Please enjoy your tea and see you all again in an hour.
जी हाँ, 1 घंटे में हम